Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. Welcome. I'm the College Genesis. Sorry about the late start. And so basically, tonight we're going to have a good show. One of my favorite topics, Negro conspiracy theories and Negro babble. We have a whole lot of that in light of Donald Trump getting shot at, at a rally. There's some Negroes. I said five, four, three, two, one. Oh, it was just staged. Oh yeah, the people that got killed, they were just sacrifices because they wanted to see Donald Trump win so bad that they gave up their own lives just to make sure Donald Trump win. Yeah, it was all staged. It was all fixed. You can't tell me it wasn't fixed. That guy died because he wanted to make the ultimate sacrifice. You know, the guy in the crowd, and then the shooter, 20 years old, got his whole life to live for. Oh, he was just basically, he didn't exist. No. It was all staged. See, what I'm talking about. When you're dealing with black folks, you're dealing with people who are delusional and crazy. That is almost not even worth. Why does anybody spend time trying to convince black people anything? All they want is black people's vote. It's November. That's all they want. And then back when the vote is over, they're gonna go back to being niggas. People are not giving a shit about what you think or feel. But the only time of the year that everybody is election year. Election year is the only time people will put up with black people's babble, the complaining, and then nonsense. And then people don't understand. Unlike other groups of people who have a plan to say, okay, this is what we want. Black people don't even know what they want. They can't articulate why they're so angry and what they want and everything. What is a black vote? What do we do for a black vote and how you get the black vote? Whatever. It's all rolled down to who you like. And everybody basically black people are so delusional and crazy. They're like, oh, you like Trump, man, I'm gonna beat you up. You like Biden, I'm gonna beat you up. You're fighting over two men that don't really give a shit about you in the first place. It's just like I said, Negro babble, Negro conspiracy theories. And we're going to talk about some of my favorite Negro conspiracy theories tonight. You know, black people conspiracy that black people built America, and black people, some black people advance the theory now that they were here before the white man got here. So how did you end up in slavery to the white man if you were already here? Usually, when people are already here, they got the higher ground. How do you end up being in chains if you were so-called already here? Could it be that the truth of the matter is that you were brought here from the transatlantic slave trade, and the reason why transatlantic slave trade has happened is because the black race is probably the most least developed culturally race in the world. That's why the transatlantic slave trade happened for hundreds of years, and we couldn't do anything about it. Could it be that the only thing that we need to do is correct our culture? And like anybody can be changed. Anybody can have enlightenment. Everybody said like a poof. It hit me. I was enlightened and everything. It can be anybody. Look at the Anglo-Saxon or the British Isles. Oh, Kyle Brock said, we are indigenous to America. You are not indigenous to America. You are not indigenous to America. Black people, African Americans are not indigenous to America. And then also, and I would like to rock the car articulate, if you're indigenous to America, where are your cities? Where are your rock paintings? Where's your what farming did you do? What crops did you grow? Where's your kingdom at? Where's evidence? Where's the road you built? You know, where's the monuments you built and everything? Could it be that you didn't exist until the presence of Europeans because he brought you here as slaves? And the only reason why you're claiming to be America is because you know it's time to leave America. It's time to go home and build a nation of our own in Africa. That's a logical thing to do. So to get out of the like I said, Negroes never cease to amaze me. When you logically put down that, yeah, it's time for us to have a nation of our own, time for us to build a state, build an African, build a state, suddenly they come up with the theory that we were already here. Unlike I'd never seen anything like this in my life. We were suddenly already here. Slavery didn't happen. Foundational Black America. Okay, this is Tariq Nasheed disciple. Ain't African. Black Americans ain't African. So it's okay. When did you become a Black American? America is a name after Amerigo Vespucci. So you people are descendants of Amerigo Vespucci, and you're already here. You called yourself. Did you call yourself Black Americans back then? You guys make no logical sense. That's why I said Negro Conspiracy and babble. These guys don't even try to even sound intelligent. They don't even bother trying. They tell themselves that. I don't know why they telling me that, because nothing you say is gonna ever convince me, whatever like that. Because I know it's a bunch of nonsense you're talking. Crazy people. There's no book. You can't show me any book, any scholarship. Then they put up books of Native Americans, right? And say, see, these are Black people. No, they're not. They're Native Americans. The pictures you show of people with broad features, with prominent noses, high cheekbones, and thin lips. The average Negro, like The Rock, has lips the size of bologna plates. Yeah, the bottom line, Rock, if I put you in Nigeria, you couldn't see your nappy head, Negro, you are African, You are not no friggin' Polynesian and Amerindian. Bottom line is, what would the Black man have to do to come to America? Africa has everything, the climate, everything for Africans. We were brought here by force. There ain't no such thing as no goddamn indigenous to America Africans. That's stupid. You guys just friggin' playing out dumb, Well, FBA. When did FBA come about? 4 years ago with Tariq Nasheed. They created this foundational Black America. What are you foundation? You have no damn foundation. Well, the bottom line is, The Rock, you better start learning how to love what you are. The bottom line is this. The Chinese people, everybody else loves what they are. You don't have a Chinese people telling them out he's a Viking. You don't hear no damn Italian saying he's really a Mexican. The only group of people that's confused or even having this conversation are you American Negroes or whatnot who don't want to friggin' you better if you feel Nigeria's shit, you want you to go to Nigeria and help them clean that shit up. And then you have a country of your own. If you think Nigeria's a shitty country, I'm here to help you out. I'm here because I care about you. And you Negroes are losing your damn mind. You're all over the place. Talk about you as a founder. And it would means somebody like The Rock will never get on this call into the show. He'll never call in the show and debate and articulate. Now you got this Tyrone clown going around, running around still. It's about, I'm a copper colored nigga, you black as ace of spades. As he also he put his hand up, see my copper colored. No, I said, man, if you don't put your big janky looking Ebola hands down, y'all need to shut up with that. I'm copper colored. All I see is Negroes, Negroes. Everybody, a Negro will try to get out of being what he is. It used to be a time, no matter how shitty it was to be Black, you knew you weren't shit. You knew your ancestors were on the bottom of a slave ship. You knew everybody kicked your ass. You like that, but we felt no matter what, we're gonna hold this shit down until we have a revolution. Now you niggas don't want a revolution. You try to say slavery never happened. Whatnot, hey boss. But yet the same people saying slavery never happened, like Tariq talking about he wants a reparations check. How do you racially say that you want a reparations check and slavery never happened at the same time? You niggas are crazy. Negro battle. Your ancestors are not indigenous to the USA. The only people indigenous are the Native Americans. And if you was Native American, you wouldn't be on this live stream. Native Americans got better things to do than be on my live stream and whatnot. They're out there dancing with the wolves. They're out there doing what they got to do, doing their Native American thing. I know them because I grew up around them. They're nothing like Black folks. We're Native Indigenous American, but the music that we're trying to claim, hip hop, has its roots in Africa. The beats, everything is African in origin, but yet you're native to America. How the hell does that make any sense? You're Native American, but the music that you're playing, you go out there talking about what's the name of the mic check, whatever like that. That's not black culture. Black culture stems from Africa. The beats, the dances, and everything like that, the rhythms, the drums, everything is from Africa. Jazz, soul music, everything like that has its roots in Africa, in the slave trade, gospel, all that, you know? Now he says FBA. What's FBA culture? There's no damn FBA culture, nigga. Ain't got nothing to do with Africa. Stop this line. These said, like I said, people like Tariq and people was licking his stupid fat lips talking about, oh, no, Africa. All these guys are just them niggas that hated being black. Tariq has a problem with dark-skinned people. He doesn't like dark skin. He's one that used to crack jokes on black people back in the days. He thought he's a wannabe light-skinned dude. He's a wannabe Puerto Rican, a wannabe light-skinned dude. He wanted to be that light-skinned dude with the curly good hair and everything like that. I know this type of niggas, man, you know? They got as much love for their black African ancestry as the devil has for holy water. So they come up with this foundational black America. Well, majority of black people in America never heard no foundational black American, you know? There's no such thing as foundational black American culture, you know? It's African American culture. So foundational black American culture just was already here for thousands of years and everything like that. The white man came over here, met us over here, and put us in slavery. Okay. You didn't come from Africa. You didn't bring you over here in slave ships, but you basically were already here, and somebody came from Europe, right, and put you in chains and make you pick cotton for them. Okay. You got people like Iraq. Blacks in America are not all Bantu people, Baruti. We come from all over the continent. We come from West Africa, Central Africa, Southern Africa, Madagascar, all these places like that, you know. Plus, we have like admixture of some European blood and some Native, very little Native American blood. I mean, I got 1% Native American blood in my ancestry. 1%. But a miracle of Black America is, unlike the Dominican Republic and stuff like that, you know, I'm an African American. On this panel, we are African Americans. Let me delete that. On this panel, we're African Americans, you know. There's no FBA here. That African American reigns supreme here on my platform. Yeah, I know I'm an African. I'm an African that was born here for many generations. Unlike you, I know who my great grandfather is. Everything right there in North Carolina for hundreds of years. My ancestors were here since the 1600s in North Carolina and South Carolina and Georgia. The 1600s. My ancestors were the first Africans brought over here from the Angola Congo region. And I'm proud of that. I'm proud of that. When you stand up, the foundational Black American reign supreme or what? You can never reign supreme because you're ashamed of what you are. Anybody basically who's ashamed of what they are, try to change their roots, you will never be a man. You talk about your father was in the military, whatever like that, bro. You are a disgrace. You are a literally running disgrace. Any man that is not proud of what he is, and that's the battle in the future. That's why I try to tell these stupid idiots like Afro Think Tank and all these goofballs that don't sit here and try to fight with College Genesis. College Genesis acknowledged his African roots, his African heritage. That's all you need to know, whether we agree or not. Well, I just say I'm an African. I'm an American of African descent. How about that? You could take the American out. I'm a person of African descent in America with an African heritage. I'm the African experience in America. I'm an African USA person. So that's what I'm saying. My experience, my culture came from is here in America. My roots come from Africa. So that's what makes me an African American. So the bottom line, yeah, I'm proud of that. Saying I'm from Africa, I'm proud of it. At least I can say that. You ain't proud of what you are. There's no damn foundational Black America. What the fuck is a foundational Black American? And what gets me is the foundational Black America. They never go against white people. It's always basically them trying to fight against other Black people, make themselves feel superior to other Black people and stuff. You want to tether yourself to white America's success and everything like that. You have very little to show as far as on the scheme of things in America to be proud of. But when you say, look, we came here under duress, we were kidnapped from Africa, we should have a nation of our own. But since we didn't have a nation of our own, we did the best that we could in America. And then you talk about our achievements in America. And don't say it's all about like you like this master plan called America where you was part of it. Like you were sitting down at the table when the Constitutional Convention was drawn up or the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution was written. You were not. You were in chains. You were brought here from Africa and put in chains to serve the white race. That ain't nothing to be proud of. Only a fool will look at it like, oh, yeah, I was here and this country is a great country. I know. And then at the same time, you ask for reparations. You sound stupid. I don't know, Baruti. That sounds like a race. We're new people now. Black African Americans are new people now. I can't call myself a Bantu. We're two different races of people now. Like what you call that's one thing. The ADOS and people like that do got a point. We are different people than the Africans on the continent. Different mindset, different living experience. That's because we have a different living experience. Once you are a victim of the Ma'afa, the Holocaust, that right there creates a special bond between African Americans. Your ancestors came via the slave ships and crossed over the Atlantic in the Holocaust. If your ancestors didn't cross over the Atlantic in the Holocaust, you're like a distant relative. We're not the same people anymore. We're not the same people anymore. That bottom line is that Ubuntu and all stuff like that, that's never going to work with Black America. It's never going to work. I know that hurts people's feelings when I say that, but I'm just telling you the truth. Once we crossed that Atlantic and had to labor in this country, and Africans never ever gave us sanctuary back to the continent, them ties are severed forever. But we're still Africans in America, right? But our mother continent basically abandoned us. And I'm never going to tell no Black person in America that you got to love Africa, the way I love it. I love Africa, but I can't tell the average Black person to love Africa. I can't do that because Africa has never reached out and did anything for Black America. That's why we have these so-called FBAs and ADOS around. And I don't have no problem with people saying, why can't The Rock just say, I'm an American, for better, for worse. My ancestors came here. I think I like it. I think I made my peace with America, and that's it. And I can respect that. But don't try to come here and erase my history in the process. Don't try to erase who I am to make yourself feel better. That's the problem I have. You trying to erase what I am. Now, if you don't want to be part of Africa, hey, that's fine. You have every right to feel like Africa is a shit to you or whatever like that. You have every right to feel like that. but don't go erasing my heritage. Negro babble. You're not indigenous to America. You basically you were a slave to America. You can't prove what you built. You know. Okay, what did you build? Did you build the railways? Did you build the canals? Did you build a highway system? No. The tall buildings in Manhattan, skyscrapers, was that a foundational Black American who put erected the skyscrapers? Who would you a foundational Black American that built the Golden Gate Bridge in Oakland and San Francisco? No. Did you build a beautiful city of San Francisco? Back in the days when San Francisco used to be one of the beautiful cities in the world. Did you build that? No. Did you build the city of Houston, Texas? No. Show me what you built that you could claim that you built America. You can't. Carl Jensen is on fire tonight. You can't show me anything that you built. There was no evidence that you were here. You have no. You can't go to any place. You can go to Indians, right? They can show you a teepee or a village that's like thousands of years old. You go to the friggin' Grand Canyon, you see cave paintings and rocks of these people who's like this, you know. He said, like I said, this is my land. I am indigenous to it and built it. You know, I want to know, where did you build? You know, that's a question I like to know. What did you build? He can't name one thing that he built. Name something you built. Did you even build 125th Street in Harlem? No, you built nothing. The Rock just wants to be a white guy, you know. Baruzzi, man, stop trying to claim us, dude. When it comes down to it, the Bantu people and all stuff like that didn't help us one bit in building the great culture we have called Black America, African Americans. They didn't help us one bit. Yeah, I'm not going to deny the fact that Black people have roots in the Bantu culture, whatever like that. But the bottom line, evolved into something else. We're a new people. We're a new race. We're a new nation. Everybody wants to claim us. When nobody wants to give us land and talk about what we lost in Africa and stuff like this. No one wants to give us territory and everything. But everybody wants to come here and claim us. That's what's getting so annoying about the African. He doesn't want to give nothing up, but he wants to claim everything we have. Now, when The Rock says Africans have no roots in Africa, so he's sick. He's insane. This is self-hate at its finest. FBA have no roots in Africa. Ghana gave you land. That's not land, bro. Land isn't land to build a state. So the black man in America, in the West, you know, us Westerners have our own thing. We have our own culture. We should be able to marry with ourselves and breed our own race. You know, bring our own race, protect our own race, our bloodlines and race. And you can't give somebody land. Land is taken. However, my whole thing is, I don't think any of these countries is not theirs to give away. You know, because in the future, when it really comes down to it, enough black people I'm talking to saying it's time for us to have our own nation of our own. Once we have our own nation of our own, how it means war, and so be it. It means war. It means bloodshed. means bloodshed. That's what nations are taking. So the bottom line is this, and then there will be the peace. Right now we have nothing. And then people like this, people Africans and everybody else come here. They want what little we got. They come over here. We want to replace the Black America. Like, goddamn. I don't know. Zongo. Most of those people going to Ghana, right, are from the Caribbean. African Americans have no real connection to Ghana. I can just tell them, like, geographically, whatever like that, biologically or not. Most African Americans come from the Congo region, Cameroon, and then the Senegambia region. We're not from Ghana. Most of the people you see in Ghana are these Pan-Africanists who just, we're all one black people from the Caribbean and stuff like that, because they have the same tropical culture, like the islands and stuff like that. That's what it gets on. And then you had Ethiopia, who said he want the black men in the West to have land. He gave land to the Rastafari. What they do with it? Nothing. Why do you think Akon wanted African Americans to come there and build his Akon city? Because he knows African Americans are the only group of people capable of doing something like that. He ain't gonna build nothing with his Senegalese people. He can't get Nigerians together on that scale. The only group of people that's capable of building a nation like that are Black America. Look what happened when it went to what you call the land that was given to the Rastafari. All they did was sit around and smoke ganja all day. Selassie I gave them land. Land. Say, we're gonna help you build this land. They didn't do shit with it, but sit around smoking that ganja, that stupid shit, Rasta culture, Rastafari and shit they practice every day and every night, and the thing, chasing fat white women and shit, on the islands. Yeah, people in the Caribbean and Ghana, they make a good fit, They make a real good fit, it's type of country it is. Black African Americans are industrialized people. We need a place where we could build the sort of country where we could build the sort of industrialized way of life that our people know. We can't go backwards into third worldism. We can't do that. We'll die. Just like bringing a fish into bringing a saltwater fish into freshwater, it'll die. We have to have a situation where we could build for our people, and the only people that know what our people need are fellow Black Americans. We know what our people want. We know what our people needs and wants are. And that goes a long way. I learned a lot on this last trip to Liberia and whatnot. Said, look, I can't put my friggin' people's future in the hands of third world people. I can't do that. Well, I think that's unfair. Not all countries are shitting in the streets, bro. I did not see that in Liberia. Liberia, there was no open defecation, none of that stuff like that in Liberia. So it's not all of Africa, Angola is a very clean country. Rwanda is a very clean country, Botswana is a very clean country. So it's not all African countries are like that, South Africa has a culture close to Black America. I agree. But still, though, there's a thing, though. But they were beaten by the Afrikaners, and they're the majority. And how is it that 8% of the population can control like 90% of the wealth? I know my people. That would never freaking happen, Now people will commit genocide against the whites if that ever happened. I know us. I know how we are. And Black America is a ticking time bomb that's going to one day explode. And when that explodes, it's going to be bloody all over the place. And how it's not going to explode is people come up with this idea that, oh, I was already here. This America loving shit, America loving bullshit. Like The Rock, when I talk about, I'm already here. Oh, Rock, why don't you pull out your American flag and do all that stupid shit, on your own? You know, called Genesis, based on the comments to promote anti-African. No, I'm not promoting anti-African stuff, bro. Let's see. Based on your comments to promote anti-African sentiment of those who throw darts at your African. Yo, the bottom line is this. It doesn't mean like this. I'm like this. We're starting from ground zero. We lost friggin'. Do you understand, Baruti, what our people went through in this country? The Holocaust, when basically even mentioning Africa could get you killed or whipped and everything. That's what you call, that's what we're going through right now in America. We're trying to find out who we are and stuff like that, and still manage to keep our dignity and stuff like this. That's not easy. We all like to be Africans and this uplift, but it don't work like that. That was beaten out of it. It does not help with the fact that we cannot justify because Africa has never stepped up to the plate for Black America and said, you guys are really a part of this and let's do something and everything. It's always what we could do to Africa. Every time I look around, there's some African Americans building a school here in the village or doing something right here and whatnot. And so that's fine. That's fine. But the bottom line is to tell America, for us to make a choice between America and Africa. Africa got to step its game up. And that's the only thing keeping Africa poor is the fact that you got 200 million people in the West right here. Where the Chinese, their diaspora is an integral part of building China. Same thing with Japan and all these other countries, their diaspora. And then nowadays, the diaspora in Africa are the Nigerian immigrants that live in the UK. They're not, and they don't do anything. Everybody, Nigerians, everywhere they go, they're making all this Nigeria worship. And I'm saying to myself, what the hell are you talking about? I don't see any improvement. Why is Nigeria got to still use the Chinese to build their railways if the Nigerians are so smart and so good? Why the Nigerians do? I don't understand. And I'm saying to myself, okay, you got Dangote. They said Dangote's building a refinery. Now they're saying it's delayed, right? Whatever it is delayed. And the refinery was not built by one African contractor, Yeah, what you call it? I love DK, you're right. I love Angola. Angola is probably a perfect country for Black America. The Angolans, they're the only ones reaching out to Black America. But the thing is, there's Black people don't engage them because of the language barrier. That's unfortunate. Angola has plenty of land and plenty of territory. And they told me many years, if you guys, whatever you guys are trying to do in these other countries, build your own towns, you could do that in Angola. We got plenty of resources and territory and space to build for you guys to build what you guys want to do, So, but it's it's a sad situation in Black America right now, sad situation. And Foster says The Rock, yeah, he identifies as Puerto Rico, a Polynesian, because he knows if he identifies fully Black, he wouldn't have a career. And it takes a lot for you to think. Experience in Liberia. I'm sorry. I'm sick and tired of hearing about the Western media. When I go to Liberia or whatever country, you got the Africans got their heads so far up Westerners' ass they can see out of their nose. So we use that. These tactics, everything. Me and tell me we're not smart enough. I'm smart. I'm intelligent. My good brother, spiritual Liberia. You telling me you ain't smart enough to freaking see through the bullshit? I know that. That's what they do. They keep us at odds with each other, whatnot. But why is it Africans, the black people, fall for this stuff all the time? Are we just really? Sometimes I think Sometimes I know this from when you're ready to quit a fight, when you have to spar people. I used to fight all the time, and the person you can't beat, whatever like that, and you want to bow out with dignity, whatever like that. You just stop fighting and whatnot, and hope the person's going to go easy on you, and what you call it, and bow out, and just like you punch drunk and bow out, and you let the person win, so he doesn't basically crush you completely. That's what's happening with the black race. We see these stupid tactics that the West is doing between Africans and African Americans, but we basically bow out because we don't want that smoke, we don't want that fight, and that's what the problem is. We have people that don't want that fight, don't want to answer those questions. And the bottom line is this: I'm looking at what's going on in Kenya right now. The people in Kenya, young people in Kenya. Oh, please! I wasn't in a debate, Knack. You could never leave me punch drunk, Knack. Look. The bottom line is this: the people in Kenya talk about, Gen Z are rising up. Gen Z are rising up. What are they rising up to? Nothing. Do they understand that the African culturally is going to take 100 years before it's able to pull itself out of what they're going through right now? The Asians did in 30 years after the Bandung Conference. Why? Because they had wise men like Lee Kuan Yew and other people, philosophies and everything. Africa doesn't even have the intellectual capacity to free itself, the cultural capacity. You mean to tell me you haven't figured out that, look, there is no Kenya, there's no Nigeria, there's no Sudan. These are all black countries. There's Europe and there's Africa. And the bottom line is we have to build a pipeline between the lost Africans of the West and everything like that. Since Africa decided it doesn't want to do that, and all everybody wants to do is hold on to their little fiefdom and make their own deals with the Europeans, that's what you have. And so the bottom line is now it's too late for these so-called young people, so-called rising up in Kenya. You're wasting your time. The deals are already etched in stone for the next 100 years. And the bottom line is this: it's not going to do Africa much good. People, why do you think the people in South Africa rejected Julius Malema? Dude, you can't come here. Oh yeah, we need to take white people's land without compensation. So are you stupid? You got white people producing all the wealth through the farms and the production of food and everything, feeding half the sub-region and whatnot. And we're supposed to just do that so we can starve, So the bottom line is, like I said, we had Lozy on the day confirm what I was talking about. The average black person in South Africa is smart enough to know what the fuck. They're not gonna listen to Julius Malema. He sounds good, but we don't have intelligent people. Julius Malema is somebody that was created in the '60s, and now in the '90s, in the 2000s, and the 2010s, whatever, 2020s, and everything like that. We should the black South Africans 30 years since Mandela, 30 years ago, this past April, 30 years since the apartheid government failed and whatnot, and they're still talking about land redistribution and wealth. 30 freaking years. That's 2 generations. So I don't know what these people talk about. Yeah, we need to go to Africa or whatnot, and Africa don't got its shit together. And I'm just being honest with you. And much as I'm a Pan-Africanist, I'm a real. I love my people enough to tell you the truth. There's nobody basically. What happened to Liberia? Hold up. What happened to Liberia when they gave authority? Look, the bottom line is this. Even right now, the President Buckeye, it's old man, but he's doing the best he can. He just imported a whole bunch of bulldozers and everything. You got George Weah, who just came back. Spirits Liberia. I think you need to understand. I'm the authority on Liberia, bro. I see things you don't see. I know you got property there, you're building and stuff like that, but I see things. I'm connected in Liberia. I had a business conference there, and I'm connected to high level people there. And the bottom line is this. You got George Weah coming back to Liberia for what? Not even 8 months into Bokai's presidency, and he's already talking about a comeback and whatnot, and stirring up friggin' unrest in the country. So the country cannot get one because the African mind does not think about what's best for Liberia, anything like that. They only think about how they're going to gain power by getting the office and looting the country for themselves. I've seen it with my own eyes firsthand. I know this stuff firsthand because I get reports from Liberians every friggin' day. My BAIO chapter there in Liberia gives me reports every day of what's going on. And that's what's a sad situation. And I said to myself, what can we do? What can we do? Now, we can just keep doing what we're doing right now. I got a lot of people that invest in Liberia. They go there on vacation. I took a group of 17 people to Liberia back in March to the time of their life and everything. That's as far as we can go. As far as like building anything on any level that Black America could put anything, I don't seriously doubt it. I really seriously doubt it. He said, I left Liberia about a week ago. I was there for 3 months. Bro, let me tell you that the mind, some Liberians can't think. That's why I'm only with Liberians that I know. My partner, Sam Cooper, he owns like several buildings in Monrovia and whatnot. Gave me one of them, basically. And he owns property, farms, a 200-acre farm in Marshall. The bottom line, Sam is that's my partner. We've known each other for years and stuff like that. And I got a team on the ground and stuff like that. Nakmeezy, I've always been like this. I never told anybody. I was never a bum rush the coast type of Negro. I was never that bum rush the coast type of Negro. I said we could do this and we could do that if you want to, but it's not necessary part of our survival. It's not. I'll be honest with you, I used to think so, but it's not vital to us or whatnot, because it was vital to us, and Africans will be acting a certain way, like it was vital to us. It is what it is. Carl, the first Africans forcibly to the British North. I know that. Those are my ancestors. My ancestors came from Angola. My ancestors came in the 1600s from some of them came directly from Angola and the Congo. Some of them were in the Cuban islands prior to that, and they came to the coastline of Georgia, South Carolina, and North Carolina 400 years ago. So people, our ancestors here. Your ancestors brought here the thing. What I say about Angola got good infrastructure and a low population. And they got that Dos Santos chick is going on trial. They got billions of dollars that the government of Angola is going to recover, billions of dollars that they're going to recover from the Dos Santos people and stuff like that. Sonacol probably broken up and whatnot. Black people in America, I have Angolan partners said, we need Black people in America that can basically come in and be partnered with Sonacol. They want to rearrange the board of directors and stuff like that. It was complete opportunity for Black Americans and Africans to get in on the oil business in Angola. But I could not get anybody because people are so freaking stupid. We're all over the place. We're all over the freaking place, But all right, Greg, Conspiracy, like, you're a good brother, man. I know I read your comment, I see you weren't arguing with me. Yeah, the mentality of some Liberians is just like so gone. And that's just not just like picking on Liberians. That's the whole goddamn continent, They don't think about shit long term. All they care about is what's in front of them, South Africa has a huge Black middle class. They call them Black diamonds. However they made their money, They satisfied with being partnered with whites after apartheid for 30 years. They begin into banking, logistics, shipping. and everything. They want a modern way of life. Why they want that fight? That's not their fight. You know, that's not their fight. You know, so now Julius Malema, like Lozy was saying, he's one of them. He's one of these people that grew up rich and everything, but he wants to tell Africans, "Oh, we got to do this." No, just tell Julius to be honest with yourself. Look, we the Black Diamonds got ours, right? And the bottom line, what's left? Y'all may not have anything, you know. We don't know what the thing is. The infrastructure is still based on white supremacy. The railway line, two main railway lines that go from Cape Town to the interior, from Durban and Cape Town to the interior, controlled by whites, you know. The same trading patterns and everything that existed since the 1930s still exists. All they did was put a blackface on it. You know, Cecil Rhodes' spirit is still alive. So the bottom line is this, and South Africa is completely divested from the rest of Africa. There's no South African city that's, you look at Johannesburg, Mopti of Angola, they should have daily flights coming in out between those two cities. What you call Harare, Zimbabwe, they should have back and forth, you know, all that Gaborone, whatnot. There should be so much business going between those. But South Africa is completely divested from the continent. It doesn't even have the, you know, doesn't even bother saying, look, 30 years ago, they should have said, look, we're going to build a corporate Southern African regional corporation made up of investors and stakeholders and a consortium, and from the whole entire people in the region, and integrate the region as far as transportation, logistics, and everything like that. You know, sales, marketing, and whatnot. You know. Lozy, you got to come up here and explain that, you know. But I want to tell you, even though the South African blacks, yeah, they made a lot of money to black economic empowerment. They got the bag. I give them that. But still, the infrastructure is still controlled by the whites. So we got to admit that. Stock exchange and the railways, you know, and the mines and stuff like that, you know. We have to discuss that, you know. Yeah, those things like asset management, but where are they asset? You know, South Africa has managed assets in their country for people from all over the world. Some people from all over the world have assets in South African gold and South African platinum and minerals and everything added to their portfolio. That's how they had so many billions of dollars to invest. South Africa is so rich because unlike other African countries where they built a modern financial system, and with that financial system, they were able to float bonds, the bonds that they raised, the municipal bonds they raised, right? They was able to pay those bonds back because of the interest and everything that they made off these investments and everything. And South Africa being the engine for the whole sub-region, they was able to pay these bonds back. So they got a modern infrastructure. You look at Durban. I said, how the hell did Durban in the 1950s look so friggin' beautiful, that colonnade and everything like that? How the hell did that happen? You know, because they floated bonds. They could pay the bonds back because they had gold, they had mines, they had all stuff like this. Modern financial infrastructure. And they were smart. You know what they did was the Boers and the Afrikaners knew they weren't that smart, but they would go recruit somebody for a scientist from Poland. They was recruit friggin' a chemist from Germany. They make it a safe haven for white intellectuals and white to settle there. Africa and black Africa is just the opposite. They've never said we're going to build an economy, but we're going to reach out to the black HBCUs in America and build our economy. So there's no reason why the Congo isn't rich like friggin' South Africa. Hold up, Lozy. Hey, what's going on, brother?
Good, brother Carl. How are you, brother?
Doing good.
No, man, you're becoming my favorite man on these spaces. I mean, I always understand your point you're coming from, your perspective, and And I think it's all about sharing information. We will get there, and you coming from a correct angle. It's just that maybe because you mostly you enriched with the knowledge in West Africa, but overall you also know about Southern Africa, East. Just few little things that I can just give you on, the information. But you are 100% correct when you said in South Africa we're still fighting for the land, man. We need to get our act together, and that's the part that is important. That's why I never come on these streets and encourage Black Americans to leave USA and come to Africa. And Black Americans live in USA to Africa. In any way you see it is a downgrade. You get my point. It's like it's not gonna be the best decision. They can still make it. The dollar can take you far, but America is still the best from all aspects of life. There's few countries like Botswana, Namibia, South Africa, Morocco, Gabon, Mauritius, Seychelles, Tunisia. These are countries that they can still have a comfortable life, but it's still not better than many states in USA. But when it comes to Black South Africans on our own, in terms of the service wealth, I'm talking about the assets that were accumulated in the current systems of our economies, be it globally or the financial aspect of it. We have the total wealth if we convert to our assets in dollars. But in terms of who owns what, talking about commodities, many Africans are, of course, in position of owning more of their natural resources because they don't have whites there. They do have a white global system supremacy that it's also holding them, but they don't really have whites on their land competing for their resources. So if the system was to change tomorrow, they are in a better position because they don't have 5 million white people pressing them and needing to deal with it. While we have accumulated the most assets now currently in this system, we still have good white people on our back.
I'll be honest with you. It's a catch-22.
Yes,
because the bottom line is with whites come the modernization of the economy, and what you call stuff like that, But what I worry about is okay, in South Africa, at least you have a modern economy.
Who's this experienced Liberia? You see.
Oh, he's a good friend of mine.
Yeah, you see, Carla, for me, I'm just sick and tired of Africans not being honest. Yeah. You see the problem I have, Carla. Carla, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Carla, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Carla, the problem I have with blacks is the dishonest. Everybody wants to defend their country or their people. No one really tells the truth. And experienced Liberia that knows little about I have achieved in our economy, our country as a whole. So I don't think he's in a position to speak for us. I can't speak for Liberia and Liberians. I'm not much knowledge about what is going on there. And if we have to talk about the current economic color and you break the hierarchy of blacks, Black Americans sit on top, as I was saying, the current systems and having money, assets, and the total wealth itself. You hold the dollar. You hold the most dollar if we speak about Black people. You guys, you spend more dollar. Almost annually, Black Americans spend more dollar than the entire economy of Africa. Your total wealth.
Remember the movie Black Panther came out? The movie was the first Marvel movie to gross $1 billion. Almost none of the money on the global markets came out of Africa. I was shocked. And then Africans tried to tell me, it's because we were bootlegging the movie. I said, well, a movie that showcased Africa, why is it Africa? I thought that, because people tell me about Nollywood. Yeah. Hold on, bro.
Okay. Because Carla, your timing of these streams is always compromised, because this narrative.
Yeah, which we call
very. Africans are very ignorant. It's like we ignorant about Americans. You see. Let me just. Correct. It's own the most wealth anyway. It's not even a competition. Whites own the most wealth of the entire Africa, including Ghana. The blacks in Ghana cannot be compared to us in total wealth. In fact, the total wealth in the hands of black South Africans overweighs the entire West Africa. If we have to talk about wealth, I'm not even talking about GDP. I'm talking about wealth in assets form. The wealth that are listed on the assets, our stocks exchange, it destroys the entire West Africa combined. And people don't really do research. They just have these views. When you look at South Africa,
Oh, see, I know that. I know South Africa's economy. I've been studying South Africa years, and the bottom line is South Africa has the only industrialized economy on the continent. And when you have an industrialized economy, and people are is pegged to your stock exchange, and people are able to have access to credit and capital and stuff like that, you got people coming in. South Africa used to be the number one place for foreign direct investment. Like I said, it had 20% return on investment. South Africa have a 20% return. Okay, do you know the rand in the 70s? The rand was equal to the dollar.
Yeah, those things, the currencies, Carla, those things are all manipulated. Like, let me.
No, but the thing is, they said there was enough rand, right, to cover any dollar amount, because America, remember something, in the 70s, America was going through inflation because of the Vietnam War. And so,
Carla, let me just address Zongo. Zongo, your own Ghana as a country, he must check this, man. Just type total wealth of Ghana. You will see that you are below 100 billion US dollars. Black South Africans, our assets in total wealth is more than 450 billion. Nigeria, which is the wealthiest in West Africa, has got more than 200 million black people. Their total wealth, Color, if we talk about the assets, the money that they have, not the GDP stuff, it's less than 250 billion US dollars. These are assets that are managed and can be what is the word, man? They can be praised, so we shouldn't just say things for sake of saying these things. I do a lot of research, and I think people like Zongo do more research, brother, because I don't just speak out of ignorance. But carry on, Carl.
So people, like I said, we as the black race, I think, you know what it is, bro? I think for the most part, we have never accepted the world the way it is. The world's not going to go back to freaking wait to make us comfortable. If we don't get our act together, we're going to be freaking destroyed. We need bank. That's like when black people say, "Oh, the global banksters." Well, okay, if you believe the banksters are banksters, where's your banks? Bank infrastructure. That's what infrastructure is all about. It's about war. You know what I'm saying? You're industrialists.
Yeah, and Carla, we're never going to leave the service-based economy. That when we say you are wealthy in the dollar, even when the system is still then trying to change globally, they will still those dollars will still have it will still be a base of wealth in the new system. They will never collapse it. That's why when people say we are rich in gold, we are rich in diamond, it's useless when you don't have the system to back that up. And that's the reality we need to wake up to.
Yeah, diamonds is only as good as you can put value on it. You know what I'm saying? If a person, if you're still reliant on somebody to buy your diamonds, he's the one to hold the value. We say it's worth this. What are you gonna do about it? We're gonna sell your diamonds to.
Exactly.
And so that's what I'm talking about. Same thing with gold and all these other things that have intrinsic value and everything. Now, one good bright spot was the fact that at one time, like China was going to be the jewelry capital and stuff like that as an alternative. Africans didn't take that ball and run with it. Instead, they let China come in and rape the continent, Instead of playing strategically to penetrate Chinese markets, because how can you do that if you don't really have real businessmen, Everybody can't be,
And you know why Black Americans cannot really come into Africa and thrive like these other groups? It's the same thing we always discuss, Kala. In Africa, we don't own the trade unions in Africa. We don't own our harbors. We don't own those things. The Chinese, they get in, succeed. The Indians, The whites, they control most of this stuff.
They control the logistics.
The logistics of it. And that's the most important thing. Hence,
in the Bandung Conference, have you ever heard of the 1955 Bandung Conference in Jakarta, Indonesia? That there set Asia on a course that it is right now. And
okay.
One of the things that they talked about was logistics. That means we're going to have to work together to make sure the shipping and everything like that, the transfer of money, transfer of goods, break-in, warehouse, and everything is in Asian indigenous hands. In other words, see, in Africa, they let the Europeans still keep their businesses and all that stuff in place while they gave you some fake independence.
Yeah, that's why it's easy for white people now to prop up Cape Town and make Cape Town richer. Cape Town soon is going to be richer than Johannesburg because they can change the logistics and make the Durban harbor, for example, they can cut the logistics there and increase the logistics in the Western Cape. You get my point. These are strategic key areas.
Yeah, go ahead, give experience in Liberia. What's wrong? Long time no hear.
I know, right? My brother from Liberia. How you doing?
Yeah, I was there in Liberia for like a month back in March and April. We had a tour with Bomani. We did Bomani's tour.
I mean, I mentioned before I got to get a hold and make sure that I get with you guys. But I was there remodeling the house and everything. But like I said before on the statement, I wasn't arguing with you. I was saying.
I apologize about that.
Right.
I don't read the whole thing. So, I don't read nothing.
You already know what I'm. So to the brother that's on the show right now, I don't see your name up, but
Losey.
Losey. It's no argument, but the thing is, right? Like we're saying, we all know what good is it to have the money that coming in. Oh, we produced this. We got 50 million. But what's good with if you got 50 million and your people are still suffering and you're not in control of your infrastructure? It's a waste.
Yeah, but those are the things I like to argue because it's easy to just say that when you don't do research. It's like the same thing people will say Black Americans suffer and all that. It's easy to say those things. Well, there's no Black people who live better than Black Americans. So when other Black people say such things, it sounds like ignorant to me because even in Africa, there's no Black people who match the standards of living of Black South Africans. So why are you saying as if we are the most suffering? That's the point. And Black South Africans don't own the entire infrastructure of South Africa. That's true. There's no Blacks in Africa who own their infrastructure. I do projects across Africa. DRC is the most based, and my projects are based in construction. I can tell you who's building there and who's funding the most projects. And most of the time, it's these international corporates and investors. It's similar to South Africa. It's just that South Africa is where the base is being built. So you look at Johannesburg Stock Exchange, it's above $1 trillion. And that's where most of our assets are listed. You go across Africa, there's no country that has got assets such as like that. South African assets manager has invested in West Africa. You look at Ivory Coast, you look at Nigeria itself, you look at Ghana. We are one of the biggest investors there. Some projects I can name them from top of my head. I can call them out. You don't find many Blacks across Africa having such investment, like direct investment, like Black South Africans. What you see is that you might find a community of few Ghanaians, few Nigerians, a few people from Senegal in South Africa doing some mini business like owning saloons, security guards, few, but it's not in billion assets. Black South Africans have got billions of wealth assets invested in West Africa, Central Africa, SADC, even East Africa as far as Kenya. And these are the kind of information many of you don't have.
Well, how come they don't come? How come they don't come to Liberia? Maybe I try to get Black South Africans to come to Liberia. That's a perfect country because it's like,
it's a very good country.
It's a very good country as far as like investment. But if it had really good investors and everything like that, so like they really would be on its way. If it had really good development partners and private sector investors.
Yeah, Carla, I'll say this. I don't know in the technical aspect of that, and I'm sure you're right because I don't hear the name of Liberia propping up much when I trace our investment. Recently, Ivory Coast has been one of our biggest trading partner. I think even in 2019 or 2020, Ivory Coast in West Africa was our biggest trading partner, whereas traditionally was always Nigeria. So we have ventured into, and Ivory Coast is a francophone country. Remember, historically, these things play a huge role. But we have done some deals there. What I'm trying to say to the brother is that black South Africans, we have got big problems, especially because we live with whites here. But I'm trying to say that there's this notion of looking of taking things with the face value, where we just run with ideas like white people own the economy of South Africa. Many people cannot break that down, and I can break that down to you. What they mean by that is that it's not the local whites that have got the most wealth in South Africa. The local whites in South Africa have got the most wealth per capita as compared to us. But the total wealth of it's not them, it's black South Africans. But they are still the second most wealthy group. And you look at their 5 million or 7 million number, however that number is, you compare to us, their wealth is almost total to ours. That means when you break it down per capita, we're not even close to them when we talk about wealth per capita. That's why when it comes to corporate, they can move better, they can produce more billionaires and more millionaires than us when we have got a larger population to look after. The other important thing is this. The most people who own the economy, they come in also from the international side, the Western white people, America, UK, France, and all those areas. And you also have got the Asians invested in our stock exchange. The biggest bank, the richest bank in Africa, it's called Standard Bank. The largest asset shareholder there, it's China. And the second largest shareholder is PIC, which is the Public Investment Corporate Management of South Africa. It's dominated by black South African taxpayers. Imagine the biggest bank in Africa by assets and investment. The largest shareholder is China. So you can see that, as Kala said, our economy, we opened up our economy. We went to the global, we joined the globalists. And once you do that, you don't own your economy. You work on building other countries, and that's what happened to us. But we are still, in terms of the total wealth, because the economy of South Africa is big. We have penetrated so many regions across Africa. We still are the wealthiest blacks in Africa if we talk about the total wealth. And this information, people don't even know this kind of things. They just take things at the face value.
Excuse me.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm not disputing what you're saying, because I got a friend that went to college with me. He's over there. He's in to marry a wife over there. So I recognize what you're saying on that aspect. But overall, there's still people suffering. They're still not getting it. Just listen. I listen to you. Hear me out so I can make my premise on my point. Why is Julius Malema out there at the forefront and screaming and talking about what needs to be done? Because this is where I'm coming from. Because now you're talking about.
Yeah, he's gonna break down Julius Malema.
You don't know anything about Julius Malema, man. Come on.
No. Listen. Can I finish? Y'all putting words in my mouth.
Yeah, I don't have enough time. Just try to talk fast, brother, because I have to run.
Here's the thing, because you made a statement and you talked about black people from Africa, all right? Or black people in America. You don't know my story. You don't know my history. You see what I'm saying? Because even though I'm in America, but I trace my lineage. I'm from the east coast of Africa. I'm 99.4% Mozambican. You see what I'm saying? I couldn't have done that if I hadn't had the research and able to do that. But yet and still, I possess the knowledge and the information of me being an ancestor of slaves that's in America, of knowing how this thing works, how they have collaborated to steal the wealth and to manipulate us against each other to dominate the forces, right? To take, because like you said, hold on, you said all these numbers, and that's good that South Africans are doing their thing and they produce and they getting money, but yet and still, you still see the white boards or whoever you want to call them still hold power. And when you got 90, it's like where I'm from. I'm in Alabama. Listen. I'm in Alabama, right?
Try to be fast, because try to speak fast.
Can I finish?
Do it fast. I have to leave, brother. That's my point.
I let you talk. You talk for like 30 minutes on what you want to talk about.
It's about you getting
let him finish his point up. I want you to respond about Julius Malema.
But can you be fast, brother, about your point so that we can engage? I have to go very soon, man. That's my point.
Okay.
All your points fast. It's easy to break down your points. Just do it fast. That's all I'm saying, so that I can.
You
respond.
wasn't fast. You talk your whole spiel. You wasn't fast. You just.
But I was fast. I'm fast in my delivery. You know, brother. That's all I'm saying.
We're not making any progress here.
Here's the thing. I respect you, Lozy. I'm not going to do that. Here's the thing. All I'm saying is, anybody that's fighting for us, they see something. Even though I may not agree with every point that College Genesis may have or you may have, but I respect you because you still come from the struggle. You understand? You may not grew up in the region that I'm in, but you're still suffering under those that control power over your country, those that have influence over your country. And we already know that, right? We can look at Africa as a continent as a whole. Africa is the heartbeat of every people on the planet. But yet and still, where is our just due? Why is it that you got us living in the Stone Ages, the same as us as Americans, African Americans that's here in America, yet and still, we still considered as second-class citizens, and you can bring Ukrainians in and give them money that has never touched foot on the soil over us. So they put it in your face. So let me finish. They put it in your face what they think about you. Can I finish my thought?
Okay. But you say the things you say, I agree, and I'm not talking about that. I don't know why you're telling me that. We all know that. Why are you telling me those things? Because no blacks are free. No blacks are free.
You made a statement. You made a statement. I'm going off your statement of why I'm talking about Liberia and it's about South Africa. You see, that's the problem. You're not thinking like they thought about when they came and divided up Africa. They thought about themselves as Europeans. And they divided up the country of Africa and they separated. That's why they still stealing from the country today. You're looking at me as a African American, not thinking of me as an African that has been taken and going. And that's why we can't make it to where we're going. And that's all I'm saying.
Look, brother, all I was saying is that why is it easy for someone to say, oh, black Americans are not doing well, they're doing poor. Black South Africans are not doing well, they're doing poor. But when we bring the numbers to say, you know what, these are actually the most successful black, that doesn't mean blacks are doing well. I'm not saying that. Generally, we're not compared to other races. I'm just saying these stereotypes, we need to stop just taking things at the face value. Blacks, Americans are the most successful blacks. There's nothing wrong with it. That doesn't mean all of a sudden I'm saying all blacks are doing well, black Americans are doing. No, we still need to fight. I'm not saying any of what you say. All I'm saying is that these things we take at face value, it's not true. Because when you look at the most successful blacks among blacks, is that the same blacks we always centralize the information about the blacks we always talk about. They're actually the most successful blacks when you compare to other blacks. What you are talking about.
Let me stop
I got in because Angola was mentioned. But you have to understand where I come from.
I understand where you're coming from, but now you're changing. You're moving the goalpost. You're moving the goalpost because that's not what you said in the initial point. You said about my statement. My statement, what I made about Liberia, and that's why I told Carla, listen, my brother. Okay, I'm not. I appreciate you. I'm with you. I'm here to support whatever you got. I'm on the same page as you, because trust me.
What's the argument? Because all I was saying is that even like in Liberia, blacks in Liberia are not successful than us. They're not successful more than black Americans. Why are we always centralizing the conversation around blacks in the areas that are?
If you go back and you look at my statement, sir, I say it has a lot to do with the Western influence. And that's when Carlos said that why they can't think like us, like me and you. That's basically what he was saying, because like I said, I agree with your point. They need to wake up, because I said I was there for 3 months. I saw the mind mentality of some of them. And I always tell them when I go there, like, look, why do y'all look for the West to be your savior? The West is nothing but an opportunity for you to go to make money until you get into that dream of what you think is going to become a nightmare. Then you see the reality of what you were dreaming about.
Were you there when that thing went down in Cape Mount, the mining situation, the riot?
Excuse me.
Huh?
Excuse me. What you say?
Were you there when that thing went down in the Cape Mount? But two things went down at Cape Mount. That white boy who tried to rape that black girl, tried to kill his that black girl's girlfriend, tried to slit her throat, Jessica.
Oh, you talking about he cut her throat? No, I wasn't there when he did that. But see, but here's the thing, right? On there, I'm glad you brought that up because I brought that up to them. Some of them didn't even know what went down. This is how clueless that they are there because they put out what they want the people to know, right? But here is a so-called Christian or whatever. I can go with a derogatory term and I can say this person. This is not College Genesis saying it. It's me as a person on this show. And I already know how you going to say I shouldn't say that, but I'm going to say it as a devil that learned the spirituality of Africans and they transformed it into a religion and took it and brainwashed us back with it. Came there and did what he did to a female. Now, some of that has to go to because everybody's at fault. You got to look at the whole situation because 24 years of military, you have to critically think and analyze how did this situation go down. One, poverty. Poverty will make you make a lot of bad choices in life just to survive. And that choice ultimately fell on the parents because you are the parents because she was still living with the parents and they wanted a better way out. Here it is, a Christian NGO come over. He said he likes my daughter, whatever, go through. He said he want to claim that he want to get a second marriage and all this stuff. But any kind of crazy that the wife wasn't there when he was making that decision. But yet and still, that's not strange, but it still can be kind of strange, right? But you do all this. Then when the female becomes pregnant, and then that's when all hell breaks loose. Okay, and you do what you do.
I'm about to go, man. All I was saying is that on my side, it's easy. It's always easy to say Black Americans are poor, Black South Africans are poor. But when we start to break down the wealth and who's actually doing well, oh, we are all Africans. We mustn't say that. That's all I was arguing. I was saying it's easy to just point that group and say they're doing that and that. But once you bring in numbers, once you talk about the reality, the topic always said, oh, we are all Africans. Don't say that. We are all in the same boat. That was what I was saying.
Let me say this, Lozy, right? And I'm seeing this with a lot of West Africans, right? Particularly Nigerians. You know, they go around talking about on TikTok, talking about and they're being gassed up by Europeans. Nigerians so successful. Nigerians so successful. Whatnot. Nigeria is the powerhouse of Africa, and I'm saying, how? You know, I'm saying no. So
I don't see it. I don't see it.
I don't see it either. You know, I'm saying so. But the bottom line, then we
Carla. I mean, if African Americans are successful in America, why are they complaining all the time?
You know, look, it's a sport. You know,
I mean, so you can't just speak on both.
Let me tell you something.
Just because you are complaining doesn't mean you're not doing well. They know they can get better.
Well, they always complain,
and they've got
they are speaking on American standard.
Hold on.
That's the conversation.
Let me say.
Can I ask a question?
The big
Who said the African Americans are successful? Who said that?
It's me. I said compared to other blacks. I said compared to other blacks. Which blacks are more successful than Black Americans? I mean,
if you say they have a better living condition, that's really understandable. But success is kind of relative.
Let's not do the bubble kumbaya. Which blacks are more successful than Black Americans?
It's really
name
relative.
The blacks that
a
are
lot
more
of them
successful
complain. You just heard Carla saying that he wanted land to have some kind of sovereignty. You know, they don't have that success that Africans do have. No,
Black Americans. Stop wasting time. Name me the blacks that are more successful than Black Americans. Why we like to do this?
Well, it depends on what you define success.
Those
living condition. Carla was just complaining about they don't have land. I'm saying, well, Ghana gave you land.
Well,
most of your DNA
let me clear that up, right? When I say, okay, Black people in America, people understand something, right? It's disheartening for us, right? Because those of us who are Black nationalists and everything, That's why we reach out to Liberia. We look at that history like, wow, we built a nation of our own. Imagine if we really went forward and did this, right? Made this like a Dubai and went over the years. We have something of our own. There's nothing that I can say in America, right, that we have or had where like that where white people can't take away from us or claim to it. Let me give you a perfect example of what I'm talking about, right?
on it. Speak on it.
You take us out. Somebody made a comment about it was a type of music in America. It was blues, right? And this white guy said, this is typical American music. And the comment section was like, no, this is Black American music. You see how we don't have nothing for ourselves? It's like when we have something, everybody's entitled to it.
Well, I mean, you're part of America anyway. So,
well,
I mean,
but that doesn't mean
you're going to be viewed as American music.
Can I go?
Well, Kyle, let me make this point. Right? Because it seems to me that most Black Americans do not speak as a collective. Yeah, some of them that want to identify with the continent, and some do not. There is a section of Black Americans that went to Liberia, and you and I know what happened when they went there, right? Now, Ghana tried to extend their hand in inviting a lot of Black Americans, and like you said, Black Americans are first world people. They can't just adjust their standard to meet third world standard. That's really understandable, but that's the best that the groups of Africans can do for you guys. Now, if you are first world people, well, you have to apply first world standard to your people. The Jews did it. The Jews did it. The Jews did it. There are proper channels you can follow to get things done.
Work with the Black people in America to develop those standards and everything like that. And listen, like right now,
well, we can only offer you what we have. If you can't adjust yourself to meet our standard, well, then you have to apply your first class standard to meet your own needs as well.
Yeah, but we can't do that because we don't have any. Do we have any representation in Ghanaian Parliament? No.
Speak on it.
Do we have any representation locally? Well, we have police. We have a council.
Well, it's not going to happen that way. It's not going to happen that way. It's
see, that's what I'm saying.
Why? See, let me say something. You see what I'm saying? We keep saying that it won't happen that way, but for European, it always happened for them. Why is that?
Yet the white guy can come there and become a chief in Ghana and whatnot.
Why is that?
Well, most of their DNA, I mean, that's what most Black Americans say, do not origin from that. So if anything at all, the Ghanaian government did a nice gesture to them. That's a nice gesture.
Yeah,
that's the best they can
gesture, do. And the bottom line was Ghana makes a lot of money off of Black people.
And I think that's the proper way to kind of address the Black American issues, because a lot of them cannot claim the entirety of Africa, right? Where you find your DNA, that's where you're gonna claim some kind of like reparations from that region. It can't be the entirety of the continent. It just doesn't work that way. I'm sorry.
Well, it just seems like Africans, you would say like that. It seems like the Africa belongs to you and not us. That's what I get.
That's not what I mean.
The way you just said that.
We are having a real conversation, Kala. We are coming to
he sound like he has the right to tell us. But I don't think it's any part of Africa is your right to tell us anything. That's what I feel.
Would you understand
what I mean? Let me chime in. Let me chime in.
What I mean when I say Black Americans are the most successful Blacks.
Well, it depends on what you define. It depends what you define.
And I think a lot of it.
There's no definition. There's no definition. You look at the standards of living. You look at the American class.
In other words, you are basing success on standard of living. Well, you just heard Kylie complain about they don't have land. Most Black Americans do have standard of living. They don't have land. They always complain about sovereignty.
Can I chime in real quick?
That's kind of relative to them. That's not success.
Let me chime in real quick.
Jews who are highly educated, let me say this, who are highly educated, right? Got everything. You go to Westchester, New York, Jews own everything, right? Why is it those same Jews, right, care about a patch of land in the Middle East called Israel, in a desert land and whatnot? Why they donate Jews from around the world, support that state? Why? Because they want a homeland of their own, just as identity. You guys don't understand that.
But that's what I'm saying, because I just heard you that you guys are you are new people now, so it seems like you want to identify yourself as a Black, just like
we should have a.
No, I don't have no disagreement. I don't have no disagreement. Wait.
What do you mean by new people? That's the wrong term of words. You say
no,
new
that's what
people.
Carla said. That's what he said.
What I meant was, what I meant was that let's say like
Not
a
the same
sojourner
tribe,
people.
like a
When you have
different tribal people,
when
right?
you have a sojourn, right? We come from
Mhm.
all different tribes in Africa, right? But
Right.
our sojourn experience produces mindset, the African American mind, right? And I've been doing
Mhm.
this for so many decades, right? And I realized, right, that part
Mhm.
of the problem is I said, why can't Africans see what I see? And then it
Mhm.
dawned on me just after the trip to
Yeah,
Liberia
but
that
Carla,
we have
man,
a different mind than them,
if
you
your
know?
people if your people came from the region of Liberia, man, you just have to claim Liberia. Don't
No, but
claim the
hold on, no, we
entirety
don't come from there.
of
We
the.
settled there and we built this
Listen.
country.
Man, I mean, that's the best. I mean,
Let me see,
because like
Pop. Let me see.
the Jews were
Let me see.
scattered everywhere in the Middle East, but just they just had a portion of land that they claim as their
Well, yeah,
homeland.
they claim
Okay, hold on,
you
What
hold
see,
on, hold on,
what
hold on, my
color?
brother.
What color?
do you know
The
the Jews,
Jews,
the
the
state
Jews
of
had a,
Israel was originally supposed to be in Kenya,
like, what
Uganda.
Schooling,
my
schooling,
argument is
schooling.
they
They
were
wanted our
first
homeland.
where they were first class people just like Black Americans, and they use proper channels within the first class system to address their
How do you
issues.
figure
Black
that? How do
Americans,
you figure that? How do you figure that, my brother? See, here's the
man,
thing. Now you got to
something
go back.
this
Listen,
something.
listen. Now you got to go back and you got to do the research. You understand? Now let's go back. And this is what a lot of people fail to do, right? So now we got to look at where did they establish themselves? Where did they come from? They're Khazars. And how did they become Jewish? They was pitted
Yeah,
between
but
two nations. Hold on,
we
hold
don't
on,
want to
hold
go
on.
to
Hold on, my
all
brother.
this.
I let you talk. I let you talk. I'm from school because you made the statement. You made a statement that's disrespectful to the true Jews. Now, here's the
Oh
thing.
my
Hold,
God!
hold on.
Come on,
Hold,
so you
hold
are the
on.
Jew now. But that's not what I'm talking about. Let's not
Hold
deflect.
on.
Let's
Listen,
not play
this is what.
semantics.
See,
That's not what I'm
first,
talking
see,
about.
listen. You being
Let's not play
disrespectful
semantics.
because here's the thing. Here's the thing. You have to understand if they're doing what they're doing. They stole the history from somebody. I didn't say it's me. I said they stole it from the true Jews, but I know the history because they wrote it down, right? And it was the same brothers that came through and defended them to help them to get out of their situation. So now let's go back in history because you made a statement that you really didn't do your research on, because if you did, you would know how they got established. You'll know how they got established. They had to choose between Muslim and Christian. And the king at that time decided that, well, I'm not going to choose either or. I'm going to go with a different religion. That's how they came to be. That's how they moved into Germany, and that's how they took over. Now let's look at the history behind that. Now I open up a can of worms here, and I'm sorry, Carla, for doing that, but I need people to understand. You need to go back and really look at what happened in Germany
So
for that
now,
war to take
so
up. No, listen,
who
my
are the
brother,
real
listen, my
Jews?
brother.
Now? Is it Black Americans? Is that Black Americans
Listen,
now? They are the real Jews
listen.
now.
Did
I'm
I say
asking you a
that?
question.
Did
I
I
So
say that? I said you're being disrespectful
to the
to the
real Jews.
Jews.
Oh
That's
well,
what I said.
that's not what I'm
So
saying. I
here's
mean,
the thing. Listen, my brother. Listen, my brother. You spoke for quite some time. Hear me out. All I'm asking you to have an open mind because you may not have ran across this information. I take in all type of information. Then I do my research and see if there's any validity to what they're saying. This is what we fail to do. We'll go through and we'll watch some person on screen that they done propagated and put out there towards us, and we go with that. You understand?
well,
I
let's
served
not play
20.
semantics. Let's
Okay.
not play semantics. Wait. You know, you know damn well what I'm referring to when I say the Jews, right? They also had a plight in the past. You know, they
Listen,
became
my
minorities.
brother.
Wait. Let me make my
No,
statement.
my brother. You
They
talk
became
for a whole
minorities.
period
They
of
became
time.
wait, but I'm just trying to draw a parallel between the plight of the Jews with African Americans'
Well,
plights too as well.
your statement should have been
And
that.
I'm
It
saying,
should have been to cut me off.
but
Now you trying to
well,
backtrack to fix what you said.
I was drawing a parallel. That's what I was doing. I wasn't trying to
You
bash.
didn't. No, that
I
wasn't
mean, I
drawing
was
a
just basing.
parallel. You made a
Well,
statement.
hold on. I
Trust
made the
me.
comment.
Just because
I
I
made
look
the
like that
comment.
on that
Wait, I
picture,
made the
I
comment.
am very educated, my brother. I'm street smart. I'm educated, and I've been around the world. You cannot come with that bull crap on me, and you talking about I'm playing semantics. I'm going off of what you said.
Kyla knows what I was talking about. Come on, man.
Well, I can't know. I came up with the thing was I should use a better example, but the bottom line is I said like this. I always ask a question, right? Why is it that people who live in America? I grew up around a lot of white immigrants, right? And they will always like talk about their culture and their homeland. I have friends of mine. They go to Italy every summer and whatnot, or they go to Sicily, or they go to Poland, they go to Germany and stuff like that. And I said, "Why you guys?" They said, "Yeah, but you like this. Where you gonna go this summer? You gonna go to North Carolina?" That's what when I was. This was when I was in junior high.
Yeah, that's
and then I said to myself, "Wait a minute here. North Carolina is not where my ancestors were originated from, you know." And that's what got me on the quest for my African heritage and roots, any sort of connection. That's when I was in junior high, that's what I discovered about Liberia, that we tried to actually go back. And Sierra Leone, I was in 8th grade when I found that out, you know. And then and so therefore I'm basically like, yes, you know, although we are Americans and everything, you cannot put all your eggs in one basket. That's just human nature. You know, it's a human.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I don't disagree with that point, actually.
You know, so the bottom line, and then what I'm saying to you, Zongo, is when we say that, right, that we want something besides America, it does not say black people in America hate America or racism. Africans, I think they're misreading Black America, and I think that's really dangerous to them because they basically think like, you know, they think they could come over to America, right? Our yearning to have a homeland nation and connect with our roots. They take that as we're trying to abandon America and give everything up and hand it over to you, the black immigrants, and that's not going to happen, you know. And that's
but here's the thing: even for those that's coming to America, when they get to America and they see the true reality against the propaganda, they realize, like, shit, this shit is real. What they was talking about is real because now they're in the trenches. No, ain't no money tree behind the backyard. You got to go out there. You got to work. And now you in the same lineup as us. You are considered.
A lot of black immigrants don't believe that.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And for those that's talking, they know the truth, but they'll sell a lie to them that's not thinking, because soon they get over here and they go through the immigration process or what have you, they'll tell them, don't affiliate with the Black Americans and all that. You're here to do your thing and you go. And that's what a lot of them see. And that's what they do. And they and I ain't got no problem with that.
A lot of Africans don't affiliate with all Africans anyway.
Hold on.
I see Kenyans. I don't try to be part of that.
I'm talking from a true state right now. I'm talking from a true state right now because I am married to a Liberian, and when she came, she didn't know nothing about no homelessness. She didn't know about none of this foolishness that's going over here till she got here. So that's what I'm speaking on. I'm speaking on facts of what she was shown and what she came in, and I had to school her and tell her this is the process. This is what it is. No matter what your color, if you look like me and you go on that lineup, they don't care. Oh, I'm Nigerian. I'm from Mozambique. I'm from Sierra Leone. You're black. That's all they look at.
Well, it doesn't change when we come over here because most Africans themselves, they don't just dealing with other Africans. It doesn't work that way. For the most part, a lot of them tend to identify with the country of origin where they come from. I mean, well, outside they might, relate with other Africans, including African Americans, socially. But for the most part, they tend to relate with the people what they are most familiar with.
Right? They willfully want to do that, right? And they encourage that out of fear of retaliation from white people. That's what it is. So they're basically like when they do it in front of white people, like, oh no, I'm from Sierra Leone. So in other words, basically, let me give you a perfect example of exactly what I'm talking about, right?
Speak on it, my brother. Speak on it. School.
Check this out. When Michael Brown happened, right, or Trayvon Martin, right? All they have to do is play the immigrant role, right? And white people will leave them alone. They won't ask them. When you're a black African American, right? And I tell people all the time, but I got the look on my face like, don't try me, you know? Like they'll come up to you if they seem like you're soft or whatever like that, you're weak, whatever like that. They'll just bust a yeah. You know, Rodney King was way out of line, right? Racism, slavery was so long ago, and blah 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 blah. blah. That's the way they put themselves on us.
So wait, Kala. So I mean, like, some African migrants. You want them to try to.
No, I'm
challenge.
saying I understand that's not your experience and everything. I get that, right? But you guys are starting to come over here in large numbers. And what white people are doing is using you guys to say, see, I'm not racist. I got a freaking Nigerian friend.
Exactly. To offset what they know.
Exactly. Zongo laughs or not, but that's the reality. And that's what
hold on. And I that's disrespectful because it's dismissive. It's dismissive. And the reason why it's dismissive is because, my man, I don't know your history, but I'm saying you're laughing on about a place that everybody tried to come to. If it wasn't for us that built this country, that built America, I'm three generations.
Well, Kala just said. Kala just said you guys didn't build nothing, man. That's what Kala said.
No, I didn't see you guys.
Hold on. They not giving us the credit of what we done. They're not giving us the credit.
What you build?
Oh, we didn't build America. We accomplished a lot in America. We helped build this country. I just know like that. What they try to say when black people say we built this country. No, we were integral part of the.
He understand. When I say that, I'm in the same context of what Kala's coming from. The blood, sweat, and tears. Listen to me, my brother. You can't listen.
I don't want to know the truth. You know.
Can I finish?
Go ahead.
I'm talking to you from a slavery standpoint because I'm three generations. My grandfather, I have three generations Army. My grandfather, my dad, and me. It wasn't because we loved this country. It was a way for us to survive.
Yeah, we survived.
To do what we need to do. Listen, let me finish. So with that, we've seen the atrocities of what goes on. We know if it hadn't been for our blood, sweat, and tears, America wouldn't be the economy that it is to today. We was the one that actually made shit move. No, if it wasn't for us, America, you say that's not true?
That's not true, man.
Okay, my man. You look at if that's not true. Listen to me. If that's not true, why do they pull Sierra Leoneans? I'm asking you a question. I don't know your ethnicity. Why did they pull slaves from Sierra Leone to go to the Gold Coast, which is the eastern coast, to produce rice? And we're not talking about cotton. That's a whole different atmosphere.
Well, the reason why I'm saying it's not true is that like a lot of the Europeans that came to the American continent, they didn't just come to the American continent. You see them in established other states like Canada, Australia, New Zealand. You see, their blueprints. They had something over there.
My man. Listen. Let me stop you. You're being fooled. You have the shit that they learned. They got from us. We trained.
Sorry, Kala, say it again. What did you say?
Okay, Spirit. Let me say this right.
Go ahead.
The Black Americans went to Liberia. What did they do? Like we don't see.
We built the country. It was thriving at one time.
Oh, come on, man, Kala, man.
You don't even know the history of Liberia.
Man, we've heard it from you. We've heard it from you. And we followed your trip when you went back to Liberia. We watched Liberia. We saw Liberia. Come on.
The bottom line, know why? Because the indigenous people rose up, like I said, and they're not capable of running a republic, and they destroyed it. They had
Kala, sometimes we gotta be honest. Sometimes, see, honestly, a lot of the Europeans, the Europeans that came on the American continent, there's different groups of Europeans, and you see in terms of the advancement how impact.
Well, let me tell you
what to the land. Wait, let me finish. Let me finish.
Zongo, hold on. No, I gotta stop you right there. First of all, if you really look at it, right, the white people had the Homestead Act, right? which helped them
Mhm.
a lot. You know, and
Yep.
also you don't find white people who are wealthy and prosperous unless they live in proximity to black people. That's just the truth. Go to the Pacific.
You're just speaking in American context,
No,
right?
I'm,
I'm just
no,
saying.
I'm
I'm
dead
just saying.
serious.
You go to
Look at
Canada,
Canada.
the same white people took the
They
land
got
over there.
80% of Canada
And black
is in
people over there
Ontario.
still catching hell, my brother. Black
You
people
go
over
to
there in Canada are catching hell.
yeah, exactly.
And
Because
Australia is getting
they
developed,
didn't
you
build
know.
there. If you go to Australia, you see the you see the
What are you talking
reflection.
about? Now look, we had Lozi on, right? So,
You go to New
Australia, South
Zealand.
Africa's economy blows Canada all the way. Why? Because they have a huge black population that they exploit. Black America, without Black America's wealth, our labor, everything like that, America would not be where it is right now. It's always been like that.
That's right.
We built the steel mills, we built everything. Without us, our labor is country.
Yeah, but you guys, it's not like you had some intellectual capacity that you were contributing to the economy.
So no,
You like it was just pretty much.
Hold on, Colin. Hold on. You say listen.
like that.
You say our intellectual capacity didn't contribute to that.
Yeah, for the most
That's
part,
what
it
you
was
saying?
just like unskilled labor that you.
Really?
My man. Listen
I mean,
here.
we just gotta be honest, bro. Let's be
My
objective
brother,
and be honest with
Let me
history.
school you real quick. Let me school you. Do you know the patent in America? When you you apply for a patent that gives you the copyright on your production or your invention. Do you know majority of all these white rich people that's here was made off the backs of the black slaves that came up with the invention to make work easier? They didn't have a process. They didn't do shit.
Yeah,
See,
I'm not denying.
hold on. But you just made the statement.
I'm not denying the fact that some
Listen,
Black
my brother.
Americans over the time
Listen, my brother.
did make
Listen, my
remarkable
brother.
accomplishment within the country.
Listen, my brother.
That
Listen,
doesn't
my brother.
negate the fact that in its entirety, Black Americans in their entirety
My
actually were
brother.
the ones that
So you guys think you're
helped
gonna
in
replace
advance.
us? Lozi, you
What?
think you guys are really gonna replace us? Do better?
I'm sorry, say it again. Kyle, I'm kind of
You
missing you a
think
little bit.
you think you're gonna catch up to us and do better and replace us in the eyes of the white man? That's what you're hoping?
Not really. I mean, come on, man. For the most part, I think a lot of Africans that come to this place, they're not thinking about trying to replace Black Americans. You know,
They know they
Like,
can't.
it's just-
But the bottom line is envy and jealousy.
but there's a possibility. Kyle, man, let's not be play dumb over here. At the end of the day, America, you can thrive in America based on merits, right?
Men
So
like
if
People
Thomas
say
Edison
thrive in
and
America,
Benjamin
right? I
Franklin.
don't see a
But
lot of
black
people
inventors
thriving
have also
that come
heavily
off the
shaped
boat,
the world we
plane,
live
wherever
in
you come
well, it
today.
from.
depends
With
on
That's how people
your
make
contributions
it.
in food, medicine,
well, it depends on your
safety,
intellectual
these black
capacity and your
inventors have
I
fortitude,
mean,
helped
right?
make
I
our
see
lives
I see
healthier,
it all the time.
safer,
I'm in
and
a professional
easier, and
world.
are
I
worth
see it.
everyone knowing.
You know how hard
Journey
it is
with
to
us
make money.
as we take a rundown
I'm busting
on the
my
list of
ass
black
trying to
inventors that
do a
changed the
business.
world.
Wherever they think
Thomas
this idea that
Jennings,
they're gonna get
born
off the
free in
planet, what
1791,
this idiot
Thomas
on
Jennings is widely
TikTok talking about.
regarded as the
No, he's
first
going to
African
come to America
American
in
to hold a
5
patent.
years.
Thomas
No Social
Jennings was an
Security. He's
African
gonna have a
American
house
inventor,
and all the stuff like
tradesman,
show us how it's done and
entrepreneur,
whatnot.
and
I said,
abolitionist
okay,
in New York
Negro,
City, New York.
come over
He
here.
has the distinction
I
of
mean,
being
Kyle,
the
you're
first
speaking and
African American
you're
patent
listening at the same
holder
time.
in
We can't hear
history.
you.
He was granted the patent in
You guys are
1821 for
bottom
his
feeders.
novel
You guys come
method of
over
dry
here
cleaning.
and get the
Jennings'
refuse. America,
invention,
13
along
out
with his
economy.
business
That's not
expertise,
true,
You're not
Kyle. That's
yielded a
thriving.
significant personal
yeah.
fortune,
You'd be
That's
better
much
off in
of
your
which
own
he put
country
into the
building that
abolitionist
up.
no,
You
movement
that's
know,
in
not
the
true.
United
That's not
States.
true,
He
Kyle.
invented the dry scouring
There's
process, the
quite a number of
precursor to
Africans
modern
that
dry
didn't thrive.
cleaning. Jennings
They didn't thrive.
established his own
I don't
tailor
see.
and
I
dry
don't see
cleaning
nobody thriving.
business and
Where's
gained a
the
No, they
restaurant?
reputation as a respected
Show me a
local
5-star
community member.
restaurant.
Using the profits from his business,
Well,
Jennings
I'm
could
speaking in
purchase the
terms of
freedom of his wife and
individually.
I mean,
children. Judy
is
Reed, she
it
invented a dough kneader
experience,
and
my brother?
roller that revolutionized.
Isn't that the first thing when you talk about people doing good? The first thing you look at is their restaurants, how they want to do commerce and restaurants, everything before they
That's
do
not true.
anything else.
That's not true. That's not
It
true.
is the truth. The
That's not really
Indians,
true.
the Chinese,
If,
the
well, the white
Japanese.
do white people have restaurants? Do they
Yes,
go and establish? What do
yes,
they have? What do they have? Tell me.
yes. Everything you see from Cracker Barrel to what we call from here from Hardee's to
Well, if you
Cracker
go to
Barrel.
other countries, what white restaurants do you see?
You stupid or something? You go to they got the top restaurants in the world. You go to Europe, you go to any place, the top
name
restaurants in
them.
the world. What are you talking about? When you go to
Name
any
the
nice
name of the
country,
restaurants, the English
restaurant
restaurants that we see everywhere, maybe, or Danish restaurants that we see everywhere. We don't
the
see
bottom
them.
line is this, man. You guys are not doing anything visible. You know, I've never ate in an African restaurant in my life. In America.
Oh God, for real? Is that what you say in
Yeah,
Virginia?
we had this one freaking Nigerian restaurant in Virginia Beach. It failed. It lasted like a year. And it folded, you know.
Well,
I ate in
kind of.
Jamaican restaurants, you know.
Well, kind of. I mean, I'm not denying that African Americans, in spite
Okay,
of the
a restaurant. Let me know what restaurants do. It builds your supply chain in the country up. You know, your food services and stuff like that. That's our area, food and beverage and drink and
well,
liquor.
it depends. I mean,
So
Kyla.
I'm interested in his statement. Go ahead, say the
Mister,
statement you want to make.
Mister, wait. See, every group that comes to America, they bring certain special technique. Not everybody is
Yeah, but
well
what do you
vested.
give? What do you give?
I'm just saying something. Let me finish. Not everybody is well vested in knowing how to cook. Maybe the Indians or the Chinese, from where they came from, know how to cook. That's why they have a lot of
Well,
Chinese
Africans
restaurants.
can't cook.
Or the Italians know how to do this pizza and something like that. But it doesn't mean that the Germans never contributed in other areas in the
The
sphere of
Germans and the Irish bring us beer.
Exactly, that's what I mean. So it's not necessarily like
gave us
restaurant.
pubs, the Irish pubs, and you see the Germans pubs and all that.
Well, the Germans also established industries too as well, like the eyeglasses industry. They
The
also
Germans are
spearheaded.
mostly scientists. The Irish.
So hold on, my brother. Hold on, because now you're advocating that those that's coming over here, even though they're not specified in a certain field, they still was able to contribute. Is that what you're saying right now?
No, I'm saying like general, like I mean, if you
Not in general. Don't go general, but
I'm just saying generally,
I want you to answer the question to the statement. I ain't saying generally. I'm talking about the statement that you just made. See, I listen. Trust me, I've been doing this shit for a long time. I'm listening to the word that you put out, because words are very powerful. The statement that you made on the argument before with African Americans of us contributing to build up this country was talking about contribution. You was disputing that, but now you're talking in your argument right now, or your statement that you're making, talking about those that's coming over, even though they ain't specified in a certain field, but they still bringing something to contribute to the country. Now, I want you to think about that on slave labor that was able. That goes back to the premise on developing.
Let me ask you this, guys. Do you think
Don't cut me off.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you guys a question.
Don't cut me off.
Do you think Black Americans
have later.
Black Americans, including Kala, do you think Black Americans as a whole, they have the human capital, capacity to have a thriving economy?
Let's
watch to have their own country.
Let me answer that real quick.
Well, Wall Street is just an aspect within the country. I mean, do they know how to, run an administration, a government?
Carla, please let me answer that.
African American woman to receive a U.S. patent for her invention. By improving the efficiency of dough preparation, her invention made baking easier. And
Go ahead, ask your question.
He asked the question. So here's the thing, right? This is what I'm saying about propaganda. They'll tell you certain things that you see until you actually get here. And somebody to tell you about the history of what we've done. You wasn't here. Though we still carry on the same tradition like y'all do in Africa, or some still do in Africa, where they tell the stories of where they came from to keep the culture alive, what they do. This is nothing new. We already know. Without Africans or without slaves that came to America, America would be nothing. This is a known fact. So it's nothing that you can go through like, oh, African American do. This is true, because if it was that easy, why they didn't do it for themselves? You understand? So sometimes we got to take out the BS and start thinking logically and say, hold on, let me finish. Sometimes you got to take out the BS and start thinking logically. 400 years, for 400 years, we was over here, free labor to do what we needed to do. A lot of us died and did whatever. So with that process, you're trying to tell me those that came from Africa, they didn't have no skills to where we can bring something to the table? My man, that's a foolish way of thinking. Africa is the hub. White people didn't get the knowledge until they came to Africa. They didn't even know how to bathe. Why do you think they call it the Black Plague? Black means listen. Hold on. Let me school you, because they termed that between black and white. Black means death. White means that you're living. You're a human entity. So now we claim that. Oh, I'm black. I'm not a color. I look like this, but I'm not a color.
What are you?
Listen. I'm the original man.
What are you?
I'm the original man. Everybody else dissect.
Let's not play semantics. That's a white man's language. That's how he identifies people based on how he see it. The language doesn't belong to you. It belongs to the English people, and that's how they name people based on color.
But you believe in it. That's what I'm coming at. You believe in it.
When I say it's their language, that's their language.
Statements that you made, because you're not from here, and you make the statements that you make. But you come and get your education and go back and you stick to your own kind and you do what you do. Trust me, brother. I done been there. You ain't telling me nothing new. You can't sell me that drink. I already know. It's more. Listen.
Issues debating over skin color.
Where are you from? Where are you from? Where are you from?
I'm from Ghana.
You're from Ghana. So now you're trying to tell me, as a Ghanaian, what's your loyalty to? Ghana, right? You're gonna be loyal to Ghana, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you ain't thinking about nobody else, because I already know. I done heard stories. I don't know if it's true or not, but I've heard stories. Let me put that out there. I've heard stories until I get there and actually see it for myself, that it is extremely hard for those that is not Ghanaian to make way unless you know somebody. Is that true or not?
What do you mean? What do you mean exactly? I don't.
Now all of a sudden you educated. Now you're trying to ask me what I mean. It's self-explanatory. If you're not Ghanaian, if you're not a Ghanaian citizen, how hard is you to establish a business or get everything popping for you? As opposed to you come to America. Is it easy for a Ghanaian to get self-established in America, or is it easy for an American to go to Ghana and get established?
No, it's never easy for a Ghanaian to come and establish himself over here. If they are not a citizen, no, it's not.
So it's more easy for Americans to come to Ghanaians.
If you are not a citizen, no, it's not easy for you. Do you know a lot? Do you know a lot of Africans go?
But hold on. Why is it that you guys can come over here and take opportunity? Go to our HBCUs.
He understand what I'm saying. He trying to play the game.
Well, we don't take opportunities. I mean, come on, Kyla, man. We pay tuition fees to come to school over here.
A lot of times you guys don't even pay tuition. You get free.
Man, well, some do pay. I mean,
the average African don't have $100,000 to pay for education. You guys skip out on your education bill and some everything. Come on, I know.
What are you talking about? I mean, some pay their tuition fee. I can't.
Where's the average African get?
I had scholarship. I also pay part of my tuition fee too, Carla. What are you talking about, Carla?
I'm saying no. You guys get scholarships.
I mean,
that's not college talking to you.
Well, you get scholarships, son, but I mean, you're gonna pay some way.
You're paying for nothing. You guys come over and get the scholarship. You guys don't pay nothing. African pay for something? Come on.
Hey, Kyla, man.
Look, I know y'all.
Wait,
Kyla. I learned where we get this fronting culture from. I thought it was something we learned over here. But Africans know how to fake it till they make it. They know how to front. You're not a stunt, man. More than anything.
But Carla, to his own defense, I'm not supporting it. But to their own defense, it's because they need to get in the country, and the damn Western powers tell them how to interact with us. Besides those that have to live in proximity to it, because trust me, when you're in the neighborhood and you know you're in a bad neighborhood, listen, I'm talking about brother. Listen, my brother. Let me finish. Because I'm trying to school people that come over here, and you tell them on a negative. Because here's the thing: they coming to America. Those people are coming to America, and they gonna listen, my brother. They're gonna come to America. They're gonna live in my neighborhood, and they're gonna need my help, regardless of what they got at their goddamn embassy or whatever. Because trust me, they're not. Listen, let me finish. Let me hold on, my brother. Let me finish. Let me make my statement. Let me make my statement, brother, and then you can come in. Because what I'm telling you is true. You don't want the truth to get out there. Because here's the thing: once they come to America, they're going to allow them to be here. But what neighborhood do you think they're going to put them in? They're not going to put them in no all-white neighborhood. They're going to put them with people that look like them. And they're going to have to be with those that look like us. And you're going to find some that's going to be working on jobs that don't understand the language, but it's going to be us that comes in and recognize that it's going to help them to navigate the process of being in America. I'm not saying all. Hear me. I'm not saying 100% we're going to do that. But I'm telling you, majority, which is, I'm going to give you like 58% is going to help them. And it could be a lot more because I don't have the numbers on it. But I know for a fact that we're going to help you navigate once you get here on the things that you need to do. Besides who you dealing with.
Uncle had that experience. He was like, I ain't living in no black neighborhood. He was in a white neighborhood now. You know, he started off.
But he got to get there first. He got to build up his credit. He got to get the things that he need to do to get there.
They start off with good credit. You started off with good credit. You didn't start off with no 300 credit score.
Yeah, he's right. You started right. You started off with good credit. You started telling the truth.
Without any further ado, I'm gonna play this video about black inventors and whatnot. So we gotta watch some little educational things. Watch this.
Kyle, before you continue, right? Let me just just give this information. Well, the idea that's the white Americans tell most Africans to stay away from black Americans when they want to immigrate or travel to the U.S. That's not entirely true, actually, because I never had that experience. Even before coming over here.
Morning. My name is Devin Tyler.
We did an orientation at American Embassy, and I don't see a lot of people. I never witnessed white Americans telling me.
I know it's a lie because that person would be so in jail. He'd be if he was a lawyer, he'd be disbarred. And so everything these probably give you a wink and like, oh, they probably say stay away from the bad crowd. And a lot of
that's what it said. Exactly, that's what it said. Stay away from places that
Africans assume you're talking about black people, because they.
Oh, not really. Not really. I mean, Kyle, I was going to Missouri State. I mean, there isn't much black Americans over there. So when they say stay away from black crowd, it should be white Americans too. Oh, necessarily so, actually.
Well, bottom line is, let me tell you a quick story, right? You have no idea. Spirits and Iberian was probably the same age. He's probably a couple of years older. He got me a couple of years. But anyway, the bottom line is this. Do you understand what it took us to make Atlanta the city what it is right now, Zongo? Atlanta in the 80s, we lost 24 black babies, black children in Atlanta child murders that we freaking did not fight for. We let go because we was saying it's progress. We're making progress and everything. And the souls of those kids are cursing our people to this day. Kids were dying at the hands of the Ku Klux Klan in the 80s. This ain't ancient history. This is recent. So when you guys come over here, you didn't spend any blood. You didn't spend any treasure, anything like that. We brought all this. And then we see people like to say, oh yeah, you giving white people all these credit. Like, dude, man, You know, the Atlanta child murders. People, if you walk down the streets of Atlanta and you got a good job in Atlanta, remember something, the Klan tried to go to war because black people took over Atlanta and built the city. The Klan wanted this shit back. They wanted to take it by force. They wanted a race war in Atlanta. Those were scary times. I was in New York and I was terrified. The Klan, all that stuff we go through in America is real.
So, I mean, Kala, I mean, being a first class blacks, I mean, don't you think there's a proper channel for you to, you know, get your own free land? Probably.
Well, the bottom line is,
the United Nation.
I
mean,
believe
the Jews
we
did
have our
it.
own nation, but the bottom line is the majority of black people in America don't. They believe that they're Americans. They want to stay here, whatever like that. I'm fine. My only problem is if we make the case that we could build our own homeland. It don't have to be a whole nation. It could be a city state.
I mean, you got it from Ghana. Give you a city state too. A civil land.
They're not going to do that. Ghana's not going to do that. Ghana's too much.
Well, they give you the land.
Can I say this real quick?
Go ahead.
Black Americans are a very young ethnic group. The Jews just didn't build Israel overnight. This is something that happened, you know, over the course of like 30 years. They had these aspirations for generations and generations. The Jews are a way older ethnic group than us. We are still a young ethnic group on our planet, you know. So you like obviously a nation state is the goal, but you really gotta like give us some more time. You know, you can't like just hold us to the same standards that you hold the Jews to without giving us the same amount of time. You know, now when we've been around, and now when we do, you know, become, you know, an older ethnic group, and we get up there in terms of age and been around on this earth for as long as the Jews have, and we still haven't established a nation state yet, then you can say, well, the Jews did it, but
that's what you
can't say that right now.
When we have a nation state of our own, that's when people the work of judge Black America, you know. But right now we're living under basically whatever we do in America is remarkable because these people gave us pushback on everything we did. We built our own communities, they burned them down. You know, we built our own schools, they destroyed them.
No, I mean, no, Kyle, we still have a right to judge Black Americans too. I mean, they have controlled cities.
Hold on, but when we basically judge you guys, you know, you guys don't like it, you know, too much. It's like,
well, I mean, some of us, not all of us in entirety, you know. I mean, I wouldn't complain.
Bottom line is, I get pushback from anything I say about African. I could be
but I give you a pushback when Lozy spoke down on Ghana. No, I never did.
Check this out. Bottom line is this: I'm like this. What's good for the goose is good for the gander, right? And
exactly.
I was saying that as far as like any country, I have nothing against any country in Africa.
If anything at all, Kala.
I get frustrated.
Ghana has done a great favor to you guys, actually.
Check it out. Yeah, some of us, right? But the bottom line is, like I said,
your ancestral DNA did
my ancestors didn't come from
Ghana. Free land.
Most ancestors in Ghana, Black Americans didn't come from Ghana. We came from Cameroon to the Congo area. You know, the Jamaicans and Haitians
and Mozambique.
Yeah, and which we call all over Southern Africa region. But
well, G-Star, don't you think that's a good gesture from Ghana for giving you a free land? I mean, if most of your DNA do not origin.
I mean, it was like I said, free land. That freaking land, like a Sabo, it was for everybody. You had somebody from freaking Cameroon.
That's not true. That's not true. It's mostly for the diaspora.
Cameroon. One of the people that's running it is from Cameroon originally.
Hold on, let me make a statement. Can I make a statement? Can I really make a statement? Let me school you, right? Let me make a statement real quick. You say Ghana gave us free land, right?
Yeah.
That's what you said, right? Free. But here's the thing. Where did you get the idea from? Where did it come from? Where did the idea? Pan-Africanism. Where did the Pan-Africanism? Because the Pan-Africanism movement came from where? That touched Ghana.
Wait. You mean the idea of free land? Is that what you're talking about?
Where? No, listen. Let me make the statement. The idea, the whole premise of what Ghana is basing what they're moving on. Where did it come from?
To give a free land? Is that what you're talking about?
No, that's not what I'm talking about. You understand? I'm not talking semantics. The whole idea of Pan-Africanism. That's the reason why you're giving African Americans land. Where did you get that premise from? The idea of that. Where did it come from?
From Pan-African. That's from history.
Let me school you, because now you're acting like you got amnesia. The whole concept came from Marcus Garvey, who was in America, right? Right? Yes or no?
Yeah, we know Marcus Garvey, but
yeah,
I mean, listen.
So hold on. So now I'm wrapping it up. I'm putting the gift wrap on the tree. You're trying to say you did us a solid. You're trying to say, we doing the African Americans a solid by giving them land. You're trying to say, yeah, right? That's what you're saying, right? Mm-hmm. You're saying Ghana gave us the privilege of coming to Ghana to do what we need to do. Am I right?
Well, because most of your ancestral DNA originated from that region. And if they're giving you land, anything at all, you should be grateful, not complain.
Okay, so let me school you. Let me school you real quick. Marcus Garvey is where you got your plan from. Then you got Kwame Nkrumah, right? Who's Kwame Nkrumah to you?
He's the founder of the country.
What school did he go to get his education?
I mean, he started from Ghana.
No. Where did he get his college education from?
The U.S.
Okay, so what do you think you got it from? It was because of the struggles of African Americans that built and fought to get a segregated school. Listen, don't talk. Don't talk, bro. See, here's the thing. This is what y'all miss out on. Listen, my brother. Listen. You brought it up. You made the statement. I'm putting the cap on top. I am putting the cap on top to the statement that you made, that you got your being and your ideology from those that suffered in America, no matter how you cut and slice it. Your ancestors, and it may not be all ancestors from Ghana, but still your ancestors that was taken over to North America, that never knew a land that they'd never seen, that was able to do what they needed to do to influence your people to do what they do. You understand? But yet and still, and this is why I say it goes deeper than that, because of the simple fact, during the civil rights movement, they came out with a memorandum to associate us from Africa. This is a known fact. This is why we're not close. But if that would have took place and we could have aligned ourselves during the Pan-African movement, shit, it'd have been hell to pay. They couldn't allow it, but they don't know about their history. Y'all just know about the little stuff you guys see.
If you guys actually build if you are builders in America, the free land, you should be able to do something on that.
Well, let me ask you a question.
We are waiting to see.
Hold on, let me say this.
You see that statement you made? The statement that you made. You said the free land. The free land that you made. You got free land right now that y'all don't pay taxes on. And y'all ain't doing nothing right now. Y'all still support the same people in your county that's taking money and doing what they do, and y'all still uphold the Western Bloc. This is what we're talking about. Y'all go along to get along. We don't go along to get along because we already done been there. We already done tasted the fruit of the poison. Y'all trying to get over to America so y'all can get the American dream. If we do not come back, my brother, and I'm not saying that y'all not educated, but when you look over as a whole, and I do not have the accurate numbers to give you an accurate account, But you look over Africa as a whole, besides the northern region and maybe South Africa, right?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe Nigeria. The rest of the continent is suffering from education and other things in between.
Why are we comparing all of Africa to a single ethnic group? Zongo, you are Nigerian. You
No,
don't worry about what's going on in Ghana. Y'all. If you really want to compare achievements, then you should compare this single small ethnic group that you hating on right now, Black Americans, to the people in your country, to your specific ethnic group.
I'm from Ghana.
I stepped on toe.
I'm from Ghana, actually.
Now, Zongo,
Oh, well,
you said what is
we're
Black
Nigerian
America doing, right?
but
I'm gonna play a video of Black African Americans establishing a world-class medical center in your country of Ghana.
Oh my God, that was a clinic. That was not a medical center. That was a clinic.
It's a medical center.
Listen, my brother.
It's
They
so easy
hate
to
on
get your
that.
windshield replaced using SafeLight. Tell the people why you haven't done it already, my man. Let's start it off
It's
as
a
a
surgical
chip.
center.
Well, I mean,
Africans in the diaspora to make
Africans
Africa
do
home
that too.
again. Come with me and let's go.
Africans do
Talk
have medical
to them.
centers in America too.
Where?
In America, man. Come on, man, Carlos.
Where? Name them.
Oh man, come on.
You are the president of Local Health Medical Center.
I am.
It's a proud Black American
Honor
man.
to see you.
It's a pleasure to have a conversation with you and tell you about the things that we're doing. So
You guys are so
I'm
busy
excited
trying
to have this
compete with us instead of
conversation.
getting behind us.
First of all, you need to tell me your name and where you're from and why.
Sure. My name is Rodney Armstead. I was born in the U.S., born in Los Angeles. I currently, when I'm home, house out of the Northeast, but Ghana became interesting because of the larger Black Ivy vision. The larger Black Ivy vision is about building enterprises on services and goods across sub-Saharan Africa, Tanzania, Kenya, Ghana. These things that we do are intended to improve the quality of life, improve the services that are offered for people that live in the regions that we're serving. It also allows us to bring new resources in that otherwise might have been difficult or challenging, but the overall intent is always to improve the quality of life. If we can improve the circumstances, because we can employ people, because they can work. But I got involved because knowing the CEO, Cheryl Mills, and Executive Chairman, Tony Welters, Tony Welters and I had worked together for decades, and asked me to consider this 5 years ago. And when I looked at it, I said, wow, we use the word transformational too liberally in the United States, but the opportunity to come and do what we're doing at Luca Health to create a medical surgical specialty, center with the type of investment and commitment that we were talking about was truly going to be an opportunity to do something transformational. So that's what motivated me to kind of leave the States and come here. And I've been living here like the last 4 years.
Mr. Maya.
Okay, so I guess your name is Linda.
I am Linda. Welcome.
Thank you, Linda.
Welcome. Linda Abuaji.
You're Ghanaian?
Yes, I am. Very much Ghanaian.
Very much Ghanaian.
100% Ghanaian.
But your accent doesn't sound like a Ghanaian.
I'm Ghanaian born, American raised.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Wow.
Welcome.
Thank you.
To Luca Health. I'm sure you've seen a lot of great things so far.
No, I've seen a lot. I'm here to explore, but they said you're the only person who can take me around. So I just wanted to know, what is Luca Health all about?
Welcome. So Luca Health is a state-of-the-art multi-specialty center. So what that simply means is we have multiple specialists that see you.
Don't seem like a clinic to me. Seems like a
surgery. The same specialist will also do the surgery for you.
How long does the surgery take?
Usually our surgery, because it's an ambulatory surgery center, that usually means outpatient. That means we do surgery on the same day, and then you're discharged the same afternoon. So if you, for example, if you come in for your procedure, you'll check in at 7 a.m., you do your procedure, and then a few hours later, 12, 1 o'clock, if everything is fine, the nursing team, anesthesia team check you out, you'll be discharged for the day. So you don't, same day.
So you don't admit patients in here?
We typically do not admit patients. So we assess patients before the surgery to make sure that they're a good candidate.
It's a first of its kind in Ghana because
it is the first of its kind.
I did my surgery. I think I stayed in the hospital for more than a month.
Well, the good thing about Luca Health is we're bringing a lot of that technology into Ghana. So the rest of the world the developed world is moving in that direction where it's a lot of outpatient surgeries to keep the risk of infections in hospitals lower. And the techniques that we use also help the patient recover faster. So bringing it to Ghana, it is the first of its kind in Ghana. Multi-specialty center, yes.
You're one of the doctors who does the surgery.
I'm not a doctor. I'd love to be a doctor, but no, I'm not a doctor. So I'm the director of ambulatory services.
Okay.
So a lot of what Luca Health focuses on is the customer service aspect of it, as well as the patient experience. So we're patient-centric. So we make sure that the patient has a good experience from beginning to end. And I'm in charge of all that.
And I want to know what kind of
that's a good facility, by the way.
So we have a general surgeon. We have a gynecologist.
Oh, I am a gynecologist.
You're a gynecologist. I know. I heard you're a very experienced one. So we have an internal medicine. We have a nephrologist, and we also have ENT. And a urologist. Sorry, I almost forgot.
My name is Maya.
Hi, Maya.
Gynecologist in here. Oh, sorry about that. Oh, okay. You don't believe that I'm a gynecologist?
Yeah, whatever you say, Maya.
Hey,
okay.
Thank you.
I like your name. It's very nice.
Thank you.
Very nice.
You work in here?
Mm-hmm. Yes. We do.
As
anesthetist.
Okay, what about you?
As a surgical physician assistant.
Born and raised in Ghana?
No, I was born in Cameroon and partially raised in Cameroon, then lived most of my life in the US.
What about
Same
you?
here. Same here. Yes.
Are you guys together as a couple? Or?
Yes, that's my husband.
And Africanism.
That's beautiful.
Opportunity, you know what I'm saying?
It's a family affair.
Yeah. Oh, okay, but I wanted to know, you left the USA?
Yes.
To work in Ghana?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody told you that you guys are getting crazy.
Oh, a lot of people.
People told us that.
Yeah.
But, you know, we are originally from Africa. So this is home.
It's not crazy. It's home.
Yes, we sold our home, packed up, and
took two kids.
2 kids and brought them over.
Brought them to Ghana.
Wow. Mm-hmm. And how's the experience been like so far?
Amazing.
It's been amazing. We keep telling our friends back in the States that
they need to come.
They need to come.
Come back home.
We have a lot of people back there with knowledge and clinical skills that they can come back home and help our people. So that's why we're here.
You know, like I know your doctors working in here. Definitely, there's some kind of changes that you guys are bringing on board. Can you just give me like a little bit?
So for us, I give you an example. We don't in Africa. There isn't a lot of outpatient surgery center. I mean, outpatient means you come in for surgery the same day and you leave same day.
Wow.
You don't stay for a week. You don't stay for 2 weeks. You don't stay for a day. You go home same day. We don't have that in Africa, and that's what we've brought here. And that's my specialty. I love outpatient surgery because when I give anesthesia, I make sure that our patients leave same day. So that's something that, you know, I feel like if we bring that into our community, our practice here, it will change everything.
You know, we got a lot of, especially Nigerian doctors, African doctors out there.
Yes.
Stop that. I know you guys don't watch the whole thing. So any feedback? Anybody say what this is? African American led Pan-African Medical Center. You know, Pan-African just don't mean pumping your fist up. It's actually doing real work, building something, you know. As you see, you have a Cameroonian American couple there and stuff like that. So, and Lozy said we celebrate the most basic things. Look, a medical center outpatient is not basic. That's really advanced. This is the only one of its kind in West Africa. You know, this is saving lives. So one thing we don't invest in on the black continent is the fact that medical and high medical is very essential to everything, you know? Not everything is about gold mining and getting money. You got to talk about things that you don't find sexy, you know?
And this is some of the key essentials that I thank God for by me being in the military, because I know the essentials that you need to survive. And by you're investing that type of money to come to create that, they're not liking that. And sure enough, yeah, you got other hospitals that might rival that right there, that establishment, but he did something and he's providing a substantial amount of service to that community, to that region.
Well, yeah, also he's targeting all of West Africa. So
Right.
instead of people instead of people flying to Europe to get surgery, they can get it done right there. So medical tourism is friggin' a big you talking about billions and billions of dollars, and medical tourism is, you know, people got to fly to Dubai, they got to fly to Europe, they got to fly to Canada to get surgery and everything. Now they're gonna be able to get around the continent.
And let's look at this. I got a brother-in-law. He's a doctor. He's here in the States. He's over there in Ohio. And he then came and he then did his little thing in Ghana and in Liberia, right? And he's looked at it, but it's very expensive because at that time when he came, he was freshly getting out. So he did what he wanted to do to support. Now, I don't know what his status is for pay-wise, but when he first came, he did a little thing where he got with some other people, and they came and they did a little what you want to call it, a little medical clinic thing, and he helped out. But he told me it is expensive to really try to go and do medical impact over there. If you don't have backing, you're hurting. So for that guy to go there on that video to do what he needed to do, he's an older guy, and he sustained himself to where he had the backing to do what he needed to do in Ghana. That's first and foremost, because we don't like to talk on this subject. It's financial literacy. They just think, oh, I get the money, I do all that. It takes a strategic person that knows things about money to make it happen, to be a medical doctor and to be able to facilitate, to put yourself in a position to get back in. You
have the hospital networks, the insurance network.
Exactly. It's phenomenal. That's why I say we look at the top surface, but we never look at the intricate details, what entails to actually get something up and running.
Right.
And that's all we know.
Also we find out it's too complicated, and then we go to the Chinese man. And
to
bail us out, you know?
Exactly.
Due diligence.
Exactly. So when you see that, my thing is, I don't like to fight, right? I can do it. I come up in the gutter. And I don't have no problem telling people how I was raised, what I went through, none of that. But at the end of the day, I still believe in Black unity because I was raised from that. Black unity. When you ain't caring for your community, you're a detriment to your own survival. You understand? You're a detriment to your own survival. So now we got to find, and my thing is not the ultimate thing is about war, because we've been warring and they pitted us against each other. No matter how many you know, oh man, it's a different time, it's a different era. You have to look at, they have not changed their tactics or what they use against us. We are the ones that don't understand the game that's been played on us. And that's why we at where we at.
Why do Pan-Africanists say that, you know, the white man has pitted Black Americans and Africans against each other? in one breath, and then
let me
finish my comparison. Why do Pan-Africanists say that in one breath, but then in the next breath they say, "Oh, all the white men look at us as the same anyway"? You get pulled over by the police, and they don't care. They don't care if you're from this place or this place. So which is it? Do they look at us as all the same, or are they trying to pit us against each other? And if they're trying to pit us against each other, that means that they acknowledge the differences among us.
Mr. Collar, because it's your show and I bring it up, let me address this for this brother. Let me extremely address this to this brother. First and foremost, my brother, let me school you. So when you're going through your diplomatic nuances to try to get over here or whatever you want to call it, right? First and foremost, you have to look at, it was a memorandum. I can give you the information, but I want you to look up what memorandum was signed to stop blacks during the civil rights movements for connecting with Africans, or African Americans for connecting with Africans. I want you to look that up. And once you look it up and you read that policy that was signed by Henry Kissinger, then you'll know, because it's still active to this day. You'll understand what I'm talking about. See, a lot of y'all jumping here in the comments and y'all don't understand there's a lot of policies that we deal with to this day that's still in effect, that's been active for hundreds and hundreds of years. And we know slavery lasted for 400 years, so it's no fathom. Listen. So it's no fathom.
Wait, hold on, because you can go on, and then I can miss the point that you're trying to make. Now let me just clarify this. I do not disagree with you. Maybe my ultimate point isn't whether they're trying to pit us against each other or not. I honestly don't care if they're trying to do or not. If it'll help you out, then I agree with you. Yes, they are trying to pit us against one another. But that wasn't really my point. My point was, why do y'all say that in one breath, that they're trying to pit us against each other, and then in the next breath y'all say, "Oh, the police and the white man look at us all the same anyway"? So my point is that that's a hypocrisy, and y'all need to choose one. If you believe that Miranda right and all of those policies are trying to pit us against each other, then stop saying that the white man looks at us as all the same anyway. Can't be both. Pick one.
I'm interested.
Let me say.
I'm interested in knowing the policies that they put in place to separate us. Can you name the policies?
I would like to say this.
It's a memorandum. It's a memorandum that's been signed by your U.S. government during the civil rights movement.
Do you got the name of it?
Listen. No. What I'm telling you is factual. You need to do the research, because when I give it, and I've said it before on Search for Uru, I'm not trying to give nobody no platform when I'm on another platform. College Genesis know what I'm talking about.
As an OG, when you diverge information, you should make it simple for us to go get it. You shouldn't tell us you go search for it. Give us the information like a teacher would.
Okay. Now here's the thing. Now you're trying to coerce me to do what you want me to do. I gave you breadcrumbs to do what you need to do, because ain't that what they do? When you're dealing with the government, you can't put everything else, or you'll get killed, and you do all that.
I agree with you, but you can simply just name the memorandum.
I gave you the major input on what memorandum was signed to block African Americans from Africa. That's all you need to do. And trust me, the memorandum will come up.
Memorandum 44 by Brzezinski, Mika Brzezinski's father.
Thank you, Kyla.
Basically, the policy was do not let black nationalists in America and black nationalists in Africa link together, use misinformation and everything. But, the bottom line is this, if we were smarter back then, that wouldn't have worked anyway, because remember, so Africa was still developing, so therefore it worked in many ways and everything. What worked was the fact that black people pretty much lost interest in Africa as in the 80s, people try to be pro-American, Ronald Reagan era, and stuff like that. But now in the 90s, there was a resurgence of interest on the African continent. And what happened was now before up until that memorandum, right? Much of the brain power and the concentration in the Pan-African world was done outside the continent by leaders outside. Kwame Nkrumah would regularly meet with Black leaders from America, civil rights leaders in America, UK, Paris, and everything like that. But then after that, right, the focus is on indigenous, so-called born African land. They created that schism between who was indigenous Black. They began to define Africa as who was born on the continent, not by race.
You see what I'm saying?
So, Genesis, I mean, I'm guessing you are African American first, right?
Well, the bottom line is this: I'm African American, right? But if I want to be a Pan African, right, and we want to be a Pan African world, but we cannot just be a Pan African. And you guys, and all we do is go to Ghana and these countries right here, and we put on these white things and throw water on our heads, talk about libations and everything, while the Chinese and everybody else is walking out with the gold and the wealth and the contracts and everything. That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, but what? Like, cause like for me, I'm going to represent my people, right? So I'm guessing you're also representing your people, right?
Of course, I have no choice.
So exactly. So if you're representing your people, like you said, you guys are a new group. What is the commonality?
Who are you representing? First, before, let's be clear. Who are you representing, sir? Because I'm lost. I don't know.
I'm from Ghana, so obviously I'm representing Ghana, right?
All right. So what I'm saying like this.
So the question I'm asking, Carla, you is that,
brother,
where is the commonality?
Okay,
hold on. So we can unite on, because we don't always agree on everything, but there are certain things that we're gonna agree on.
Oh, yeah,
what is that commonality that we
let me say this, bro. Let me get in here word and edgewise. The bottom line is this: you guys have made it clear about the Ghanaians, particularly what you guys want. Nigeria's a different situation; they're all over the place.
Right.
You guys are clear what you guys want. You guys want a relationship with France. You guys want a relationship with the United States. You guys want a relationship with the UK. You guys are part of Chelsea games, the Commonwealth games. You guys ain't giving up your position in the Commonwealth. Okay? That's reality.
Well, Colin, man. I mean, you're speaking
politically.
Politically, Ghana's entitled to do with the Ghanaian government deal with governments. They don't deal with people
hold up.
Without nation states.
What exactly are governments? But what you call it?
Carla, are you? I mean, your representative is the American government. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I'm like this. We're a nation in South America. I have no control over. Oh, you laugh.
That's
hold up. I have nothing to do with what goes on with the United States, because the bottom line, you know what it's like to be in a country where, like, when I was a kid, you know what I wanted more than anything else? I would want to be part of a nation that invaded South Africa and destroyed. Because we used to watch on TV every night. And when I was a kid in the 70s, 80s, white people gunning down black people in Soweto and everything. And I wanted revenge. I wanted blood. You know?
Yeah, I mean, you can't distinguish yourself. You're part of the American government. You voted for the president.
Let me say this, right? White America is this. When they have an enemy, whatever, like this, the Spanish-American War, that was found out years later that Spain didn't even blow up the Maine in Havana Harbor, right? But the war cry came so that we want war. America marched into Mexico, took the land from the Mexico. They wanted war. We have no army. We have no will to force our will on the world or anything like that. So you telling me that the 45 million people,
I disagree with you because
ever never have any sort of will to strike. The only thing we ever did was protest and help bring down the apartheid South Africa. Other than that, we sit here and die in our own failure and everything, because you cannot have a race of people, a country with two races of people. White people are doing their manifest destiny. They're going to crush anybody that gets in their way. and all we do is say, hey Captain Williams, right there, they put a black man in a uniform, make him a Secretary of Defense to carry out the white man's orders and policy.
Can I ask a question? Yeah. Because you made a statement just now. You understand? You said you cannot have two races of people.
Two nations.
Yeah. Two nations, right?
Yeah.
Why you can't have two nations?
Because I believe there's always going to be a conflict with each other.
Hold on. As long as you have an agreement.
We don't have an agreement with them.
Listen, Colin, you're chiming in. I'm already with you, brother. But here's the thing. We don't look at why we be beefing with each other across the nation. We're going off of the Sanskrit or whatever they put out there for us to go off of. And we just take it as the gospel. You understand? We don't dance by their music, but they taught us to dance by their music. When we gave them the input on what music was. You understand? When we really go back and we look at the history, and we can all dictate history where all this shit come from, but then we got to look at how did they get the power? Can anybody tell me how they got the power, how they transformed it? Can I finish? Where we at now to where we're arguing with each other instead of sitting in the goddamn think tank on how we can transform us, regardless of what region you're from, in Africa, or in America, or in the Caribbean, or in Australia. How can we work together? Because we already know the history is Africans was taken and they was transported to go and do a work. Even though Africans might have been already there, but the substantial amount of numbers that came in erased that. You understand? So how can we work together as a whole for the commonality to get us on the same page, the trajectory of going further? That's my podcast. That's what I want to do.
My whole thing is, I'm like this. This is what I believe, right? I believe you got two things you could do in America, right? One, like Common said, forgive this white man, love him, and just become an American. And I have no problem with that. I'm an American, blah, 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 blah. I have no problem with that. Yeah.
I ain't saying it for me. I can't do it.
I'm just saying.
I got you.
I'm just saying. Or you want a nation of your own. There's two things. What cannot happen anymore is black people sitting around America talk about how bad America is, right? But they have no intention of ever parting ways. I think it's time for certain black people to start the divorce proceedings with America. That's what I feel.
I agree with that. See that whoever's coughing or laughing, I don't know if you're doing it intentionally, but what he's saying is true. See what I'm saying? Because if you don't, hold on.
The one who was doing it was Zongo, not G-Star.
Go ahead. Speak your.
See.
Go ahead, speak.
See, when I asked you about what is the commonality that we both can unite, Kyla was just saying, "Oh, it's the African government. They are the ones that are dealing with America." Well, Kyla, you represent America too. A lot of your people are also helping America accomplish a lot of the atrocities around the world.
It was by force. It was by hold on. No,
wait.
It was by force. The things that y'all doing is by choice. That's the difference. That's the difference, my brother. The things is, I'm gonna say it. I'm sorry for taking over the show. Things is, where we come from. Hold on.
Langley is the head of African Command.
You talking about General Langley? That shit was by force. What they did and what we got going on now. There's a
I mean,
difference.
Kyle, I don't want you here. I don't want to hear you saying that. Oh, African Americans are not part of it. Well, you're part of the American government. A lot of the people do contribute.
Unfortunately,
American
if
government.
we're in a
Government.
look, Zongo, we're in one of those precarious situations. We live in America. America feeds us, clothes us, jobs, everything. We all got paychecks, whatever like that. We get that, right? But America does never have our soul. They can have our body. We always knew that, There's nothing new. It's supposed to you don't understand. They can have our body, but they never had our soul. What the white man in America wants is a black man's soul.
So you don't think Africans do all the same thing? Maybe the leadership and the people are different too.
Well, no, I'm saying the fact of the matter is, you call yourself a sovereign country, right?
Yeah.
You call yourself an independent nation. That's what we always brag about. Oh, we got our own nation and land and everything. But you have no say so over anything that goes on. The foreign companies control the gold, and they give you 2% royalty. In your own land. I'm like, yo, look, man, why don't you take all the gold and put it in bullion? Forget them, nationalize those gold mines,
Well, it is nationalized. What are you talking
No, it's
about?
not nationalized. French companies, Canadian
Oh
companies,
no,
everybody
you can't. I mean,
gold in Ghana. What are you talking about, man?
it is nationalized. It isn't
It's not
nationalized.
nationalized nothing, The government of Ghana receives a royalty,
No, they do have.
And I said earlier about South Africa. The difference in South Africa is the gold was mined by private capital, which they put it into rand, gold, Kruger rand.
Yeah, but I mean, Kyle, what you're failing to understand?
I never struck his own gold coin, whatever like that.
Yeah, I think what you're failing to understand is that it depends on like what the government mean by nationalizing the natural resources in their country.
How can you naturalize the natural resource if you don't produce it? You
can nationalize and have a stake in it. I mean, not necessarily. So I mean, it depends. It varies from countries to country. So you can't just use your understanding of nationalization of resources
if you nationalize
as a yardstick for other countries. It doesn't work that way.
You nationalize something. What you do is you take it over from foreign investment, and you hand it over first to your government, and then you give it to private capital, private investors, and every stakeholders, and you list some of the assets on your local exchange so the people can have a stake in what said project.
Well, Kyle, I mean, let's just agree to disagree. That I mean, I understand of nationalization of natural resource. I'm not saying that. I mean, maybe different countries have different rules about how to nationalize their resources.
Every African country is terrified of going near those so-called natural resources. First of all, I give Niger the ball. Y'all be with a big bug eye sitting up there. What were you gonna do if the white man leaves, whatnot? We don't know how to mine this shit, So saying if they learn how to mine uranium, mine the stuff themselves and everything like that, they can process uranium and enrich it. They could have been like that, but that takes time, money, and political willpower. African countries didn't want to do that.
Kyle, let's speak about Black Americans. I mean, what do they want actually? Because it seems to me that I don't hear. Like I said, I don't wait. I don't hear collective. I don't hear a collective.
Black America. Right, let me tell you, Zongo. Black America right now wants a lot of foolishness, Negro conspiracies, and babble.
So is it fair to say that Africans don't want to take them seriously? Then,
well, I don't blame Africans not taking Black Americans seriously. But I don't blame them. Because the bottom line is. But you got to admit, there's a lot of Black people who go to Africa. The ones that end up going to Africa seem to be serious. And the problem is, Africans, they view the Black people who like this guy Lucas, the Bible. You probably you look at oh, what's the big deal? One night, there's a lot of talented Black African Americans.
Oh no. I mean, for me,
Black people in America are
not really. Actually, I mean, Lucas. I mean, I'm actually impressed with his medical facility.
And so what I'm saying
at the end of the day, it's not like he's just helping, but also there's what is the right term? The synergy that you want to help at the same time making money at the same
Well,
time.
it's either
That's how you can. That's how you can have a thriving
it
business for a long
shows
time.
you that real Pan African actually really works.
Yeah.
It actually really works, but I don't think Africans understand Pan. I think
No,
Black Americans don't understand Pan Africanism, right?
No,
Pan
but
Africans
Kyle, but what you guys have to do is that you have to tell the continental Africans, the ones that have genuine interest on the continent, not just everybody.
You know what it is, brother. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna be honest with you, right? And I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, man. See how Ghana? I give Ghana credit, right, for the fact that he could pull something off in Africa. I would love to be a fly on the wall and basically see how he could communicate, and it got through some thick African's head about what he was trying to do. I want to know how that happened. Because a lot of times, man, when you talk to like Africans, like, and I see black people in America, they got all these big black American plans. We could do this, we could do that, and the Africans sit there like, huh? You know, what you talking about? You know, and the bottom line is like two different. Like, watch that movie Blacks Without Borders, right? Years later, Eugene Jackson said, "I tried to reach out to black Africans in South Africa and everything like that. They just don't get it, you know." That's unfortunate because bottom line is, if black South Africans basically link with black Americans like they should, and basically built consortiums and everything like that, that thing we saw at Lucas, they could be all over the continent, you know.
Yeah, because even Lumumba, the man Lumumba speaks that.
Yeah, it's another thing. He talks too passionate, you know. He just too.
No, I don't mean Lumumba like the one from continent, like the African American. He used to come to.
Oh yeah, Lumumba speaks. Oh yeah.
He was in Ghana recently. I mean, he was speaking of. He was surprised to see those, continental African banks over there. You know, he went to.
Oh, that's good. But the bottom line, but how much money is actually going through those banks? Not enough to sustain the economy.
Yeah, but Kyle, you got to start from somewhere, you know.
Yeah, but we've been starting for the last 60 years, bro. I mean, it's good. I mean, I'll be honest with you, right? You got the EB. What's the EB? What's that bank in that Nigerian bank? What's the name? Nigerian got a lot of banks and everything. I give them that credit. They got a lot of banks and everything. But when we talk about what we want to do, that's boy, it's going to take it's like moving mountains. It's going to take a lot, and a lot that time we don't have, you know, because I'm be honest with you, man, the electoral process in Africa does not work. You need somehow the real smartest people from all over the continent, right? In these think tanks, right?
I don't disagree with you.
What?
I don't disagree with what you're saying. I agree, actually.
They'll say think tanks, one that basically create policies and carry it out. And that means some African countries might lose a lot of its autonomy, sovereignty, and everything like that. And, you know, the bottom line is you have to have that. And the Europeans know what they're doing. They create these fake-ass democracies.
But Carlos, do you think that sometimes you have this I mean the God-saving mentality to
well, I'll be honest with you, yes, you know. And a lot of Africans get, you know, but like I said, somebody has to do it, man. You know, a lot of somebody got it, and they always say, "Oh yeah, you guys gonna." But Africans are just so arrogant. Instead of them saying, "You know something, right?" You know, in Black America, we see what they've been trying to do for the last 100 years here in America, right? Let's see if they can put something together on the continent and see how we benefit. Africans basically like, well, geez, we're not gonna look at the fact that you created Black Wall Street, they destroyed that. They're underfunding your colleges, they're doing all stuff like that. You try to build communities, they only support the very worst of your culture. They give a platform and an audience to the very worst part of Black America and everything, and we still survive and everything. They don't look past all that and say, man, I remember the Harlem Renaissance. I remember these days. These are freaking people we need. You know, they just go by what they see in the mainstream media and say, oh, these people, oh man. You know, they don't look at the whole entire picture. Me, I take time. Before I judge anybody, I'll take the time to know.
Why did you change your mind from Liberia? Why do you like? Where is it coming from? That all of a sudden?
Because honestly,
Let
I
me ask
love
my question
Liberia.
first. Let me ask my question.
I love Liberia. I love that country. I'll be honest with you. I love
All
it.
of a sudden, you're a first class black person, and you don't want to adjust your standard.
The bottom line is the bottom line is, as long as you have that level of poverty in a place like that, and just basically poverty. Yeah, I mean, I'm dead serious. Poverty does something to people. You got that level of poverty in West Africa, right? Like, I was led by Bomani, like, oh yeah, West Africa is the future, whatnot. I don't see that, West Africa is
you only been in Liberia, Caleb, man. You can't just generalize.
There was so many, how many Ghanaians were in Liberia, I'm like, how you in, there's no opportunity in Ghana, so they're in Liberia looking for jobs.
Come on, Carla.
I mean, and saying, there's one guy. I'm just telling you, man. I'm just telling you, man. I said, we're in Ghana. The Kendiger Hotel, Bob Johnson built, run by Ghanaians now. And the Ghanaians, they be doing like driving taxis on that. The markets down. When you go to Monrovia, a lot of the merchants and everything like that come from all over West Africa.
I mean, it's been like that in most African market anyway. I mean, the thing is, there's always going to be a match. Like when you go there, it's not like you don't see, some Africans having similar Western standard over there. Why don't you go and find
that's where you fit? But the thing is, I don't want to be the bougie type that what you call that live there above everybody. I can, because I got like several properties in Liberia. I could develop and live a good life. I could really go over there and have a farm. I could do all sorts of that, but I don't want to live that life where I'm like, I want to live around people that I know are survive. That's better for my survival. I don't want one day be like, oh yeah, man, people just pissed off, and next thing you know, I'm tied to a pole and getting shot one night.
Hey, if I could just ask a real quick question, Carla. I want to know what does poverty do to people? You were making a point, but you didn't finish it. What did the poverty?
Poverty brings people down to the lowest. Like, they're good people. Liberians are good people, man. But I don't know how long. They're going to get the president ready right now. Is clean the country up. The country's cleaner. They got that new Elwa roundabout and everything that connects four interchanges, the highway to the airport, A.B. Talbot Road, Tubman Boulevard. Looks beautiful. Painesville, all that, like, beautiful. There's a lot of progress going on, right? But yet you got people out there marching, talking about we want to take down Bokah's government and whatnot. Dude, he's been in office for 8 months. So I'm like this. I'm saying to myself, what do these people want? And it's all freaking anger. And I'm gonna tell you right now, man. We got to do something about that. Like this thing in Kenya, that wasn't just about the taxes. It's just that African youth and African people are just angry.
Yeah, but Kyle, I mean, it seems to me like you're aspiring for an egalitarian society in Liberia.
Well, I'm like this.
I mean, that seems to me like a socialist ideology could help in
I'm not a socialist.
Reality. Yeah. So how do you balance that? You having a capitalist mentality yet.
Well, I'm like this. This is what
society.
Look, you know what? Imperfect. If we never had that coup in 1980. Because at the time, Liberia was going to its corporate phase, right? And the average Liberian was going to be able to invest and trust and everything in the process of natural resources in the country. All that fell apart because the people could not wait another 10 years, And so the bottom line, that's what it is. People, you can't articulate. People, when you say we're going to give everybody stocks and trusts, Kenya a decade ago, 20 years ago, was able to articulate this. Now Kenya's own a lot of the stock exchange, They was able to freaking articulate that to the masses and people.
Carlo, you can't really serve everybody. I mean, The
well,
hard
bottom
in
line is this.
Liberia.
The bottom line,
I mean,
without education,
you can do your part within your own capacity.
Like,
You can't
let me
just
give you an
change
example.
everything
Like
within.
Ghana, right? My boy Nee Sampa, right? Those on here, right? He's
Yeah. I met him the last time. He's from the God tribe. Yeah.
Okay. Now that's my guy, and everything. They got land. His mother lives on a land with like around 20 houses, whatever, like that. They got no roads, right? He says, "Well, why don't we just put the money together, create a community, a tax base?" People are like, oh no. So you rather have no roads, no nothing. Rainy season coming is muddy and slick and everything like that, rather than doing the basic one, right? Because you got to educate people why it's important to have infrastructure, why it's necessary.
Yeah, but maybe that land is is kind of like outskirts the city. So maybe
Yeah, but the bottom line is this: if you really want to build something, right? Because people are trying to build their own stuff like that, and they're trying to do stuff like that. They want this stuff. They want roads. They want all stuff like this. But the way to do it is, okay, we have to basically incorporate our own town and create our own tax base.
Well, I mean, for roads to reach there, it takes time.
No, it doesn't. It shouldn't take.
If the community is developing at a faster pace than what is.
But if you have a section of the community say, we got this 5 square miles right here, we're gonna build this right. We have a master plan right here. This is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna get money from the federal government. We get money from the World Bank. They got different NGOs, wherever like it come in, and then in the meantime, right, we're gonna have to have a way of taxing goods, services, and income, right, to pay for the maintenance, upkeep, and the expansion of it. But when you don't do nothing, right, and just sit there and be like, okay, because he says this is laziness,
That's nothing to do with that. I mean, because
a
lot of the houses being built over here is built by real estate companies, right? If real estate companies were the one responsible in doing stuff like that,
yeah, but by law, in America, by law, before you build a house, it has to be built on the grid. That means it has to be built on a water system. You have to be connected to.
But you're speaking about roads, right? And I'm saying like the road is a
road and everything like that.
But that's what I'm saying. The road is a public property. So if you
that's why
you can't just build roads.
Things like that you have to take over and say this road right here is now part of the public property, which season it to eminent domain. African culture hasn't got to that point. Well, at least in Liberia, I love Liberia. Like they're so modern. Every part of the coastline is connected to the grid. You got the grid transmission towers all up and down the coast.
Grid is everywhere in Africa. Man, Carlo, where are you getting this information from? I mean, you just only been to Liberia. You act like they don't have grid systems in other countries.
I'm saying that parts of Ghana, they basically say, well, I got to use my solar panel and I got to do it because you're not connected to the grid.
Yeah, because I mean, the development. I mean, it takes time to reach there.
Okay, but I'm saying
it's not different from the U.S. If you go to outskirts of the city, you're not going to get gas. Man, I used to work. Wait, time out. I used to work in the utility industry, right? Well, if you build your house in a far more remote area, if the gas pipelines are not reaching that place, you have
I know that. But what I'm saying is, but you could still go and you're on the electrical grid. That covers every road. If you're on a road, you connect to the electrical grid.
That's not entirely true.
Yes, it is.
You might be far away.
All the transmission lines follow roads.
Yeah, but you might be far away from town. It might not probably.
It doesn't matter. You got transistor box right there, that telephone pole, underground cable. Now you got underground thing like that. You're connected to the grid. There's nobody in America that's not connected to the grid. Now you may not be connected to a sewer line. You may have some septic tanks in rural areas and everything. I remember a couple of years ago, I was at a client's house of mine and whatnot, and there was basically the front yard was torn. I said, "What's going on here?" And this is in the city of Chesapeake, most developed city in Virginia, probably second biggest city in Virginia after Virginia Beach. And they said, "Oh yeah, we're finally getting connected to the sewer line. We don't have the septic tank anymore." The city just ordered it and said, "Okay," said every house on the block, the front lawn was tore up, and they put a pipeline and a sewer line connected to the sewer line. But that's it. But that was like after they lived in the house for like 30 years. You know, some things are not essential. But you still gotta have a septic tank. You know, that's law.
Well, Kyle, I mean, a lot of this information, I'm not basing that on facts. So I think sometimes we just have to be a little cautious when we provide this information to the public.
Well, I'm just saying, man. Look, you know, I mean, people do what they want to do, but you know, I'm just saying, look, me personally, I know my people. We can't live without sewers. We can't live without running water, pipe-borne water. We can't live without refrigeration. Basics of the essential.
I mean, but that's because like a lot of the challenges that you do see in these African countries, right?
There shouldn't even be challenges, man.
Well, I mean, the houses are not being built. I mean, like, let me just give you an example, right? Because in America, it's not like individuals are building their own homes, right? They are built by real estate companies.
We don't have to build our own homes here.
What?
We don't have to build our own homes in America unless you got some real fancy design that you're trying to build.
Yeah, unless you stay far. Yeah,
you could buy modular homes if you can here.
Yeah, right. And also you're gonna contract. You're gonna give the contract to someone who knows how. But a lot of times people just give it to average constructors to build a house, and that's why you do see some of those kind of challenges in that regard. But if a real estate is building your house, I mean, you see that on YouTube. The house they sell in Ghana, the real estate industry. Like a standard building, it's no different from the one in the West.
Yeah, I've seen some. I mean, to be honest with you, right? I've seen some of the best looking houses I've seen in my life. I've seen on the African continent. The designs and everything. I like the way they build. When they do build houses, Africa is subpar the best. When they do get it right. But the thing is, if only 10% of the people could afford that,
Yeah, but Carla, what you want, a lot of the times, they also follow the Western the standard of house that you want, and they charge at higher cost.
Well, the bottom line is this: I would say in Africa, my piece of advice for Africa, right? Give up trying to live in houses, right? Start building apartment buildings, like the Asians did. The Asians build high-rise apartments and everything like that. Taught the people how to live in a high-rise apartment. You had people that were living in more rural areas than Africa was, and they didn't know anything about how an incinerator works, how all this.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
But they learned. Them tall buildings in Hong Kong. People coming from rural areas didn't know nothing about that, but they adapted. That's what Africa needs for at least 40 years. These people living in those type of environment for 40 years. Then you'll raise.
I agree. Nigeria, please don't try to build them high-rise apartments. You got enough buildings.
No, but isn't it better than trying to spread?
We got enough buildings crumbling down on innocent people. It's okay.
I know, I'm not saying build subpar ones. I'm talking about really build like Singapore. They build real nice buildings. Steel and concrete. And you can house more people per square mile.
It's generally expensive, especially trying to meet the kind of standard that you want. As a first class, black, black.
Kyle, I'm not even certain that Nigeria has the same kind of cement that they use in China. There's something about that cement in Nigeria that just.
The guy was in there on.
I don't know.
The guy was sitting on TikTok live, and next thing you know, in the background, a building's collapsed out of nowhere in Nigeria. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but building collapse in the U.S. too. Why are you acting like? Come on,
no, come on.
No. A building collapse in the U.S. That building been around for over 100 years. The building collapse in Nigeria, that must have been around for like 5 years.
Oh man, come on. There was a building there's a building that recently collapsed in Miami. Like you didn't watch it.
Yeah, I know, but
that was an old building.
Yeah, but the thing is, they're using cheap illegal alien labor and cheap materials, and these were foreign companies that built them. So you go to Miami, and
the thing is like, I mean, if you're building a building, don't cut corners. Just follow the standard, and you wouldn't have issues actually.
In Nigeria, they like to cut corners. They like to cut corners so bad. They don't forgot they even had a corner.
Yeah, I mean because all of these countries, they have codes that they have to comply to. I mean, but for the most part, in order to reduce costs, they try to cut corners. And
Hey, Kyle, you won't believe it, right? Why in Nigeria, right, in Benin, they got a road, the Benin Sapele road, like a main road, major road that was crappy. They made this big old stump speech on how they was gonna fix it. They fixed it, and like 4 months later, that shit was worse than it was before.
Yeah, I saw that.
I'm like, oh my lord.
The rain got to it.
Please, I understand why y'all want to leave. Just leave. I get it.
Wait, Jonathan.
I don't blame you.
I kind of missed what you said. Actually, what did
They
you say?
built. They had a major road problem. At the junction, like a major road, Benin Sapele Road, right? The road was horrible. I mean, if it rained, it'd be like, LA traffic times 1,000. You just be sitting there for hell alone for hours. And then the government said they was gonna fix the road. They fixed the road. It looked nice and all stuff. And then 4 months later, it was worse than the road before they actually they fixed it. I was just like, damn, didn't y'all just why is it like this? Like, what is y'all doing? Are y'all buying the cheapest rock y'all can find from China to try to build these roads? It don't make no sense.
One thing I do is I take my infrastructure seriously. I take my infrastructure seriously. You're talking about people's safety and everything.
Well, I mean, kind of. At the end of the day, it all boils down to cost. If your cost can afford
my ass, man.
That's what you're gonna do.
What's the cost, man? Well, you know what it is? Every time there's a project, Nigerians got a lot for how much they're gonna graft and suck off the project. You know what I'm saying?
So
that's
like a part of it. It's just a part of like the kickback too. It's a part of the
kickback and everything.
It's just a part
That's what's wrong with Nigeria. They got a bad culture. The whole culture is about trying to get over on. However, try to maximize how much money you can get and get over as much as you can get. A lot of things in Nigeria that be expensive should really be cheap. But they so badly want to just try to make as much money as possible. They cause inflation. Inflation really shouldn't be that bad, but they cause the inflation. It's just like a selfish mindset that can't be fixed for some damn reason.
Well, I mean, it's everywhere, including the U.S. too. So I mean,
no. I'm talking no. In America, we know. Listen, Joe Biden called sanctions against Russia. That was when everything got expensive in America. In Nigeria, there's no excuse that they listen.
If you go to buy a car, the dealership.
Me and my wife, we went to a store to go buy something. You know how bad these motherfuckers lying. We went to the store. She over there buying some pens. The guy's like, these pens were made in America. The minute he said the pens were made in America, I damn near had a heart attack. Wanted to burst out laughing. Like, we ain't made pens in America in so long, bro. The dude said the pens were made in America. The pens had a UK tag on it and a Japan tag on it. And I'm like, bro, did we make it in America, send it to the UK so they could stitch it, then send it to Japan so they could put their little thing on it? And then he was just like, huh? I'm like, bro, why are you lying to us? Well, that's to make this thing. That's like, come on.
Yeah, but Jonathan, that's business. You got to,
That's bad business. That's bad business.
Not really, though. Not really.
Listen, in Nigeria, they got this business called POS, right? It's kind of like basically a fake ATM. You go up to a person and you say you want to withdraw, you charge them money. I said, you know what? We're going to go into business. We're going to go into the POS business. Because everybody's so focused on trying to make as much money as they want to make. We're going to drop the prices as low as we can go and still make a profit. And we're raking in the money.
Yeah, but I mean, but
don't try to get over on people. Do good business.
You act like it doesn't exist over here too. If you go to the dealership, they don't sell the same car, same model, same year. It's not the same price for everybody. It's not the same. It depends on the buyer. If the buyer is gullible, they're gonna charge high prices to the buyer. I mean, that's the same tax applying to you.
At a dealership? Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, at a dealership. Yes. In the US.
What dealership y'all going to?
Dealership.
What was your business in Nigeria? You said you went to Nigeria, you stay in Benin City. What was your business?
Wait. So, I mean, Jonathan, You mean to tell me if you go to the dealership with intention of buying a car, the dealership is going to sell you the car based on the MSRP?
I got a question. When you go to the dealership to buy a car, do they usually have the price tag on the car?
When you were in Nigeria, what was your business there?
Yes, they generally have price tag on the car.
Once they have the price tag on the car, you get to decide whether or not you want to buy that shit or not. But that's not what it is in Nigeria. In Nigeria, you negotiate damn near out the gate.
What was your business in Nigeria, Jonathan? What was your business in Nigeria?
For the most part, the price tag that they have in the car.
Yeah, one person talk at a time. I got Kidola ask a question.
What were you doing in Nigeria to survive there? What was your business?
I made money from the United States of America, built websites.
What kind of money? No. You cannot be making money in the United States. They said, what was your business in Nigeria to survive there? Because sometimes I be seeing you on certain panels. You say you're married to a Nigerian woman, but man, you come into a third world country, we still build it. In America, they help you to build what's called your modern city where you live in now. In Nigeria, we'll do it ourselves. Most of all these houses is in Nigeria. Loan to build houses. You put take loan to buy cars. You put have developers building your houses for maybe some of your woody houses for about 2 months or 6 months. In Nigeria, we slowly build a house possibly for 10 years because we don't take no loan. You understand? So you have to understand that what you see in Nigeria today, or some of these streets you see, were like bushes. From bushes, they turned it to be like a town. For town, they turned to be like a city. You understand me? So the Benin you see now, whatever, that's my state. With the Benin you see now, whatever really like that. Well, everything you see was being developed by individual. It takes some years. It takes some time. These guys that went to Europe or United States or businessmen, they start sending money back home to start developing some of this area. So you comparing a place whereby you can go to the bank to take a loan to build some of all these things. Yes, our government, they fucked up people. But we don't own no bank loan for these houses. We don't own nothing. You know, cars you see Nigerians are buying is not on loan. But you people can do that to the United States. You understand? So if we don't compare ourselves, we'll do some of these things.
That's not a flex, though. I mean,
no.
Cadola.
I've been seeing him said
with all due respect.
He's in Nigeria, but he almost looks like a spy. That's why I ask you, what business you run in Nigeria? You don't even run business in Nigeria to survive. Possibilities, the money you brought. I don't agree. Are you a passport bro?
One thing I want to learn was, do they have?
Go ahead, Carla. Sorry.
Do they have equity in when you own a home? Are you building any equity? I know you build equity when you have a mortgage.
We don't build equity. These are our homes we pass to our children. We're gone.
I'm saying it's not a flex because
not a flex. But you cannot bring it. This American system. Hold on. This American system you want to bring to us, that's what is killing us.
But I agree with you, Kidola. But I'm saying it's not a flex because it means that the only ones with access to capital are the ones that can buy the cars and buy the houses. I mean, one majority
you don't need to buy to build it. Our culture. Look,
it has to be structured.
Asia have their own culture. We cannot be comparing ourselves to this Anglophone type of cultural system.
No, but sometimes you should be willing to see different ideas, right? It has to be structured in a way that, regardless of how much you earn, you should be able to get a car. Why is that challenging? Like, why is this a problem?
Do they offer financing?
Zongo.
They don't do that. They don't do stuff like that.
Zongo.
They offer financing. They offer financing.
Zongo doesn't mean because you live in the United States. Not because you live in the United States, you have to bring the system of the United States to people who have two different thinking, to different type of culture. What is killing Africa is by this so-called Anglophone type of development or mentality that doesn't even fit into their own mentality. The Asian, the Chinese have their own mentality. You can even the Russians that are even white have totally different. That's why you see the war in Ukraine now. So you have to base your own mentality to yourself and do your own thing yourself. if we have to go towards the United States way of life, it's all look. America want to make money. That's why they I'll build this house for you, sell it. This house worth this house worth this. But in Africa, what in the house actually look at? Okay, let me take you to the to Banana Island, where people will build some of this expensive, overprice it, and these houses are empty there. You understand me? But houses in African mentality is like a sacrament, whereby if you build a house, you pass it to your children, your land is being passed to your children. That's where Africans think. It's not about, let me come and put value of my own property. So I was surprised that Jonathan, I don't understand what do you do to survive? Because if you stay in the place, you need to do some business, or you need to do other things. You cannot be. What kind of money are you getting from the United States? Do you have a bank account that just full up there that they're just sending to you every time? I don't think so.
I mean, what you're saying, I mean, you just give an example of Banana Island. What about the other Nigerians that don't stay in Banana Island? What about them?
The majority. As a person that says you're from Edo State, do you think what percentage of people from Edo State do you think can afford to live on Banana Island?
Look, if we don't have sentiment, we're not emotional. Look, most of us that come from all these states, we are far more emotionally connected to our territories. So I cannot go and live in the Yoruba land and I will take my property to get lost. Look, majority people that live in these cities sometimes stay over there. Even we will tell you, if you're not from there, come back home and build your houses. So we don't really connect.
As connected as you want to say people are to these lands. If they had the opportunity to get the fuck out of there, they would. Would you agree with that?
Forget my brother. You said people, but when somebody leave, is he living there? Is he stay in America forever?
I know a whole lot of people that's from Nigeria that's in America ain't been back. They done missed funerals, weddings, and they don't look like they want to come back.
Look.
Some people don't want to come back. I mean,
it doesn't mean.
I don't want to go back to Ghana. I don't want to go back.
I mean, with all due respect, Kadola, I don't think it matters how much money you got. How much can you build the land?
If you don't come back, somebody else will take your properties. Somebody else will inherit.
No, I was joking.
Kadola, how many times have you heard about people from the West sending money back to their families in Nigeria, and then their families either splurge off the money? They pretend like they gonna buy land and then they don't get land, or they get land and they don't take care of it. How do you think that?
That's where there was no WhatsApp. That's what you see. You can those days you can scam people because with the same pictures you can go and lie. Now it's WhatsApp. Now it's video call. I'll call you.
Me and my wife was driving through a village. Damn near a village. Well, I don't think Ouch is like a village. We were driving through a village in the middle of nowhere, and they got a sign that says, "Beware of 419. This house is not for sale." That ain't got nothing to do with no international people. That's even a local thing.
Yeah, you see, that's why you have to be. Yes, because we have to be very smart against some of these bad scammers. You have scammers also in the United States. It doesn't mean say it's only in Nigeria. You have to be very careful because somebody can say somebody else's property. Somebody can sell you somebody else's property. Then after buying it, somebody comes.
But generally you could look up to see who owns that property.
Where
you can like go on. You can go into a court website. You can go into the county website.
Hold on.
You can look up who owns that.
You can also do these things also, my brother. In
Nigeria.
Yes.
What website do you go to look that up?
Let me tell you something. Land belongs to people. Some of these people, some of these individuals, sometimes family, sometimes is their ancestors inherited the land. Somebody was most of this
Kadola, I want to be honest. I want to be honest about something. When the person that owns the house dies,
yes,
and he generally has kids, usually do all the children get access to the house? Or is there specific?
If it's one family house, the first one inherited. That just
okay, and that means the rest of the kids ain't getting shit, right?
The man have to find the land. Look,
so as much as you may say that we have this culture, that culture does not benefit everyone in Nigeria. So a lot of times when people be like, you know, we buy land so our families can have something to pass down. No, it's usually just your firstborn son.
Yeah,
not all your damn children.
The first son inherits the family house. Before you inherit the family house, you have to do some other rituals to get that house. So it's not just, oh, this is my house now. The process you have to follow. That's what they call second burial. You understand me? Second burial. If your dad don't have, most African may have multiples of land. Because sometimes they inherit from this land from their ancestors too. So it's not like, oh, one might just have one land. A mother have a lot of children. If you don't have a lot of land, we buy land. That's okay. This for the definitely the first son we took over the family house. So this
I'm not speaking for the most Nigerians. You're speaking for the section of Nigerians, which is not really
this whole Nigeria. This is how the whole Nigeria roll, my brother. Igbo, Edo. I don't know much about the Hausa. All the southern parts of Nigeria, the first son inherit the whole thing, inherit the houses. Not the houses, inherit the family.
I'll vouch for that to be true. They do the same thing with houses.
You know, so that's just I don't know.
I'll vouch for what he's saying to be true, that the first sons usually get everything. The only difference I would say is that it's probably a little bit different with the new.
That's not true. That's not true even with the houses, because most houses follow Islamic ruling actually, and Islamic ruling is mostly universal. The first son is going to be the manager of the wealth, but it doesn't mean he's going to inherit.
I just want Jonathan to understand some of this building city you see. So there's a section of it. It can a little bit look like a. You think, oh, foreigners are living. Some of these areas are tribal lands. You know, I'm from here, I'm from there. You know, some of them belong to some of all these areas. Ogbe.
You for instance.
Kadola, when the last time you been to Benin City?
You built a house in Lagos, right?
I went to school there.
No, I mean, when the last time you've been to Benin City? Not school. You've been out of school for a long time.
In your hometown or in a different town? Kadola, you.
I'm building an Airbnb in close to the stadium there.
Yeah, but I mean, currently you don't live in your hometown.
I have a house in my village. I have a house in Lagos, but I built an Airbnb in a place called Ora Crescent in close to the stadium.
In other words, you are a rich Nigerian. You are not the average Nigerian who can build a house in a different state and also have a house.
You need to service it.
He's a Nigerian that lives abroad, so by default, he's going to be a little bit better off.
Yeah, but most Nigerians don't get a privilege to build a house in a different state and build in their hometowns too.
I would say 99.99% of Nigerians ain't got that opportunity.
Look, you have to save your money. You know, you understand me? You need to save it.
99.99% of Nigerians, okay, I don't even think they can afford to save their money. Kadola, you know what's going on in the country.
How many even Americans don't have the same privilege to have a house?
Zongo.
No, Zongo, I would say the difference is people in America actually do have the opportunity to eventually own a house, but they fuck off their money. That's the difference.
The benefit you say is being developed by individuals.
Their hometown and where they stay at the same time.
Zongo. You have to say, I'm not a young guy. You understand me? I'm not a young guy. Kala is not too old. Kala is not too older than me. So if you have to check my hustling period to what I am now, I can afford to do anything. You understand me? You know, I can afford to do anything.
In Nigeria,
you married to a white man, so by proxy of your white woman, you have access to wealth.
But don't forget that.
Kadola, you married a white woman?
Forget that. You know that have nothing to do. That have nothing to do how you manage your money.
Kadola, you married a white woman?
Yeah, it's my
my wife is a European.
Yeah,
why?
Why?
Yeah, why? You could have got you a beautiful, fine Benny girl. You gonna go and get you a white woman? Why?
Let's deal into it. let's not go into personal issues.
So let's forget about this so-called whatever.
Hey, when he asked me what's my business in Nigeria, that was a personal.
Yeah, that's what you're doing there. What you're doing there.
Let's not do personal now.
Were you
Why
selling
would you
fruit?
marry a white woman over a beautiful Benin girl?
Were you selling fruit? Were you selling fruit? Do you have a car wash over there you're making money from? That's what I'm asking. What was the business there? You know, last year I was in Nigeria. Look, last year I was in Benin City. I have to show my children my university. I went to University of Benin.
Oh, wait. Kilo, I thought you were from Edo State, right?
I'm from Edo State.
Benin City is in Edo State.
Oh.
I was in this. I was in that city to show my wife and my children the university I went to. That was. I did that.
You went to Uniben?
I went to Uniben, bro. I started that school 1991.
Wait. So Jonathan he actually knows Nigeria, like based on what he's saying.
I think he have a Benin wife. Possibility. How do you get that wife, Seth? Where do you meet that Benin girl?
I met my beautiful Benin wife.
Where?
When I went on a global trip, right? I went to like 17 different countries.
So were you a passport, bro?
A passport, bro? Hell no.
It's a passport, bro. Kidula's a passport, bro, too.
What's a passport, bro? Ones that go around.
Where's the wife staying? In Benin City or in America?
We still stay in Benin. Ain't nothing special about America. The only difference is, brother, I do miss, constant electricity, constant water I can get out the faucet down.
Yeah, about borehole? You put borehole in your house where you stay there and
with a borehole
or solar. You have to be creativity. The creativity is that will survive in Africa. Otherwise,
you can use generator.
Solar in Nigeria. Solar is to have the lights on, and that solar ain't about to run no damn refrigerator and everything else that we got.
No, Jonathan, don't get me wrong.
So we run the generator all the time.
Jonathan, don't get me wrong. Our government is total failure. That's so. What you see now in Benin City was being developed. Developed in around 19something. That ring road you're seeing was being done by a guy called Bamodia. The other ones you start seeing now, some of these development starts being done by individual. This government these guys are very, very corrupt. That's just the truth. They want to build some of these big mansions and everything. People want to live sometimes so that they
give Governor Obasaki a shout out. Okay, at least he raised the minimum wage to like what was it, like $70,000, something like $70,000 per month, while the federal government arguing about 60,000. Shame on them.
How much is it in US dollars?
Don't do that, bro. The current minimum wage in Nigeria is 20,000 naira, and that's like $10-15, I'd say, a month. It's wrong. It's just completely wrong.
You mean on monthly basis? Is that what you're saying? Not even on hourly?
Yeah, monthly basis. And I want you to understand, it's not like they work 8 hours and that's it. No, they work long ass hours. I mean, me and my wife, we'll fly from Benin to Lagos just to go get some ice cream.
You can't use American standard in other
countries. Yeah, now the thing is, I don't use American standards, but my wife, she has employees. We use American standards. They work 8 hours. They get paid 100,000 naira monthly. We do use American standards to a degree. We're not out here just breaking the asses of people. We don't believe in that. So we have standards.
Work for a Nigerian, you probably work for American something related company. They might, because generally, if you expats in other countries and you work in an international company, for you the international expats, they're gonna pay you. If you come from America, they're gonna pay you with American standard. But the local Ghanaian or local Nigerian, HR people, they're gonna pay you based on the standard.
They're gonna try to break you as much as they can. But that's the thing, though, because here
we holding the same job.
We teach people how to make websites, how to make apps, how to do customer service jobs, and then we reach out to Black American businesses in the United States of America that need employees. Train the workers to work for those businesses.
Yeah, but Jonathan,
so the jobs that they get in other countries, they can do the same thing in Nigeria.
Yeah, but
that way Nigerians don't have the need to leave.
Something's very shaky about you, Jones, because generally, if you're married to a Nigerian, you have to like everything about their culture, you know?
No, the hell you don't. That's bullshit.
I mean, isn't it true though? Like, I mean, you can't be. It kind of seems like you have this, little,
this little what? Real? You mean I don't fake the funk?
Animosity towards.
You mean I don't fake the funk?
No, you don't like.
I'm sorry. I'm not about to wake up and pretend like I love everything about a culture if I don't love everything about a culture.
You're just gonna be honest. Okay.
Some things I like, some things I don't. Now, why would I come out here and sugarcoat shit? Why would I come out and sugarcoat shit? Man, me and a friend of mine, we were talking about the schoolgirls having to shave their heads so they can go to school. And so we were trying to come up with alternative ways to prevent that from happening. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm not Nigerian. I'm not Benny.
Whoa!
When I go to different countries, I carry whatever Americanized mentality that I have. That shit goes with me too.
Well, I mean,
I'm not about to completely change just because I go to another country.
Yeah, your daughters. I mean,
hey, John, let me ask you about that. If I get a word in, check this out. When I was taking Brussels Airlines to Liberia, and the way they had you all the Black people cordoned off in the one section airport like you couldn't escape.
Hey. Listen. It's the same way in Frankfurt, Germany. When it's like, I don't know if Nigerians have done something that's so bad that we got to go through all the hell. It's like they overly checking documents and shit. It's like, come on now.
Wait.
Passport. Oh yeah, that's right. I'm not trying to move the little shithole Belgium.
Whoa, you mean like they overcheck your stuff? Is that what you're saying?
They overcheck. Listen, when I'm going to, let me just say, I've been to Amsterdam before, or I've been to the Netherlands before. It was such a smooth process. Been to the UK, such a smooth process. Be on your way to Nigeria, it's like, damn. No, I don't have drugs on me. No, it's really me. I mean, it's hella much, bro.
You're checking that. They're gonna make sure you get on that plane, you get there.
Oh yeah, but wait. I'm trying to understand. Carla, what did you say earlier? Because I'm kind of missing.
They have police literally standing in the area as if we gonna run off into the damn country, like we just gonna brush the border.
Like in Brussels?
They did that. They did that in Frankfurt, Germany. Like the police literally was escorting people. I'm like, what the fuck did y'all do this time? Damn.
I'm like,
y'all just can't behave.
You know what happens is, well, a lot of times, remember when they had some soccer match, whatever, Olympics, whatever, like that, right? And the whole team from Africa disappeared. They're supposed to show up to go back, and the whole team and they couldn't find them. That's when they round people up like a day before they got in the park. They keep on the lock and key, so they get to the airport and get out of here, man. That's the one thing about the Pan-African world. As a drawback, man. That's a real drawback, man. It's like, yo,
that's not a drawback. I mean, in other words, a lot of poor Africans, they do like the good stuff that Europeans and the first world countries have. So, if you want to preach Pan-Africanism to them, you have to provide them with those amenities too.
Yeah, but I don't want to go through that shit, man. Come on.
Hey,
I'm not about sitting there 7 hours, right? Let me tell you something, right? I was sitting in one place, right, on my way back to board to go to back to the States, right? Last time I took Brussels, right? African brother, love the brother, right? I'm sleeping, but like, the way the chairs were is like two love seats, like four of them, right? Facing each other, and the table in the middle. And so you just get on one and kick your head back, whatever, like that. And you make sure that your feet is at the feet of another person. Man, tell me why my African brother, when I look up one night, I'm saying, what the hell is that smell? Bro had his feet.
Jonathan, I want to ask you something. Jonathan, I want to ask you something.
What's up, bro?
Because
what's up, brother?
You live in Nigeria. You live in Nigeria, right?
Yes, sir.
No, I don't believe Jonathan lives in Nigeria.
Your wife like to come to United States?
You said what?
Man,
your
Jonathan
wife,
lives in
the
California now. He's in California. He's lying.
The Benin girl you get married to, did she ever tell you, let's go to United States and work and make more money?
No. Nigga, we ain't broke. This ain't nigga, what you think this is? You think this is a green card getter?
No.
Hey, Cadola, guess what? Guess who? If we were gonna do the, you know what? It's crazy, right? Cadola, I think you heard the story before about how I actually decided to end up being in Nigeria, right? I was thugging it out, right? I got into some legal trouble. And I was just like, man, I ain't got time for this shit. So I started going to different countries and shit, trying to figure out where I should lay my head at, where should I start my life over, right? Right. And so at the end of the day, it came between Jamaica, which was too damn hot. I didn't survive out there for 6 months. And then Nigeria was just like, I mean, I hated the country, but at the same time, it was more feasible. The food was survivable. I'm not poor, so it's not like I can't, have all the amenities that I wanted. And then I see the opportunity to make money over there, and I got used to being there. So at the end of the day, I'm the one. If there was ever a green card scam, I'm the one that got the green card. I'm the one with the Nigerian passport.
But it has nothing to do with. Why do you always think about a green card scam? I mean, if anything at all,
This is what Cadola talking about.
But that's not what he's talking about. If anything at all, like for instance, Cadola, for instance, he got married to his wife. I mean, I'm sure his wife probably helped him to get a Dutch passport, but he genuinely likes his wife. There's nothing wrong with
Dutch
that.
Passport.
Of course he has it.
Hold on now. Now, you get the reason why you seek passports, right? For the most part, is if you got a difficult time traveling. And if you got a difficult time traveling, most likely your ass broke. Because broke motherfuckers got a difficult time traveling.
Okay.
Unfortunately, when you got money, you don't have a problem with traveling.
Let me tell you
your wife. You don't want to be going to the
Jonathan, let me tell you this. It seems like you look in Nigeria. There are a lot of I think there's some Americans staying over there that married. Some of them came back more than 40 years or something like that. What I'm saying about is, you say you don't like Nigeria, but if you don't like a place, you can't really stay there. You know what I mean? It'll be very difficult for you to really live in that place.
You know what's interesting, Cadola, right?
I
think I said on numerous occasions. I think even Dinus mentioned this on this platform a couple of days ago about me saying I don't like Nigeria. First of all, there's a lot of money to be made in Nigeria. Let's make that clear. So let me go and put you on game before the government did that little fuck shit that they moved, right? There was a time period in which there was the regular dollar exchange and there was the black dollar exchange, right? The black market exchange. You could actually move money to Nigeria in dollars, trade it into Naira on the black market, and then send purchases or send money back to America online at the current exchange value. Did you know that?
You talk about way back. You talk about way back. Talk about now, right?
Nigga, we talked about last year. Before they came in, the government said we don't have the money to allow foreign transaction purposes. And then the banks decided to stop.
Yeah.
We were doing business. Obviously, that's what I'm telling you. But it's not like I'm going to go around telling people about everything I do.
I know. I know when you're doing business, you can open your dollars account or when you're business.
You have a Dutch passport, right?
Bro, you want to know who am I really? No, bro. I have a Nigerian passport.
Oh, okay.
My children
you don't have a Dutch passport?
My children have their mother's citizenship.
Yeah, but
you know what's the best thing? I don't know if that works for you in the Dutch world. Did you know that even though my kids are born in Nigeria, they're still American? Doesn't matter.
Oh yeah.
They still get the American passport.
Yeah.
But do you register them in the American embassy? That's where they can get their passport.
It's called CRBA, Certificate of Birth Abroad.
You have to go and register.
It only costs $100. Yeah, my kids already got their passport.
My junior sister live in California, right? My junior sister live in California. The husband's an American citizen for Benin. He's a Benin born. You understand me? My junior sister gave birth to his first son in Nigeria. Straight from the American embassy, they give that little kid. But you have to do a DNA test. You understand? So my sister have to run. So the husband came back, they run a DNA test. Then my sister, they give the little child the American citizenship, his passport. Then my sister went to United States with the man. They stay in California now, you know. So yeah. So it's not really. Look,
yeah, but I want to tell Jonathan one thing, right? Because I mean, people like people for different reasons. Like in America, a lot of times you hear a lot of American men say, "Oh, you gotta be tan, you gotta be this, you gotta be that." I mean, perhaps
you gotta be what?
You gotta be, you know, in terms of beauty, you gotta be 10, 9, or whatever. Before you gotta be fit, feminine, and all those kind of things, right? Yeah. I mean, there's a possibility that maybe an African lady might like you because she thinks you come from America, a wealthy country. Well, she's thinking in terms of security or access to wealth, but it doesn't mean she's scamming. She might genuinely love you, but also she knows you come from a wealthy country. There's nothing wrong in, you know, thinking that you kind of scam.
You can't fake love. You can't fake love for a very long time. You can only pretend it for so short time. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Highest 5 years.
Exactly,
you know?
right?
That will start telling later because when everything start getting boring and that person you would not because that's I wonder if Jonathan really love his wife. I hope yes. But
yeah, I'm also hoping yes too, because I mean I'm just asking for you
can't fake that thing for a very long time, man.
For a very long, especially with kids, man. Come on, man.
Man, look, I'm 27 years with my princess, or I don't allow you that word queen, man. But I'm 27 years with this with my beautiful lady, you know.
Yeah.
You think 27 years I can fake it? No. You cannot. You understand me? Because when you love somebody, you come with a whole different type of package. You know what I'm saying? So neither you started that or that, you know. Look, I've been to United States, you know.
But you know, sometimes you might come with even bad intention, but eventually you might even develop. You might have some kind of love for that person. You know?
Yeah, we start knowing the person. I hope Jonathan live in the GRA of Benin City. I don't know where he's really staying. I hope you stay in GRA because man,
bro.
Jonathan.
P0.
Most women genuinely, if you're from America, they just like you. It hasn't because the green card's come. Maybe maybe they genuinely like you. I mean,
black. Yeah, look, African girls.
You know what?
African
now, let me go and be honest about something, right?
Yeah.
I always talk about my wife. Oh,
you have two wives there.
And that's when we're on the platform, right? But let's just say maybe if you a Facebook friend, an Instagram friend, you tend to see me with my wife and hella other women.
Oh, okay. So that's something understandable. Yeah, but I mean, like the way you kind of responded,
you get a clear understanding.
Yeah, I get it clear because like the way you
kind
of
responded. Can you say it again?
So even though he said his wife, but for the most part, he also, you know, messes with other women too as well. So
that's what I say. It's a passport, bro, man.
It was a whoa. Hold on, Cadola. Before you say passport, bro, you gotta understand that.
Maybe that's
some of these women are American now. Like my wife, she gave birth to my recent son last year, and my American girl gave birth to my daughter this year. And they know each other and they talk to each other.
Also, you're polygamist. I mean, pretty much
polygamist. But in terms of you know, I guess order,
No, but
This is going to save my wife.
The African woman, she doesn't mind doing that, especially if she thinks you come from America and you have money. I mean, they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't mind.
Hey,
anyway.
Hey, at the end of the day, I could care less.
Yeah, but that's nothing wrong. I mean, most African, even in Africa, if you are wealthy.
Look,
you don't mind being the second wife.
The mentality, what you brought to Africa or whatever that gets with you, I don't know whatever she's doing with you. I think she's
Condola, consider me the colonizer.
Hold on. I think she's
I'm the relationship colonizer.
I think she's gonna lose in the long run. You understand? Oh yeah.
Condola.
She's gonna lose. She's gonna lose in the long run because
the only way she could lose. Well, see the
Jonathan, wait.
I think it depends on the kind of. I think it depends on the kind of guy you are, right?
Yeah,
so let's just say, for example,
Jonathan,
you wanted them.
Let's listen to what Kilo wanted to say. He wanted to say. Kilo, go ahead. Kidola, go ahead.
I think Jonathan is a toxic guy that gets into. She might be seeing the money, or she might be having a hope. I don't know what kind of hope that guy's really having. You understand me? You know, I understand some of these Nigerian girls are like something else, but man, you got.
Is that why you married a white woman?
Man, because I told you I'm with only one woman, only one, not two.
Why?
Only one.
Wait,
because
why?
Because I love her. That's where my heart is. That's what my feeling is.
So, you're a Christian, I presume, right?
No, I don't believe in religious life anymore, man.
I'm believing religious.
Let me tell you one thing. Let me tell you something. Because you see, you run things like the way you run things in the United States in the street. What when somebody is good to you, right? Somebody is good to you. He love you. You love that person back, right? I chose my wife, you know. He love you. You love that person bad. He did do nothing bad with you. You put grow together. You put build together. What the hell that you're gonna leave that woman because of somebody else outside you don't even know nothing about? You know what I mean? Look, feelings. You cannot just like to keep feelings. You know, it's very very difficult. Especially when if you okay, like person like you that doesn't have any emotional attachment to none of these ladies, I can understand. You're on just to do your thing. You don't trust them. You just doing your thing. That's like self-centered. You know what I mean? When you done, you be gone. You understand me? So it's different for me or a normal person to this kind of like one man, one woman kind of relationship. You understand me? Which most Africans are. I understand polygamous are going on there, but the polygamous you see in Africa sometimes, this man really want to be there because these women have children for him, and these are now his family.
And mostly they are rich people too. They have their own homes and everything.
Yeah. So, but what you're running now, I think when you're running like one in Africa, one in America, but you don't really give a damn about them. You don't trust them.
The kids.
That's the truth.
See, once again, Condola, that's where you're wrong. And that's why I say if you on my Facebook and Instagram, you will actually see what it's actually like.
What is your
it's
Instagram
not one. It's not one. And Jonathan.
What is your Instagram?
Jonathan.
Put it in
Jonathan
the private
Miller.
chat.
Jonathan Miller. I don't have my information. I don't have my information. It is what it is.
That's right.
Condola, listen. If I tell you something, right? If I say, I got a female that's American, I got a female that's Nigerian, right? Now, based on what you're saying, right? Based on your understanding, that okay, we'll have a woman in America and I have a woman in Nigeria. Now, I have never said that. That's the only woman that I have. Now, interestingly, my wife, we were in a polygamous relationship in Nigeria. Everyone living in the same home. It wasn't just her. It was another woman and another woman.
In the same home? No,
I'm not in the same home. Hold on. Who told you that?
Yeah, but that's
you can't do it in Africa that way. Is that true?
Zongo, you see,
Zongo.
What
I
do
put
you,
my name in the thing and look it up on Facebook.
do you know
You can
what I
go
respect?
see all
You
the
see,
women in one house.
not
Now,
busy,
now,
not busy.
now the thing is,
Not,
Kadola.
uh,
Now, I'm from the Bay. You feel me? I'm from the Bay, in
you,
which
I think the guests will get
we're
the guests
taught a
will get
different. We're taught to live a different kind of way. Now, even in America, niggas still have multiple women.
You're taking advantage. You're taking advantage of a poor. You're taking advantage of a poor girl somewhere.
Poor girls.
You know, you.
Kadola. Kadola.
You're taking advantage of a very poor girl, somebody who just wants to survive. You know, so that's what I'm saying there. You know,
Kadola, I got a question. Are you trying to say that what you did with your wife? She was just taking care of a poor Nigerian man.
No.
Because she's the one with the money. She's the Dutch one. She's the Dutch one with the passport. You're the guy with the Nigerian passport. She sponsored you. She sponsored you. Now you wasn't man enough to be like, babe, come live with me in Nigeria. I'll take care of you. You couldn't have done that.
Jonathan, see, Jonathan, first,
that would mean that you're not an honorable person. You got to work on yourself, bro.
You have to act like busy when like busy talk to my son. You know, like busy.
I don't care about none of that. You don't care about the reality. The reality is she sponsored you. She sponsored you. She changed your life for the better.
This guy.
And Kadola, I'm not mad at you about that. She might even be listening to this. She might be listening to this damn platform right now. Ma'am, I just want you to know Kadola loves you with all his heart. You wasn't to come up, babe. You wasn't to come up. You wasn't to come up, babe. He really loves you.
The way Kadola loves, that is true.
Kadola, she got you. Kadola, I've been on the campus of Uniben. I know you didn't learn that much at Uniben. Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me.
Hold on.
I seen the books. I seen the books. I seen what they teach at Uniben. Kadola, she saved your life. And that woman deserves a lot of credit. You better love her. You better love her.
No.
You better love her.
No.
Kadola, she changed your life. Don't say no. She changed your life.
She changed his life.
She changed your life.
But there's nothing wrong.
I admit it.
Zongo.
I admit it. And I'm proud. And Kadola, ask your brother, ask your African descent brother from America. I'm happy for you.
Zongo, I don't deal with old women. I got my wife when she was very, very young.
I don't give. Hey, Kadola, I don't. You got that young white girl. You manipulated her into taking care of your ass, bro.
You see one thing I want to.
You know, was she a single mom? Was it a single mom? Was she a single mom?
No, man.
She wasn't a single mother.
No,
was she lonely? Was she desperate?
My wife looked very beautiful.
She looked very beautiful. Nah, Kadola. I know that sometimes my Nigerian brothers be like, she's a very beautiful lady. And I look at her like, damn, nigga, what you looking at?
My wife is very.
Kadola, I'm not gonna Kadola, I'm not gonna talk about your wife like that.
Let's. But the thing is, I mean,
but Kadola, at the end of the day, she saved your life. Okay, you were in Benin City with no water, no electricity, not making a bunch of money. She saved your life, and we appreciate her for that. We put the hand clap for Kadola. Okay, Kadola came up. Now, out of all places, Kadola, a Dutch girl.
Well, you talk like
Kadola. Think about that for a minute.
Like, let me give you small. Let me give you
a Canadian, an Australian.
Let me give you small background.
A Dutch girl. She gotta be fluent in English.
Let me give you a little background about myself. My dad went to your state, to your country to study inside the 70s. So if I start telling you that my dad went to study to PhD degree holder before he came to Nigeria, right? So you have to understand, I didn't start from the bottom. At least I'm above second class. You understand me? In Nigeria, I live comfortably. I went to the best primary school, to the best secondary school. You understand me? So for me to
and
have
she
access,
still saved you.
hold on. For me to have access to anything, you understand me? I'm not real from the bottom. I know the bottom in those things we talk about. So at least, but that doesn't mean that I have to fight for my own way of life, because my father's way of life can never really survive me when I start growing up. My father do his best to my university standard. That's just all. He paid everything. So from there, I have to start picking my own battle. So what I'm trying to tell you is this. It's not about somebody saving your life. It's about what are you going to do with the person you're with. You're not really building with them. You're just making children with them. You have them as concubines. Maybe at the end of the day, these people might be wondering one day, where is this guy? You might decide to go to Namibia, even to Ghana. Depends where your video is looking at that time. You understand me? That's what I mean. You know.
Hey, Kadola, you know what I respect about you? I like the way that you think. The way you think speaks volumes. Because if you think that way, likely that's what you've seen, or that's what you've been around, or that's what you've done. Now, unfortunately for you, Kadola, is that I don't hide my life. I don't hide my kids. I don't hide my woman. And none of us are struggling. Wait. None of us are struggling. I'm an honest person now. Now, for you to get up here, you made all of these assumptions, right? Right. Now, do you think that my wife, what do you think she does for a living? What do you think she does every day? You think she lives off me, or you think she works?
You might put some. You come with the dollars possibility. You put some big.
No, ignore that. But do you think she works?
I really don't know. You know the way I say Benin City.
You don't know.
Hold on. The way I say Benin City. Hold on. The way I say Benin City is mostly
Zongo. You on Zongo? You got a TikTok or anything like that?
Who? What?
You got a TikTok or anything like that?
No, I'm not on TikTok. I don't have time.
All right, here, look up. Let me see.
I'm on Snapchat and Instagram, man. But not on.
Man, they got too many of this shit, bro. I can't keep track of all of that. There you go. Look up this name in the that I put in the chat on Facebook. Now, interested enough, right, Kadola? What you saying is that I take advantage of these women, and I just take care of them. Now, on the other hand, I told you earlier that my wife, she has employees, and she pays her employees 100,000 naira a month. Now that's 3-4 times the minimum wage in Nigeria, and they only work 8 hours, right? So either you think I'm paying them employees, or she's doing it. She got her own business, bro. Technically and theoretically, she don't need me.
That's a possibility. You put business for her, or because I don't see modern Nigeria.
The thing is, Kadola.
I don't see modern Nigerian women that were accept.
You supposed to, Kadola.
I don't see modern women that were multiple wives.
If you have children with a woman, in order to provide for your children, you have to adequately provide for the woman. In order to sustain your children, you have to sustain your woman. So even after I die, they still need to be sustained, right? So you think that I will leave my woman, whether American or not, in a position to be vulnerable?
Jonathan, what I would say is that
that's nonsense.
Jonathan, what I would say is that if you genuinely love her, and you can tell she genuinely loves you too. I don't see. I mean, you know what's funny? I want to say something because I'm not.
When you said genuinely, that's I bust that laugh, bro.
Yeah, but I mean, because like what came from his mind was like she's gonna use him like a green card or something, you know. I mean, maybe like she want to come to the U.S., but maybe what if she likes you too? I mean, there's nothing wrong, especially since your wife. Come on, there's nothing wrong.
Let me say it like this, right?
Kala is married to.
This.
Wait.
Kadola is married to a beautiful Dutch woman.
Jonathan.
And he moved to what is that? The Netherlands.
Every 2 years, I'm always here.
Yeah.
Every 2 years, I'm always to the Dutch country. Every 2 years.
Yeah.
With your spouse, Kidola, with your wife?
Yeah, on vacation every 2 years. You know?
Yeah.
So every 2 years, I'm always in Holland.
So you can see the difference. Jonathan, like, he genuinely loves his wife, you know? Right? I mean, Carlos married to a Liberian. I mean, he's gonna bring his wife to the U.S. I mean, yeah. So
and
it's not everybody. It's not everybody that like.
No, Jonathan claimed Nigeria citizen from that Benin guy's head. That's just what he did, you know. And no doubt he's staying. It's I don't know if you have any Benin connection, but he's staying in Benin. You know, it's no.
I got too many Nigerian connections. I've just been in Benin, Yoruba, Igbo, Nupe, Hausa, Fulani, Ijaw. I got a lot of connections.
Hey brothers. Since you guys asked about Liberia, somebody mentioned Liberia. I want to play. People asked me. Zongo asked me earlier, why am I disappointed in Liberia? This is the representative, and like he's the one threatening the president with his cutlass. You know, a couple months ago, experienced Representative Yeke, supposed to be a representative of the government, and watch this video and tell me what you think. This is what I'm supposed to put my hands into, or send my people to. You know. Hold up. Let's see. Okay. Watch this. He took over the speaker house. Look. Yes. These are the idiots that took over the country.
Kyla.
Yeah, I mean, Kyla. This is no big thing, Kyla.
Hey, Kyla. When America Liberians were running the country, you ain't seen no shit like this.
Nope.
What
is
this?
They were civilized. They were top civilized men and women.
It's civilization not a thing.
Okay.
It's civilization not a thing.
You find the answer.
Hey, Kyla. You know, sometimes when Nigerians be trying to talk shit about Black Americans, in my mind,
Kyla is just a white man in black body.
Zongo,
he ain't no white man in black body. He a certified human.
Zongo, there's one Liberian woman that come to Daniel's show. Man, look, the problem of Liberia is some of these people that came from Caribbean and United States. Man, the way they talk now I now understand why this native really hate these people. You know?
Something. When
forget that bullshit, man. That woman was always using. Oh, they're not civilized. They're not sophisticated enough.
Kyla is a Black American supremacist, you know?
No. Calm down. Kyla's not a Black American supremacist.
I say the same thing about some Negroes.
That's certified.
The American government was protecting the American Liberians in Liberia.
And that's another bit. You know? Do you know America neglected Liberia? Liberia had the strongest relations with Spain and Germany.
Forget. They were still running to their Azadi. Let me tell you.
The United States and Liberia didn't even have a relationship. What are you talking about?
When Sabodo come to power, Reagan didn't like him because he's not from their handbag. That's just the truth. The people that sponsor that coup, that's why I said there's always shadow hand in Liberia. Guess what? When the native was after Chastello, when the army of Chastello was very, very weak, you know, when the native was after his head, you know what happened? The American government invited these native soldiers for them to settle dialogue. The natives said no.
America don't give a damn about Liberia, man.
The native said no. And you know what? Who were commanding the rebels against Castello was a misraised native boy. I think the father is an indigent of Liberia. I think the mother is a white woman. And guess what? Who helped them? Because they were too getting enough for these American Liberians. That's how Castello left. Castello run. The American Liberians women run to Ghana to be protesting that if Castello don't leave, that they don't want to die for him. And guess what? That's what they said. If they don't keep peace, they will not sleep with their husband again. It was the American Liberian women. They were running the ass, but they forget when they were killing these natives.
Bottom line is you guys could make yourself like to be a victim and whatnot, you know?
Well, no victim, man. No victim. We don't run to nobody.
You guys are victims.
But the American Liberians were ready to always to United States.
There was no such people called American Liberians.
Victims. Speaking of victims, what I hear most Black Americans talk.
Hold up. You hear.
You know what's crazy? When people say
that's not real world. That's not real life. Real life, you go up to somebody on a job and tell them, "Yo, man, I'm late because the man had me down and whatnot." That nigga fire you in a minute.
Look,
that's the reality.
Kala, for 200 years, the native didn't run to nobody. The native didn't run to nobody.
They didn't have to run to nobody. They were better off.
They were not better off. They were be slaves in their own.
Why did the natives send their kids to school?
You understand me? They were be slaves in their own territory.
Why send it to our people? They send the children to us to get educated.
Forget that thing, Carla. Just please, because that woman. I also listened to that woman in one show. The way she was talking about, that was her life. It's the Nigerians that have problem with Black Americans because these Nigerians are coming. They're not classic, but she also used similar type of tones against. Look, man, she can't say anything about that. But the way Kala is speaking, that's where sometimes you want to bring down the team.
Everybody knows Kala is a white man, man. Everybody knows.
Look, let me tell you one thing, Kala. The people that are coming to the Liberians are coming to the United States first. They were these so-called American Liberians. They will always tell you they're Americans.
They no one ever. Show me anywhere where somebody
American Liberian will tell you straight. American Liberian woman will tell you
I'll give $100 to anybody can show me anywhere in the book where somebody
it's more population about 4% or 3% of the country. You want to control the whole country.
Yeah, but the bottom line is it ain't about control. They're the ones who built the country.
They were the people, United States government at that time, but not anymore.
Built Liberia.
Man, do you think?
Okay, you said protect them.
America had no base. They had nothing.
The police car they were using from the United States all look like Boston type of cars. You understand me? So you live in Ghana, you talk closer to them. If you check Liberia from their cars to their police uniform, you understand me? Mm-hmm. The way they were building their houses.
But you understand something.
Nice. Of course, they're going to build what they see. They build what they were used to.
Black people in America were
building. It was like slave-like buildings. You know, it wasn't like incredible skyscrapers. You know, they were building slave-like institutions back in Liberia when they came back.
I was slave-like. What do you mean slave-like institutions? Covington University was a slave-like. College of West Africa was a slave institution.
They didn't build nothing over there. Come on,
you know what I'm saying? Or what you call
that's what the Liberian lady.
They built some very, very, very nice buildings and everything. They had some very nice roads.
They
had some very nice roads.
I watched the video when you were in Liberia with that Liberian lady in the bus. I watched it.
Oh, please.
She was come on,
that's cool lady. Waiting. The friggin' thing. You guys go for anything on that but the truth or not, you know? She was talking about because his people never created anything in Ghana.
Let me change my laptop, man. Let me come and cook color. Let me change my laptop.
Man, You gonna change your laptop?
Wait, Jonathan. You know,
what?
the lady was telling Kala that
she was telling me a bunch of shit. You know, she's lying. You know,
you were impatient. You didn't even allow her to talk.
What was she saying? What was she saying?
She was saying a lot of the American Liberians when they came back.
There was no damn American Liberians. That's all.
They didn't build no. Well, I mean, you know what I'm talking about. The one who came back home. They didn't build no mega cities. They just built like slave.
Well, what did they do? I asked her. I asked her, why don't you go to Grand Cru and build something down in Grand Cru?
And she said that if you check the bungalows that were built in Ghana, it's no way comparable to what they built in
Liberia.
You know what the interesting thing is that people will say that shit, but if you do the research right, and you look back to where Liberia was in terms of African GDP, African militarily, African everything, Liberia was on top. It wasn't second behind nobody. In United States intentionally fucked that up.
United States was always against Liberia, bro.
The United States fucked that up. And it's so cold. It's so cold. Matter of fact, next time y'all have a live, I'll present some bad news to show that the U.S. government fucked that up.
Hold on, I'm gonna show you.
And it was so bad that Black Americans, after that shit happened, right? Black Americans were supporting the coup to take place to remove the dude that removed the guy. What was that dude's name? I think it was his name. Yeah, Black Americans supported the coup to try to get that dude up out of there.
Yeah, the bottom of my Black American leaders were jealous. That's all that was.
American Liberians. Okay.
But that's the architecture that built out.
Hey,
land and life man.
Carla, you ain't gotta prove nothing. Carla, you ain't gotta prove nothing. They wasn't drinking bottles of water back then like they doing now.
Man.
Look at this.
Back then they drunk out the water faucet. Now they gotta go buy Nestle.
This wasn't a mega city. This wasn't a mega city. Carla,
that's the Masonic Hall right there on Benson Street.
Was it a mega city? What is the mega cities they built?
Wait. Hold the hell up. Now y'all over here talking about what was the mega cities that they built. Y'all pretending like y'all acting like the British and the French didn't build the cities y'all got now. Y'all didn't build that shit. Yeah, be realistic.
Hey yo, Jonathan, like the slave castles. I seen one little Black Ghanaian sitting there in front of a slave castle. Yeah, like I guess he had a tourist business, whatnot. I thought it didn't dawn on me, man. I saw that when I was in Liberia. I said something's wrong. That's
what did he say? What did he say?
No, he was basically saying, like trying to make it like Aruba, Jamaica, the Seychelles, whatnot. It's a slave castle, man. Yo, man.
Hey, Carla.
Like, you freaking Ghanaians, man, something else, man.
Man, but Carla, where's the mega city though?
Hey, Zongo, you can't say where's the mega city, bro. Because after the British gave Ghana their independence, what have y'all developed since then?
No, because I'm watching Google. He just Googled American Liberian architecture. I don't see like some,
well, the bottom
mind-boggling architecture. I mean, I'm just normal standard.
Life, remember, whatnot. The bottom line is this: you go to Liberia, whatnot, you see the stone buildings, right? They mastered stone masonry. Unbelievable architecture in Liberia.
Carla, I followed your video when you were in Liberia. I mean, I was seeing like, wells. Come on, man, wells and old churches.
That well was struck. That well was struck in 1822.
I mean, you mean to tell me these Africans never had those wells at that time?
No, they didn't have no damn wells and whatnot,
Come on, man.
No, they didn't have no damn wells, man. You know your people. I can't build shit.
Man, let me give you this architecture, man. Because now I'm even getting mad now. Because architecture, I'm not seeing anything.
The bottom line, you ain't got no architecture, man.
Yes, we do, man. We do.
What?
You just have to go and travel and see. I mean, houses that were built.
Bottom line, you got mud huts, man. These are framed houses and whatnot that were built. Look at that, beautiful. Look at this. That was right there in the dead center. Was the first college in Liberia, Monrovia College.
I mean, come on, man.
It was in 1850.
I mean, Kala, man. Well, I get where you're coming from, because of like you never built nothing.
No,
So
you guys never built nothing. And I'm proud of the fact that when I go to Liberia, I'm reliving what my ancestors went to the continent. Though we went to Edina.
That's because you never built nothing.
And it reminds me of the rural North Carolina, the churches we used to go to and whatnot, the pews and everything like that. I'm like, wow.
Kala, can you drop the link for Kidola, man? Because he said he has a response for you before you close out.
Okay, hold up. Kidola wants to get on. Let's see.
I mean, Kala, man, these are normal building structures. I don't see anything unique about this.
Bottom line is, for 19th century, they built it themselves. There were no what you call. You guys didn't build that.
We had Mad Hat. These are like structures that we did back in the days. The benefit of Mad Hats. I mean,
no.
We are way older. We are way older than you guys. Come on, man, Kala, man.
Check us out.
Our history date back when they speak about. Wait, Kala.
Let me ask you a question. You go to Bomi County, right? They used to be all mud huts back in the 60s. Do you see mud huts now? No, they all changed their architecture to frame houses and brick houses. That's why Liberia is more developed in many ways than Ghana is.
Oh, come on, man. That's not true, man. Come on.
It's true, man. I said Ghana. You guys still got mud huts.
Zongo.
I have all the
Zongo, did Ghana have a civil war?
No, we never had a civil war.
Y'all didn't have 20 years of civil war?
Man, this is a Nigerian
they had a coup.
Then y'all should be better off.
We never had no civil
If you're not better off in comparison to another country that was at war for hell alone with each other, then that'll be a shame. They ain't no flex.
They didn't fight for the independence. They were giving it.
Yeah, y'all was giving. They was giving independence. Y'all was giving Accra. Accra did Accra exist, or did the British create Accra?
It was Jamestown, whatever, right? A British settlement and they basically became Accra. I almost forgot what Accra stands for, but
so y'all didn't even build Accra. Come on, Zongo. Come on now. Why are you over there flexing the British shit? Don't do that.
Do you know the so-called American Liberians were the first people that designed the streets in Tema and whatnot? We were already in there.
Man, that's not true, man. Stop it.
Okay, you people don't even fucking want to know.
Yeah, that's not true.
Give them America Liberians they shout out. They did a good damn job.
High class intellectuals, from everywhere, including Caribbeans, Americans, and Africans in Europe.
Which we call Ghanaians used to come to Liberia, bro. Look at that architecture. Look at that building.
You gotta bring Kidola in. Oh, he's in. Kidola, are you in or something?
Oh yeah, I've been saying Kala be cooking since, but Liberia is not that all that. Apart from Monrovia, at that time, it's not that all that.
Well, actually, Maryland is freaking beautiful. Maryland was probably one of the most beautiful settlements in the world. Maryland and Liberia, that's the most beautiful settlement. It's probably the most advanced civilization the world's ever seen.
Kala, what we're seeing now is what we're seeing. You see the hostility to Africans from Black America did actually started now.
We were trying to live our life, man. We were trying to live our life. We just want to be left the fuck alone.
Which life,
you guys don't
bro?
understand that shit.
Which life?
We're trying to live our lives and everything like that. You see how this lady right here, the native kids were not no shoes on, but we're trying to make a difference. That could be Zongo right there, Kidola down there.
So what is the difference between a white man and the way white man was showing you in Florida?
Bottom line is, brother, us and the white man. Would you rather have the white man or us? Show you civilization.
You try to copy the white man. That's what people brought to Liberia, and it didn't.
Bottom line is, I would rather have us building civilization than the white man, right?
Man, Carla, you guys didn't build any unique structures, man. I mean, I'm even disappointed.
I'm looking at all
I
these
mean,
structures. I'm looking at all these buildings right here, these stone brick buildings and whatnot. You don't see no brick buildings in your part of Africa.
man, come on, man. Come on.
What? Where? Not with the
Man.
only thing you guys. Oh, you gonna tell me you built the castle of Mano now?
So, okay. What building the Liberia, the ones that came? What kind of building?
Well, I'm showing you.
Well, you gotta check the.
All this is a Liberian architecture.
The white man have that.
No, we had these skills before we came here.
The
black
white man have that. The white man have
it was
that.
Black architects. Johnson, tell them that it was black architects who built
the white
White House.
The white man have people to. The white man people to build it. The one that was
the
one that was controlling the rubber.
You know what I'm saying?
He's proud of it.
Buildings were built 100 years before Firestone got there, bro. What are you talking about?
The white man that was controlling the rubber plantation people.
But they didn't control the rubber plantation. They just operated it. And they gave the government like half of everything, like a 50-50. You gotta always try to discredit somebody.
The white man, the rubber plantation people.
You guys worship the white man. The white man ain't shit. You know?
Kala, this kind of attitude, that was what Charles Taylor brought in, because Charles Taylor.
You don't even know Charles Taylor was indigenous.
That's what they do Charles Taylor, they flog his ass. You know, he was trying to be nasty. They flog him.
That right there is a map of Liberia. Right there on the coastline. That's where our sovereignty was, the coastline.
Which map? Fake map.
Map on the screen.
Where the US were parking their warship to protect them, eh?
Well, there was only one warship, the USS Chester, that was doing the crew wars, because the British were instigating the war against the friggin' like Monrovia. That was a USS Chester.
Kala,
I know the history, bro. You can't tell me about. I know the history too well.
Kala, it's only Liberia. People that returned from captivity. Brazil came to Nigeria.
These are African American soldiers in World War II in Liberia.
Well, I never hear Brazilians always say we are Brazilians, the one that returned. They intermix with I think Ghana also.
No, we didn't want. We mix with the local people. No, we didn't want to. We didn't want to become them.
No, you were slaving.
We didn't want to become them. How about that? We had a certain level of civilization we wanted to maintain, and we did not want to go back to what you guys were.
Kala, you put the civilization. Have you ever been to Nigeria? Come and see Brazil house building there.
I know. I don't want to go to Nigeria either.
You understand me? You
have to check the oldest mosques in northern Ghana, man. It was built in 14 something, in the 13th century, man. When we were building, you guys didn't even exist. You guys didn't exist.
Your ancestors didn't build that.
Oh, come on, man. Oh, man. Just Google it and see the oldest mosques in Ghana, man.
I know it. I know all about them, bro. Your ancestors didn't build it.
They built it. What you mean?
Kala, you know America Liberia can never rule Liberia again. You know that, huh?
Well, I don't. Yeah, it is what it is. But as long as knows our story, so I don't care.
Kala just have wishful thinking, you know. I mean, it's not gonna happen again.
Kala, see hold it back to it.
This building right here, and this building right here in Grand Bassa is still there.
I mean, come on, Kala, these are normal buildings. Come on, man. You can't be proud of this kind of structure.
Bottom line, we built it.
Zogo,
our architecture, we're proud of it.
Zogo, did you know what happened?
Towns in America one night. You guys don't come to America and you don't even know how to appreciate America. There's a lot of stuff in America. You go to small towns and everything like that. People are proud of what they got. Buildings that are 200-300 years old and whatnot, and people are proud of that. You guys only look at, oh, it's not a brand new building. It's so vague. That's another thing Africans. You guys are so full of vanity.
Kala, the so-called Congo people you talk about, most of them have already run away from Liberia. They are not in United States. You understand me? If they were so strong and powerful, why did they stay? Why most of them did stay in Liberia?
Well, the bottom line, because we don't want to be freaking ruled by savages.
Okay.
Back to the United States.
So Zogo, you see, that's what I said. That's right from since when they brought them to Liberia, they will always be protected by the warship. You understand me?
No, the bottom line is we go by what we see. You're civilized, we'll call you civilized.
Nah,
you're savage, we'll call you a savage.
You are not builders. You are not builders, man. You can start the steps of time, man.
You guys
run away,
only the African wants to do absolutely nothing with himself, and he wants all this crazy credit because
who is building Liberia now? They know the indigenous building Liberia.
Hey, nobody building that. I played that video. See these idiots right here? These people,
Liberia now?
One generation out of the friggin' bush.
Okay. The American Liberia that build these buildings, they all destroy it also. They use their own hand to destroy it also.
And natives destroy it. Natives destroy everything.
I think these are builders which are still come and blow everything.
America talking about Charles Taylor. Charles Taylor didn't build that. This is freaking the natives destroyed this country.
Charles Taylor came to destroy it. Charles Taylor
didn't come to destroy it. Charles Taylor.
Somebody did destroy Doty. It was the American
Samuel Doe only massacred 300 people in the Lutheran Church. Lutheran Church is still there. He said Samuel Doe only massacred 300 people in a Sunday service.
The American Liberals who have chips that
he massacred.
The American Liberals having chips in their shoulder.
The people that Samuel Doe killed were all native people.
The American Liberals having chips in their shoulder. What they did, they run to their master. To overthrow,
run that master. Oh yeah, real. We run that master like what?
To help people to overthrow.
Bottom line is, hey, look. Bottom line is, the native people overthrew the government in 1980. They destroyed the country, and now they're going around basically talking about, oh, man, get out of here with that.
They rule now.
The way you can tell college people never build nothing. The way he takes pride in what American Liberia builds in Liberia. That's
this is American Liberia. Hold on. Now let me ask you a question. See these guys right here? This is Liberia's Supreme Court and legislature out there. This is a picture taken like 1870. Now, does these people like they're ready for business or what?
Yeah, they seem they're ready for that.
No, these are the people. These are the
bottom line. So, like I said, you guys gotta sit back and shut up.
These are the problem. These are the problem of Liberians. These people. See, their brothers put in those natives never have no.
But bottom line, this picture right here, this was the friggin' native people getting education.
But the so-called look, Carla, you do it like the way you show that picture. If I can show you Black American picture in Florida at the same years, the same time.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
They don't have no shoes. They don't have no shoes. Those in Mississippi that were, picking those cottons would not have no shoes. So you show a picture of maybe some elite the United States government selected to come to Liberia and protect.
The United States government didn't freaking select Liberia.
They select them.
If you read my novel Journey to the Promised Land, we made the effort ourselves.
You will be selected and be shipped to that place.
No, the bottom line is the ACS in the first 30 years was shipping people out. Then after that, like in my book, the Azor, the boys of Arkansas, we bought our own ships and start going.
For us to balance it, ask Carla to bring Jonathan Miller in. Look, Carla, your people is gone out of Liberia. You put like 2% or 1% there now.
Oh, well, hey, look, yeah, you can say look at this, like as a president, J.J. Roberts, Stephen Allen Benson, several E.J. Roy. This guy was a rock star. He was full-blooded Igbo.
This all white.
E.J. Roy, he was full-blooded Igbo. He was the first person to graduate from Ohio State University.
Oh, come on, man. We don't want to be hearing stuff like that. He was the first person to graduate from Ohio State University.
He graduated from Ohio State in the 1840s.
Bring it, Jonathan Miller.
Obama, he moved to Liberia, and he was one of the richest men in the world. He was a trader.
Zogo, ask him to add Jonathan Miller in. Carla,
since you don't want to, let me Google him for you.
That man is not an Igbo man. That's a white man with a darker.
Exactly right.
That's E.J. Roy. Don't even know.
I mean,
I don't even know fucking basic history, man. It's sad.
Kala showing us white men, you know.
I mean, Kala, why are you pretending that American Liberian never existed? Because it says they are, Liberian.
But people call them American Liberians. Ain't nobody. There's nobody call themselves.
They call themselves.
Yeah, but it's a geographical location of.
They call themselves Americans. If you talk to them, they'll tell you straight, I'm an American.
Ain't nobody call themselves Americans.
They were calling themselves. They
call themselves Americans. You know.
They were calling themselves. They were Americans.
Yeah, they identify themselves as American Liberians. You know,
nobody identified themselves. I told you.
Anybody
call themselves American Liberian. That's something the British coined. American.
Yeah, but I'm reading from Wikipedia. That's what they say. That's how.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, Wikipedia. That's what I'm saying. You uneducated people, right? It's dangerous.
Liberian. That's what they were calling themselves.
They would not call themselves that. I'm telling you, fool. They would
so,
not.
How are they calling themselves, Carla? If they came from the
they
U.S.,
just call themselves Liberians or
wait.
Colored.
If they came to a whole new country,
how would they call themselves American Liberians? What would they? Who was the other Liberians? They didn't consider.
But Carla, let's just be honest, right? Kidola is from Nigeria. I'm from Ghana, right? When we meet internationally, we just describe ourselves from regionally based on where we come from. I'm Ghanaian, but within Nigeria, Kidola doesn't identify himself as a Nigerian. He identifies himself by his tribe. So if you are within Liberia, how are the people describing you?
The reason why you the tribe because Nigeria was made by Lord Lugard's girlfriend.
Man, this has nothing to do with that, man. Come on, man.
Area, you know, I would be ashamed of that too.
Kido, do you understand my point, Kido? You understand my point, right?
If I was a Nigerian,
inside Nigeria, we identify ourselves by our region, also by where we're coming from.
Yeah, exactly.
If I was a Nigerian, I would be ashamed too when I shoot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I'm asking you, Kala, let's just be honest, right? If your ancestors came from America to Liberia, I mean, they are a new group.
We didn't call ourselves America. Look, first of all,
I'm trying to understand something. I'm not trying to argue with you, right? If they came to a whole new region, how do you want the indigenous, the existing people over there at that time, to describe you, the newcomers?
We didn't care what they thought, you know.
How are they describing you guys? I mean, that's what I wanted to know.
They called us the Congo people. That's where they got it from.
Oh,
they call us Congo people.
Okay. And how did you guys define yourself? The freed slaves or what?
They just call themselves. Let me tell you something about if you read my novel, right? Take the money and spend some more time. You'll understand. Back then, our ancestors went to Liberia called themselves by the church denomination. You're a Presbyterian, you call yourself a Presbyterian. You're a Methodist, you call yourself a Methodist. You're a Baptist, you call yourself a Baptist, you know? Yeah, and also you took the identity of the ship you came on. If you're a Nordican, you came on Nordicans, you're a Nordican. If you're Azor, like the book I wrote, you're Azorian. If you came from Elizabeth, that was the first ship to go to Liberia, you're Elizabethan, you know? That's the identity.
They named themselves based on the transportation ships?
By the ship, yeah. If you came on the ship of the Nordicus and all these others like this one, that's the ship you came on. What ship did you come on? You don't even know anything about Liberia. You know, that was the ship you came on. And also, they do also Liberians identify themselves because at the time there was no such place. It was America. They identified also by the state that they came from. You're a Virginian. J.J. Roberts considered himself a Virginian, not an American.
The Black Americans that came at the Caribbean were not the first.
There was no such place as America at the time. There was Virginians, there was Louisianans, there was New Yorkers, there were Crescents.
Kala is changing history now.
I'm not telling you history. That's the real history, but
there's no problem.
But I think that what he's saying kind of makes sense. Because American Liberians it's a national identity. I don't think they call themselves as American Liberians. If you arrive newly in a region, and the entirety of the people never saw themselves as Liberians. I mean, you have to describe yourself as where you came from, you know. So it kind of makes sense from what
So in
he's saying.
America, people like Marylanders, like you have the Maryland settlement, right? People call themselves Marylanders, right? I'm from Maryland, the Drayton clan. They call themselves pure Marylanders.
Zongo, I'm not blaming them. I'm not blaming. Look, even in Nigeria, when you be Christianized, sometimes you look at the voodoo worshippers as something else, right? Even when you grow up inside that voodoo house, but the moment you start taking in the Christian religion and you see it as everything, you start looking down at the voodoo people. So what happened when these people came from the boat? They came to that territory. Sure, they were looking at the native as uncivilized people, possibility to see holding spears and long sword and all those things.
Of course, they came from America, man.
Why the black ones were carrying a gun and all those things, you know, so they will look down on them. But you have to understand, the more people started knowing you, that you don't change, they will start having a monster towards you. That's just what happened. You understand me? And
that's the same mentality. That's the same mentality Kala has. You know, he goes to Liberia.
So you know, it's not going to, the native have already taken over Liberia. It's not going to change. If Chancellor did come and be doing nonsense,
the type of mindset Kala has, he wouldn't survive Liberia within a year.
No,
the bottom line is Liberians themselves, the native Liberians themselves, they're the ones that act all vain and stucky. I'm very down to earth.
You're gonna be assassinated, Kala, with your mentality.
You know what I'm saying? How's my mentality? I tell it like it is.
This guy was very brute, man. I think that guy killed a lot of Nigerian soldiers.
Aren't you? I mean, Kala, it seems like you're not really fear of death. I mean, are you really ready to build a nation state without having to confrontation?
Zongo, this General Butt Naked, where's he from? Is he American Liberia?
I don't know. I wouldn't really tell. Kala has
General Butt Naked, where's he from?
He's butt naked. They're all freaking native Liberian savages, you know. Our people civilized, man.
Wait, so Kala, is your wife American Liberian? Because now
she's American Liberian. We think
his wife is American Liberian.
She's American Liberian?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, come on. I'm disappointed in Kala, man. Oh, God.
Man. Of course she's American Liberian. I know her family, her auntie, Berlin, is a Congo woman, light-skinned Congo woman. Lives in Rhode Island and whatnot, you know? Bottom line is this. Her daughter, her Isabella's, her cousins, they all friggin' got good jobs. They never been to Liberia. They all got good jobs. One girl, her oldest cousin Tracy, works as a production manager for the Food Network. You know.
But Zogo, I'm just saying that Liberia people are very cool people. You know, I don't know nothing about them. They are very cool people.
My wife had to go into live in Ghana in the refugee camp. She had to live in a refugee camp.
Oh, she did?
At the age of 9 in 1996.
What shock us is Liberia is good to any other countries, but the civil war that burst out of that country, that's what most.
No, it was no civil war. We call it the uncivil war.
No, man.
So it was not a civil war. A civil war was between two sides fighting over something. That was just savagery and people just being themselves, you know, native Liberians being themselves, looted, killed, murdered. They didn't have no mission.
I mean, so if that is the case, I mean, Kyla, why is it Black Americans don't like Africans coming in to America in droves, man?
That ain't true.
Bottom line is Black people in America
Africans, man.
That ain't true.
In a couple of years,
Americans don't care about nothing, man. We don't care about. We accept
take over. They're gonna replace you guys.
No, it's
you out of your damn mind.
Zongo,
you out of your damn mind.
Africans not going to replace them. Latinos will replace them.
No, because Africans. Because if you come to Washington State, you go to Seattle. Man, Africans are running shit over there, man.
Running what?
Man, I'm being honest with you,
man.
Yeah, these guys have some fantasy.
Straight up fantasy.
They don't have a damn restaurant.
Zongo. There's 4 million black immigrants, and less than 2 million of them are African. Most are Caribbean.
Zogo, do you know what I understand? So, my sister doing business.
What y'all gonna take over?
My sister said,
man, I mean, Jonathan, man, even like the Black American population is even debated because perhaps even African migrants are even included as a
no. This America ain't Africa, bro. They keep track.
Most of them have.
They keep track.
Zongo, what
you know, most Africans, Jonathan, half the continent don't even have birth registration. So people don't know
hey. You know, I don't know if I told you about this, Kyla, right? But when it came down to trying to help people get passports, we actually researched what countries don't keep track of births. So if you are if you were in Jamaica, you wanted to get a Jamaican passport, as long as you said you were born in the 90s, I mean, it's up for arms. If you in Nigeria, all you do is go to the National Population Commission, go to the court, give them up a fucking name, sign give them $5,000 for an affidavit.
That's why you have be having
hold on.
Nigerian like 6 years old.
In Nigeria passport, you must mention your tribe and your local government. I think you get it wrong, man. You must talk where you're coming from.
Kadola. Give up the Kadola. I'm being very cautious about everything that comes out of my mouth. But you know I'm accurate.
You know I'm accurate, Kadola. American Liberia, man. We still tribalists, man. I don't preach you what you. I preach you. I don't.
Do you know, Zongo, that anybody that's like inside of every native was a so-called American Liberian waiting to be born? You know. The bottom line is,
why were you telling me to go back to Africa to go marry? I mean, you're a tribalist too.
I'm not telling you to go back. I'm saying you guys got to get with the program. In America, this is I told you last time.
But if you are promoting African unity,
a race war.
Why don't you marry from other tribes? You know?
No, because I found the one I love. By the way, his book right here.
Yeah, don't worry, Zongo.
You want
I believe in African unity. I'm putting the baby in as many different African girls as I can. I'm a true Pan-African.
Man, I had no idea.
Next stop is the Solomon Islands.
Zogo, what Jonathan is doing is very, very dangerous because at the end of the day, the child is from the father's side. Let assume, God forbid, something happened to your child, right? Where are they going to bury that child? You understand me? Because a lot of things, what you're doing now,
that child will be buried. That child will be buried with their ancestors in the United States of America.
Yeah. So you see, Zongo, you see, that's one thing I forget to talk about. In Nigeria, right? If your father is an Igbo, you're an Igbo. If from Igbo State, you're from the tribe where you're from. If anything happened to you, you're dead in Lagos, anything, they will take that child straight to his father's.
Well, how can African culture evolve? If you
but Muslims don't do that, Kidula. I mean, wherever you die, they just
in Nigeria, we're doing it here. You understand me?
Kadola, I'm not Nigerian.
Yeah, but I'm saying the house of Muslims, wherever you die, that's where they're gonna bury you. That's how that's a fact. That's a fact that the Muslims in the north actually do that. In fact, because I got a Muslim girl, she knew pedo. When they die, they bury you immediately.
Yeah.
Ain't no we gonna have a beautiful ceremony before we put you in the grave. They go straight to bury.
When you die.
Why? I have no damn clue.
When you die, then they take you to your tribal land, cemetery, then they'll bury you there, or they bury your house.
No,
they bury you. They bury you.
The Muslims they don't do that way.
No. But I'm not a Muslim, so I'm just trying to say what Jonathan is doing. It can be very risky for that girl because who is the father? Where's the father from? So you have to take that child to the United States. That's just all. That's how it's gonna be. That's why women in Nigeria, for you to have if your mother is a Nigerian, but your father is not, I think you go to Abuja to apply for a Nigerian citizen. That's what this this Lebanese miss. They don't ask for passport. They always go to Abuja to ask for renewal there. You know, only when your father is a Nigerian, then you can really get it in your area where you're coming from. You understand me? Because you're from where your father's from. You know what I mean?
Yeah, now my kids are American.
Yeah, but kind of, man, if that is the
Proud
case,
Americans.
you have no rights trying to claim the rest of the continent outside of Liberia, because your people actually had a base in Liberia. You know?
No, I'm just saying the bottom line is I'm ready to honestly, to tell you the truth, right? I'm ready to just put a conclusion on Liberia, give it back to the data, right? And we move on to something else.
Big kick off out of Liberia.
Well, it is fair to say. It's fair to say that your people currently are and from Liberia now. You know, instead of just claiming the whole continent.
No, here's the thing though. You see what I just played when that video represented Yeke? Now you're telling me that idiot is freaking gonna rule over me?
Zongo.
No,
you're always gonna have issues even with white people. Liberia,
not that damn, not no African issues, bro.
Zongo. Yeah. What color will be worried now, right?
It ain't gonna happen, bro.
The Mexicans, the Salvadorans that are packing from that border area to United States, right? That are giving bed like hell, could be money to buy neighborhoods upon neighborhoods. That's what Kala will be disturbed about.
Yeah, I mean, Kala lives in no peace. They don't dominate no peace. A lot of them are Muslims.
Yeah.
Kadola, what you got to understand is the history of how they actually managed to go in and buy those neighborhoods. It's not like they just had a whole bunch of money and then they went to go buy a bunch of neighborhoods. What happened is there was a housing market crash, and then banks were just abandoning shit because they wasn't getting the money for it, so they would take anything. That's when they got the neighborhoods. They're not doing that shit right now.
Yeah, but
that's just over and dead with.
At least
unless they're gonna wait till the next housing market crash. Now, interestingly enough, what people fail to realize of this, right, is that it's not like black people just disappeared. They just moved to better homes and better neighborhoods.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
But if you,
black Americans aren't poor people, bro.
But somebody taking over neighborhood, creating things there.
No. See, what happens is if we leave the area and go live somewhere else, anyone got the right to buy the damn house that we were once living in.
You see, person like Kobe Bryant.
That's not you taking over the neighborhood. That's you buying the damn house. We don't want the we leaving. We don't want it.
Okay, good, Jonathan. Let's be honest. You see, Kobe Bryant have a lot of money, right? He married to that Latino woman, right?
Yeah.
Those children, right? Those children now, because their father is gone, we never know nothing about real black Americans. Like they might know,
that's fine, but the bottom line,
we don't care about that.
Okay, good. But we as Africans, our children, right? No matter how it is, before that man come to that level, we must pass through who we are to that child. That means to say,
for what?
Our culture, who we are. You understand me?
Man, Kadola, I'm gonna keep it solid with you. I don't give a damn about culture like that.
That's why our money is not missing like that. You understand?
Listen, Kadola, if culture is what y'all pass it down in Benin City, no problem. Now I understand what the problem is.
Okay, you see yes, because
it's time to let the fucking culture go. Okay, yeah, it's about time to focus on development and fuck culture.
We should control the land.
When Africans decide to drop all of that old Bantu, boo-boo head, crazy shit culture, Africa can develop.
Yeah, we gotta get rid of Shenagalaga.
You gotta get rid of the crazy shit. You want to be a better. Listen, it don't make sense, Kadola. It don't make sense to leave the African continent to go to the West and drop all your damn culture anyway. Because you ain't walking around like a normal Nigerian. Zongo, I see your profile on Facebook. You ain't walking around like no damn native Ghanaian.
Okay.
Y'all dropped that damn culture the minute you got on the plane.
Zongo.
Okay.
I do. Put my daughter.
It's like
Kadola, the minute you got to the Dutch immigration, you took all of that shit off.
Look at
that. Said, nigga, give me some jeans, some tennis shoes, and a hat to tilt backwards. You dropped all of that shit.
A black Englishman.
We never allow our children to go away like that, bro. We always hold them.
It don't matter.
Look at Kuruma of
Kadola,
Ghana there.
Kadola.
Look at
Kadola, we can do
Pastora
research,
guys
right?
there. You understand me?
Kadola, we can do research. You know, a good portion of divorce happens among Black immigrants that go to the West. You know why? Because y'all women, they become westernized and start thinking, man, I got freedom. Man, fuck this nigga.
Yeah, what happened?
They dropped that
to
culture instantaneously.
But what happened to the children?
You know how many Igbo doctors I know in America that got a divorce because they were just like, it just wasn't working out. Like, what?
Yo, I know having children. By the time they're 18, 19,
how many baby mamas y'all got? Come on now. Kadola, y'all dropped that culture.
Hold on. You see, going to the West, right? Going to the West,
Kadola, know what? I ain't gonna be shiesty like that. I'm gonna go and be honest with you. Kadola, if I told you there was a lesbian strip club in Benin City, would you believe me?
But what happened to the strip club now? What happened to the strip club? What's going to? I think they closed it down.
If I tell you that there was a lesbian strip club in Benin City, would you believe me?
Well, what happened to the strip club? See, the government shut it down, right? Looking for them to arrest some of them. They already take off to somewhere. Look, this is happening.
No, it still exists. It still exists. It still exists. And this is the thing this is the problem that I have a lot of times, especially when it comes down to like people who are Pan-African, and what they try to do is just make it seem like, man, the continent is so conservative. The continent is like this. The continent is like that. Like, bro, y'all old as hell. That ain't how these younger people is moving anymore.
When I was in school,
get that shit up.
Some of these nasty things were almost going on at that time, but what happened that
Kadola, it wouldn't be surprising to you if I told you none of my women can speak the local language. They can't speak Benin for shit. None of them got tribal marks.
They can't speak their own language.
None of them can speak Benin. None of them got tribal marks. That shit is gone, my boy.
Yeah, but tribal marks is a thing of the past.
Most of them speak their language.
You know what? Hey, Zango. Tribal marks is a thing of the past, and so many of these older traditional bullshit ideas are becoming a thing of the past.
Let me ask you something. You mean a girl that is a real Benin girl, that Oba is their Oba that can speak their own language in that Benin, whereby everybody's speaking the same language there?
Yeah, I don't know what
Kadola.
If you live in Nigeria, I mean, you gonna speak a tribal language and some shit.
No. They all speaking straight up pidgin.
So see,
they speak pidgin and good ass English.
Yeah, but pidgin is not a normal distinct.
Hey, Kadola. You know what Mingwo mean? Kadola, you know what Mingwo mean?
Mingwo, that's like Urobo. So
Mingwo,
Mingwo is Urobo language now. Mingwo, Vendo. So your wife is not really a Benin, maybe from Delta State.
No. See, based on y'all bullshit, right? Wherever the father is from, that's where she from, right?
Yes.
Okay, well then, technically she's Benin, but she was born in the area where they say Vindu.
Oh yeah, that's what
Mingwo. You see how stupid that shit sounds, doesn't it?
You see, I'm not even an Urobo.
Hey, Kadola, I got a Nupe / Yoruba woman, and she don't speak Yoruba.
Yeah, well,
the dad is Yoruba, but he's from Benin. Not Benin the city, Benin the country. That's what happens when you have this foolish ass culture. That wherever I'm from, wherever my dad is, that's where I'm from.
Because the baby mama, you're selling the baby mama culture to Africa, man. You gotta be careful, man.
Nigga, please. No. Pull back. I got some shit to say. I got some shit to say.
Against that, no, Kala?
Zogo, Charlie
Kadola.
Let me tell you something. Do you know in Africa the number of orphanages and everything? Some racket, you know.
Kyle, you ain't got to go there. Kyle, you ain't got to speak on the orphanages. I want Kadola to be honest about something. Kadola, I want you to be honest about something, all right? I know an Igbo girl, right? She says that in the Igbo tradition, a female can marry another female if she has a child and the dude runs off so the child can have the father's name. Is that a fact?
Hold on.
Lie to me.
Hold on. Not marry the
lie.
Female. No, hold on.
That's a lie, man. That's
lie
a
to
lie.
me.
No.
Y'all better look that shit up.
Look at Igbo culture is. Igbo culture is this, right? If that child, right? If Igbo girl, right, have a child from a non-Igbo person, or the man they pay the bad price, right? That child automatically go back to the girl father's family, start bearing the guest father's name, right? But if that man have to come and pay the bride price, then that child automatically return back to the man's side of the family. You understand me? But one thing Igbo people also doing, if they lost whatever it is happened, right? They can even marry the ghost of the guy. You understand me? Even when the guy is dead. So that for them to be so that because of for them to be inside that family and everything, also for inheritance. You know what I mean? For inheritance. That's the culture of the Igbos. You understand me?
All right, now, Condola, let's go and jump to the Yoruba tribe. When the female gets pregnant and the guy chooses not to be around, is it common that the woman will lie to the children and say that the father died? Yes or no? Lie.
The father died?
The father ran off, didn't want shit to do with the family. Is it common in the culture that the female will lie to the child and tell the child that the father died? Yes or no? Yoruba culture.
I don't know much about Yoruba culture. It's very, very difficult because Yoruba, look, first of all, you don't have to say where you're from actually. Look, it's very, very difficult for you not to write your tribe in Nigeria. I think when you fill some of these papers,
Condola,
right,
what I'm simply stating right now is that y'all been had baby mama culture. Y'all just lie to cover it up.
Back to
call a spade a spade.
Architecture. I'll say something. This is an architect temple in Harp, Maryland. You know, got beautiful this. You know, tell me that
Carla, you see holding down with something that the plantation guys came to build. The guys that control that rubber company, the Firestones, these are their buildings, you know, where their staffs were staying. Black America, they build this shit. They were building woody houses they saw somewhere in Alabama and
well, the bottom line, see that beautiful architecture? That's African American folk architecture, bro. Transplanted in Liberia.
And Condola, that shit didn't take 10 years to build.
Kala, your people were building woody houses.
Condola, that shit didn't take 10 years to build.
People were building woody houses. Whenever they building block houses.
This was 200 years ago.
And that was
200 years ago. It was 200 years ago. No, the native people got it.
Most of the houses are not stone. They're not stone buildings anyway. They are woody houses being lifted up by a block or something.
This was 200 years ago. This was the same houses that they had in America at the time.
These are woody houses, man. I got.
You know what I'm saying? So what you have? You had a mud hut.
These are woody houses, bro. Mud house is better than woody houses.
Having a mud hut.
Mud house is better. Mud house at least.
Come on.
Your house is not going to collapse.
Mud hut is 10,000 years ago. People went from living in mud, to wood to stone. Kidola, not the other way around.
Kala, you hold it back. Look, these things you're talking about, right? If that
was back, like I said, why is everybody, John, tell me this? Why does everybody in Africa take pride in being ass backwards?
Kala,
I have no damn clue.
Kala, why Black America taking pride of being a slave to the slave master?
We ain't taking pride in nothing. We got out of slavery.
Kala. Condola,
you guys are still slave right now.
Condola,
shit in Africa.
Condola, you're aware that black people fought to not be slaved anymore, right?
No. They give it to them.
No. You don't know that there were black soldiers. The Union Army was getting their ass whooped by the Confederate Army until black soldiers were enlisted to go and fight the war.
The 54th of Massachusetts.
Look.
So you didn't know that, Condola?
Look,
he never picked up a book.
Hold on. Those black soldiers, they want their freedom, right? That the white man used them again.
They were already free. They were living in Massachusetts.
Already free.
They were never free. They were free. They're not
They
going
were.
to
Oh Lord,
Condola, not every black person in America was a slave.
10% of the population.
Hold on, how did they get there? Hold on. How did the black people come to United States there? Were they there before? Because I started hearing this history like
Actually, Condola, if you believe in history says that Mansa Musa, they went to South America.
They didn't go.
They didn't go. They didn't go. So basically, the Portuguese king, this is well documented, said that Africans were already in South America. And then Columbus went to go find out. So everyone lied about that.
You can say the West Africans passed through the desert. Maybe through the desert to Egypt or something like. But you see, the black man is always very scared of the boat. If Africans, right? If these blacks or sub-Saharan Africans are very good with water, they'll be building huge boats. You understand me? Their descendants, people like me, would have been building huge boats. Have you got
No. I'm sorry, Condola. Condola, you're from Nigeria. I didn't say Nigeria was doing this.
Okay, let me tell,
that's the difference. Condola, you gotta put things in perspective.
Mansa Musa is from the desert. You understand me? Mali. You understand me? Let me just tell you the truth, right? The descendants, you are like your descendants, or you are like your ancestors.
You know what, Condola, I didn't want you to keep going, because basically what you're trying to tell me is that Africans are so stupid they can't build a boat to go nowhere.
Because Africa don't need to travel in that deep water.
Why the hell y'all travel now?
They were worshiping those. They were worshiping those.
Why y'all travel now?
They were worshiping those seals. You know, that's what black men can swim.
I listen to people be like, Africans didn't go around the world because they didn't have to. And I'm like,
Africa did go.
That sounds dumb as hell.
Like
so basically, Africa was this backwards ass place, and everybody else had a common sense to go around the world.
The first Africans that took to United States are the Africans that took during the slave trade time. Anybody that is United States is this native. Look, you can't kill your language. If there's any black people in United States, you see that.
You say you can't kill your language.
You can't kill your language. Forget it.
Well, let me ask you a question. If you say you can't kill your language, right, and I'm gonna show you how you can actually kill your language, right? When you separate, right? You ever notice that so many people can speak the same language? The United Kingdom, for example, an Irish person don't sound like a Welsh don't sound like a Scottish don't sound like an English. You know they got their own different variations of English, right?
Yes.
So you can't kill a language.
But still, you can still see the Scottish. You can still see the Scottish culture and the Welsh culture, and different from the English culture, even the Irish culture.
And even the way they talk, even the way they dress is very different, right?
Even United States there. In United States.
Wait, Condola. You said you can't kill a language. Hold on, Condola, because I know you're an intelligent man. You ever notice that the text, the letters in English and German and Russia and Polish just about have the very exact same look, same letters, just placed in different ways?
Oh yes, English is kind of like.
So that means at some point, either they all sat down together and was like, "You're going to use that A that way, and I'm going to use that A that way, by the way." And you Russians over there, I want y'all to flip y'all P upside down. You think they did that?
You have to understand.
Or do you think that as humans separate, they evolve?
You have to understand the Germans. The Germans will. Most of these so-called Western Europeans are from the Germanist family. Is it the French, even the Dutch, or the whatever? Let me say the Scandinavian people. The other ones that came down straight there. So you don't be surprised. That's why you see some English, you see some German language, Dutch languages, and those languages over there. But distinct culture. That is
all right. So let me ask you a question then, Condola. Do you believe that the people in Iran, they speak Arabic or they speak Persian?
They speak Persian. They speak Persian. That's their language.
And after years of colonization and war and conquering and switching different systems, you think you can actually just hold on to everything that you have as culture, right? Originally?
600 years, or 500 years, you put being United States. You put distinct kind of culture because of your ancestors that came from Africa and some of other places of Africa, right?
Okay, so the people in Haiti, do they speak a language that you understand?
People, people in Haiti speak. There's some African languages, their language, but they form a language so that they can understand each other. Sometimes mixed languages, just like what the Jamaicans speak with their patois or something like that. You understand me? But what you have to understand is this. That's why people are different from the Latinos. Even with the Latinos are heavily mixed people, but because they mix with whites on their people, those type people there. Even the Black Americans also be mixed with white. They still claim their black side. You understand? So that's why people have this type of culture from the white, from the Latinos. You understand me? You know, the way you talk, maybe the kind of food you eat, the way it might be, the way you put on your shirt. It might be the same shirt, but you dress it differently from the other group. You understand me? So that's always going to be there. So you can see the Black American culture whole in your eyes if you come to United States. You understand me? Wears in your eyes, the shoes. A white man can wear a shoe, might be similar type of Timberland that you are wearing, but the type of pants you put on top of those Timberland is different from how the white man would dress up. You know, so there's a distinct culture that you have that belong to you people, different from the white man culture or the Latinos culture. That just how it is.
I agree with that. Now, do you realize that over time culture can be lost?
And evolves.
It evolves. Because at one point, Kadola, it was culture in Black America that you would actually get married at a very young age. Not the same today.
Yeah, 13, 14.
13, 14, 15, that was the common age to get married back in the day. Did you know that, Kadola?
Yeah, but if the Black people still in power, right? If the white people not do writing the Constitution, right?
No. They couldn't regulate that back then. We got married within our own shit, not in their shit. Within our own shit, we got married in our church.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying now is that.
So culture evolves, Kadola.
When you people were doing these things, right? You people were far more kind of following your own type of way of life. You understand me? Your culture, the way you pray. You talk about when the Black Americans were really themselves at that time, right? They don't really do with this.
Kadola, have you ever went to the deep South of America where the Black people are? There's still
Yes.
They're still, for the most part, they're still the fucking same. The only people that lost that Southern culture that we had is people that moved to the East Coast or the West Coast or the North.
Jonathan, now you're talking. Because sometimes
we left.
Look, let's
and created a new culture.
Some of these Black Americans are coming to this panel sometime I like, okay, are this the same type of Black Americans have met, slept in their house in some of these territories? Like, who are these guys? You understand me? There's a very big different culture in the South. Talk about North Carolina, South Carolina, part of my accent, if I did get it right, Mississippi, Alabama, and all these territories. You understand me? Well, sometimes you like to do something. Oh, you eat bushmeat. You eat bush that. God damn, I eat raccoon in some of the Black American houses also. We'll call bushmeat that, but you eat over there too. You eat all kind of something, which I respect.
Yeah, I got an auntie that eat alligator. I'll never eat it.
Okay, their food, alligator is a
alligator, raccoon, possum, all kinds of shit. I ain't no damn squirrel.
Well, forget it, man.
I'm not gonna eat no raccoon. That was Pocahontas' best friend. I ain't gonna eat Pocahontas' best friend.
So what I'm trying to
we
tell
a younger generation. We different.
What I'm trying to tell you now.
I won't even eat deer meat no more.
I ain't never had it, and I don't want to try it.
It's gamey and tough. It's not. If you try to act like a steak, if you're really hungry, and somebody could tenderize it, it's good. But for the most part,
I ain't gonna lie, Kyla. I'm so new generation. I don't even eat lamb.
Yeah, lamb is
just
good.
Don't eat it. Just don't eat it.
Deer meat is so overrated, man.
Now, Kadola. Now, being that you from Benin, let me see. You eat do you eat the bush meat? Do you eat let me see, you eat maggots?
All right, brothers, I gotta end this. I'm falling asleep. I'll be
Hell
back.
yeah.
I'll be back on Friday night, same time. Friday and Saturday. I'll be back here Friday and Saturday. I know I was off this Friday and Saturday. I guarantee I'll be back this Friday and Saturday. Same call time, same call channel, and you guys have a good night. Thanks for your support.
You too, brother. Good night.
All right.
Good night.